After listening, Clara sighed. As a thank you from the Sapientia main family, I was actually allowed into the main library for a month. I assume they thought that even with that amount of time, I wouldn't be able to make much of a dent into their ancient texts. Diane lightly chuckled. It seemed the Sapientia family had underestimated his wife a little too much. The speed reading technique was something that Libro had given Diane well back during his Focus Academy days. However, that technique could only be considered a mere fraction of the true Sapientia technique, which was easily a heaven-grade technique, while the one Libro gave Diane was only a lower common-grade technique. What they didn't know was that Diane had modified the technique to use one's mind's eye. Of course, the mind's eye was the true name of one's aurora, something Diane had learned long ago as well. Using this slight modification made Diane's version hundreds of times faster than the common-level technique. It was just that only those with innate auroras could use it, but luckily, Clara happened to be one of them. It was there that I found most of the information I have on constitutions now. Clara went on to explain things that the Dragon King had already told Diane, but clearly in much more detail. It seems that there are constitutions that surpass the god level, however even the Sapientia don't have information on them. Or, maybe they have an even higher level library I wasn't allowed to enter that might have information on them. Diane knew that once a martial expert's technique reached a high enough level, it could be acknowledged by the heavens and start being passed down via organic means. For example, the mind's eye was actually a technique created by Diane's grand teacher. It approached perfection to such a level that the cosmos had no choice but to acknowledge it, and thus, for generations to come, the rare few began to inherit innate auroras. Constitutions fell into the same designation. However, because of the length of time that had passed since their creation, constitutions had begun to weaken, even requiring them to be awakened via pills or other means. The aurora hadn't reached this point yet, although those with innate auroras were becoming more and more rare. That said, Diane wasn't worried about this considering he had the aurora steps. As soon as he found a soul talent he took a liking to, he would awaken their aurora without even needing any resources. That aside, according to Clara, the book she read theorized that there was a higher level past god constitutions, but they had become rarer and rarer over time, and practically becoming extinct. Even worse, the book was pure speculation. It just posited an equation that calculated the rate of degeneration of the technique across generations, before concluding what it should have been at its peak. Although the methodology was sound, at the end of the day it was a theory. So, the simple answer is that I don't know. They could have a constitution or they might just have a congenital disease. There's no way to know unless we examine them, and even in the case we do, both a congenital disease and a constitution on a micro level are alterations in DNA. It would be impossible to tell the difference between the two unless we had a reference. Of course, there is one more possibility to find out. Diane sighed. How could he not know what Clara was referring to? The problem was those adorable furry little hamsters had disappeared for almost half a year now. If they didn't want to be found, he couldn't do anything about it unless he had major breakthrough in time will. But even then, it would be like searching for a single needle in an ocean hundreds of kilometers deep. It's fine. I was serious about what I said to them. I wouldn't want them on my side if they chose me for such a shallow reason. Plus, isn't my beautiful wife much smarter than I am? If they were going to choose someone based on intelligence, it should be you. Diane smiled, lightly pinching Clara's cheeks. Don't try and butter me up. You'll make me think you're hiding something. Diane laughed. Like what? An illegitimate child. Clara answered seriously. Diane coughed violently, choking on air. When did I become such a scumbag in your eyes? You've always been. Nothing's changed. The sweet smile on Clara's face was in complete contrast to the devious light in her eye, as though she could see through Diane entirely. It seems I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. You're lucky my soul is sealed, or I would have you screaming even louder. Diane trained a heated, lust-filled gaze on Clara, wantonly following her curves with his large hands. Sounds like the excuse of a man who can't satisfy his wife. Mortal men have been doing it without the use of dual cultivation cheats for thousands of years. Aren't you a little too lacking? Clara ruthlessly teased. Diane feigned a hurt expression. Of course, he didn't take any of this seriously. Clara always became an obedient and adorable little kitten after they finished their sessions. Considering their souls were connected, he could always tell exactly what she wanted even before she was truly aware. He didn't need his soul to send her into a world of pleasure, but it would help. I'll remember that when you're begging for mercy next. And I'll be sure to watch the replay of me kicking your ass next time you want to be smug. Diane's eyes widened. You didn't. Clara grinned. I did. She swiveled in Diane's lap, flipping her palm to reveal a silver array plate with a glass finish on one side. Her eyes flashed with a golden light, before a replay of Diane getting slapped around in the air started to play along with light and airy giggling. Diane groaned. I can't believe Ree and Madeline betrayed me like this. Hee hee. Clearly Clara was feeling very good about herself right now. At this point, Diane had no choice but to change the subject. What do you plan to do about the Valley of Geniuses? Clara shrugged. I don't think I need it. The Tao of Array Alchemy has more techniques and theories than I could learn with 1,000,000 years of life. I don't think I care about improving my battle prowess so much. Or more accurately, I want to raise my battle prowess in the right ways. The more I study soul cultivation, the more I feel like we're on the edge of something. That divine sense technique that I created using the tome, it was almost too easy, like there was a logical progression of things that only had one answer. I'll go because it's a good opportunity, but I'll only resonate if I find a past genius that aligns with my thoughts perfectly. If not, just forget it. Since Diane's soul was sealed, there was no reason for him to carry around the soul tome, and since Clara enjoyed studying it, why wouldn't he let her have it for now? Plus, Clara continued, Ree wants to go, so you can appear in your role as her husband while using me as an excuse for disappearing as Diane Jafari. Diane nodded. He was thinking this too. Diane Jafari was still a minor character, but Alexandria Snow's husband had become a household name. The fact that he hadn't appeared in a while was weird enough. If he didn't show up for such a big event, it would be even more questionable. The only problem was this would hamper his plan to use himself as bait. However, this was solved easily as well. The Valley of Geniuses was massive, but it was also separated into tiers of pressure. The more powerful statues were surrounded by stronger pressure, so that weak individuals wouldn't overestimate themselves and die by attempting a resonance they weren't strong enough to withstand. Because of this, the areas that Diane Jafari could enter versus the areas Ree's husband could enter would reflect their vastly different social status, the latter clearly being far more powerful than the former. It seemed he would have to lead a double life for a while. There was, of course, another reason that Diane needed his second identity for this. By now, Aki Void was likely healed. The moment Diane laid eyes on him, he was a dead man. After spending a few cozy nights with Clara, Diane left in secret to head to Snow Palace where he quickly found Ree. It would only be a few hours until the Valley of Geniuses opened, so Diane decided to go there ahead of time. Entering the large, pristinely white palace, Diane creeped up to Ree's cultivation room and slowly opened the door. When he saw the sight before him, he couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He was a truly lucky man. Ree was currently naked, but he could only see her back view. Her 10 white tails silently twitched with life as she slowly circulated her inherited techniques. From the sheer cold in the room, it seemed that Ree was forced to take her clothes off lest she shatter them into icicles. Since she was cultivating, Diane didn't dare disturb her. He silently sat in a corner, using the residual cold to acclimate his body to obscenely low temperatures. Suddenly, the temperature dropped again as Ree's tails turned to black ice. Her beautiful silver-blue hair darkened, waving around wildly even as she emitted a dense void will. Boom! A vacuum of violent proportions erupted, threatening to pull Diane in the depths of a black hole. Whoops! Diane began to regret sitting here, but he knew he couldn't distract Ree. So, he grit his teeth, silently sinking his fingers and toes into the ground to keep himself from flying toward Ree. Despite the situation, Diane was quite happy. Ree's cultivation technique was a high-level one left for her by Cookin within her legacy. It replaced her individual meridians with separate cyclones of void will that acted as black holes to endlessly suck in energy. Because of this, Ree's stamina in battle far surpassed that of those at her cultivation level. and she also had no need to temper her meridians like others did. The fact that such a violent reaction was happening now meant that Ri had just broken through. Calculating the momentum of the breakthrough, it seemed that she had just stepped into the 11th Saint stage and had begun to connect to her 91st meridian. This speed of cultivation might seem slow compared to Lilith and the other Devil Path cultivators, but there were many factors to take into account. For one, Devil Path cultivators almost completely ignored comprehension of wills during their early years because said comprehension was just too poor, so they had more time for cultivation. Secondly, Devil Path cultivators didn't have to enter trials. So, although Ri was 32 years old now, and had just stepped into the 11th stage while Lilith was only 21 and had already stepped into the 12th stage, Ri had stopped cultivating in order to first become an empress. Thirdly, Ri's requirements for advancing were far more rigorous than anyone else. Although her cultivation technique gave her the ability to have more energy and faster recovery than others, the trade-off was that each meridian took much longer to fill. This didn't even mention the fact that this cultivation technique was highly dangerous. The last point was that Ri had spent her childhood in an energy-scarce environment and had even restarted cultivating from step 1 when she was already 18 years of age. The fact that she was already a saint was mind-numbingly shocking. The momentum of Ri's breakthrough finally calmed a couple hours later. Her raised tails and hair settled down and also recovered their vibrant and pure colors, before she opened her eyes with a light smile. Suddenly her hair raised and her head whipped around. Who? It was only after she saw that it was Diane that she calmed down. She hadn't had her guard up because Clara had laid down plenty of formations around the palace. The only people who knew how to get in were her, Madeline and Diane. It was just that she didn't expect to see Diane here. Diane had wanted to inform her before, but Ri hadn't been responding to his messages. So, he assumed she was in seclusion or trying to comprehend something. Clearly, he was right. Looking at Diane's disheveled appearance, Ri giggled. Who asked you to peek on me? This is what you deserve. Ri gracefully stood, not shy about her figure being seen by Diane at all, since heaven's energy was still shining down on her after the breakthrough. She looked even more stunning than usual. It was almost hard for Diane to breathe. He was so distracted that his fingers dug into the hard marble ground even further. Am I beautiful? Ri asked with a sweet smile, her silver blue eyes twinkling with amusement. Diane's breathing quickened as his mouth dried. He could already hardly handle the beauty of his wives after their bodies had been cleansed by saint energy. Wouldn't he directly die after they had been purified by celestial energy? Just thinking about it made all his blood rush out from his head. Too beautiful, Diane squeezed out. Ri giggled lightly. I assume you're here to escort your wife to the Valley of Geniuses? You know. Ri reached Diane's sitting figure before elegantly taking a position in his lap and wrapping her legs around his waist. We do still have a few more hours until then. If Diane needed to hear anything more than this, would he really still be a man? It wasn't long before Ri's feverish moans filled the cultivation room. Diane had a lot of enemies going into this rare event, whether it be Arthurian or those of the 74th Quadrant or Emithius or Aki Void. He faintly wondered how they'd feel if they knew he was carefree enough to roll around with a beauty before confronting them. It would be no surprise to anyone that by the time Diane had tamed his beauty, the pair were already running slightly late. But there was no real use in complaining about it. Diane could only wait for Ri to recover her strength. Eventually, the couple tidied up and Diane let Ri choose his outfit. It seemed she wanted to match, so he acquiesced to wearing sky blue robes to complement Ri's white gown and light blue belt that also held her weapon. If it wasn't for the domineering sword she kept by her hip, one might mistake his wife for a dainty maiden who couldn't protect herself. After she was finished dressing Diane and herself, Ri moved to grab her white visor, but before she could, Diane grabbed her hand. Must you? Ri giggled, seeing Diane's unwillingness to hide her appearance. You want to show off how beautiful your wife is while I can't show off how handsome my husband is? What a double standard. Seeing Diane's sadness, Ri put the visor away. How could she not understand the heart of her husband? Diane had been willing to be with her even when those bastards of the Elven Pillar clans bullied her for her average appearance. Dian didn't want Ri to wear the visor because he didn't like the idea of the Void Clan holding a permanent place in Ri's heart. It was also a constant reminder that he hadn't been there for her when she needed it most. Although Ri only saw it as a source of motivation, Dian saw it as a source of pain that only fueled his anger. How could he enjoy his time with his wife if he constantly felt a boiling rage within himself? The demon sage's blood didn't only affect his personality by way of lust. Anger was another major point that left Dian discontented. He flew into a rage much quicker than he used to and always acted in the extreme. It made him feel like a lesser version of himself, like he was a man who couldn't rein in his own emotions. How pathetic was that? Ri was perfectly right. Had he learned of what Aki did to her before he met Aki, he would have ignored all of his laborious planning for the sake of a single moment. Of course, he wouldn't regret it, but at the same time, he knew he had to be better for the sake of not only his future, but for the futures of everyone around him. The more Dian felt this way, the more he thought about his grand teacher and how he had advised him to go to the Crystal Dragon Clan's territory to find an opportunity to use their treasured spring. From what Dian knew, crystal dragons were among the very few treasures in the world with the capability of naturally restoring their own mental energies. It was likely that this spring that his grand teacher referred to was linked to this in some way. As for how Dian would get such an ancient clan to allow him to use their most prized inheritance, he didn't know. But if it was for the sake of protecting his wives, Dian was willing to do anything. "Let's go," Ri smiled sweetly, grabbing a hold of Dian's arm. By this point in time, the entrances to the Valley of Geniuses were lined with millions of young geniuses. Of course, like many opportunities provided by the Epistemic Tower, its presentation wasn't so simple. The Epistemic Tower itself, no matter which floor one was speaking of, except for the topmost few, had relatively similar layouts. One could imagine the tower's inner world as a massive and perfect circle. The edges of this circle were perfectly carved out into 100 pieces representing each of the 100 quadrants. Of course, these pieces were known as corners. Then there was Central City. The central portion of its name didn't just refer to center from the corners, it was also center from the sky. Central City was equidistant not only from each of the 100 corners, but was also equidistant from the ground and the uppermost limit, the Saint Floor. It was essentially a city, spanning tens of kilometers across, hovering in the air. Of course, this central hub was designed this way with purpose. Its position allowed all of the mysterious realms of the tower to find their own place in between all of the corners, randomly laid throughout. The tower was truly magical, containing a wide-ranging number of extreme conditions, wild beasts, and comprehension opportunities. And this all didn't include the exclusive event-type occurrences of the Valley of Geniuses that only opened once in a while. It was for all of these reasons that Dian looked down upon those of the 98th quadrant for not taking advantage of this opportunity because of their cowardice. There were very few places in the outside world better for training than the tower. Unfortunately, not every quadrant raised disciples too cowardly to enter the tower, or else the coming event would be much easier. Currently, Ri and Dian were making their way to the entrance closest to them. Due to the nature of these special events, it wasn't possible to directly teleport there. Instead, it was almost like a mini-trial to make it there. As such, Dian had taken Ri in his arms and was flying at the highest speed one pair of wings would bring him while cutting through a dense Arctic-like blizzard. However, since this was the closest entrance to Dian and Ri, wasn't this also the case for the rest of the Kitsune? Ri's happy mood was instantly dampened. Annoying rats. With her breakthrough into the celestial realm, her divine sense had shone through. Although her range wasn't as large as Clara's, it was still more than enough to sniff out busybodies. They were currently flying through a land of extreme cold. It was actually only ranked 7th among the extreme cold environments of the Saint Floor, but it still wasn't something a normal essence gatherer could withstand. However, it seemed like those of the Kitsune clan had left some stragglers behind. Although Ri never stepped out and her and Dian had seemingly disappeared, the Void Clan didn't think that Ri would willingly miss such a big event. Since the opening of the Valley of Geniuses didn't have a set date, it was a pleasant surprise for everyone when signs of its opening spread. Obviously, this also allowed Aki Void and his lackeys to set up a few traps. That said, since Aki Void could think of it, How could Diane not? The problem was that there were a total of 7 doors that opened whenever a special event was taking place. How could Aki be certain that Ri and Diane wouldn't purposefully choose another entrance just to avoid problems? Knowing that Aki would think this, Diane chose the closest entrance without hesitation. Why? Because he knew that the kitsune was be forced to spread themselves out 7 ways in order to cover 7 entrances. Since that was the case, why would Diane bother to go to the trouble of going to another entrance? He would just let his enemies do all the work and look stupid in the end. It wasn't long before dozens of groups of kitsune, together in combinations of 2 and 3, came into view. Seeing the wide assortment of tails, it was clear that all the kitsune were acting as a cohesive unit. It seemed those old fogies didn't enjoy the slap to the face that Diane and Ri had given them. The embarrassment of having their number 1 genius publicly laughed at was clearly too much for them. The hit to their prestige that the kitsune took after Aki went viral couldn't be ignored. It was made even worse by the amount of resources it took to heal such heavy injuries placed in the beast of the peak saint level. Diane had truly made them suffer a terrible loss. When the kitsune saw Diane and Ri getting closer, there was a mixture of reactions. Everything from trepidation to eagerness could be seen. Many of the smarter individuals understood that they were only cannon fodder, here to let Aki know which entrance Diane and Ri had used. Unfortunately for them, their commander was too stupid. Since Aki was so sure that Diane would try to outsmart him by going to another entrance, those stationed here were the weakest. In fact, they were all of the lower saint tiers. Maybe in the 98th quadrant such a showing would be amazing. After all, many of those who came from the 98th quadrant were still in the essence gathering tier, while less than a dozen were saints. However, what did lower saints count for in the 30th ranked quadrant? They were nothing but members of the lower dregs. But what could they do? Ri was an empress, yet they were all dukes. What could they do in face of her? The worst part was that Aki had left behind a king to force their hand and watch over their actions. That king wouldn't care about their lives at all. Stop! An 8 black-tailed young woman stepped forward. Her name was actually Aya Void, and she was Aki's younger sister. Since the kitsune only have 7 kings on the saint floor, they all had to be used for this mission. But Aki had unilaterally used his power to place his younger sister in what he thought was the safest and furthest place from danger. Although this left the others dissatisfied, what could they do? If they wanted to change something, they should become more powerful than Aki first. Aya had felt high and mighty when she took on her responsibility as well, thinking about how amazing her elder brother was. Since he was so amazing, what right did a pitiful young miss from a mere snow clan have to refuse to give her hand in marriage? In her views, no one was better than her elder brother, so obviously, he deserved everything he wanted as well. Obviously, from her childish view of the world, Aya had never suffered hardship because she was always under her brother's protection. Even her title as queen was too easy because considering her 8 tails, she should have pushed herself to enter the Empress trials. Seeing that Diane didn't listen to her, Aya felt anger to the depths of her heart. Did you not hear me? When had she ever been ignored in her life? She was the little princess of the Void clan. Who didn't give her everything she wanted? Ri's gaze turned cold, her expression becoming just as frosty. Let's me do it. Not even bothering to leave the comfort of her husband's arms, Ri stretched out a delicate finger. The only reason Aki dared to do all of this was because none of the kitsune knew Ri's cultivation. In their eyes, even if Ri had 10 tails, the fact she took so much time to become an empress would definitely hamper her progress. What none of them knew was that not only was this beauty a 10-tailed kitsune, she also had the Elven Queen's constitution, something that put her amongst the most talented elves ever. Even those of the dark elven clans would be hard-pressed to match her in talent. The moment Diane perfectly balanced her 2 dispositions, using the Constitution Awakening pill, Ri had become like a butterfly throwing away her cocoon. She had already stepped into the same cultivation tier as Aki had. Ice Queen's Dance. Immortal Pillar. The dozens of kitsune froze in shock. At first it was because this was the first time they had seen Ri's full features. Could a beauty of this level really exist in the world? But then, it was because of the shocking words she had said. The Snow Clan, despite being a lowly clan of the Kitsune, was not to be underestimated. To still be a part of the 13 main classes of Kitsune, a supreme-level beast, how could their lineage be simple? If the Snow Clan chose to leave the 30th ranked quadrant, they could become overlords of any one of the quadrants ranked 40th or below. With this level of power, their core teachings were also adequately amazing. Ice Queen's dance was a set of techniques that Ri's mother had imparted to her. Originally, she had only been taught the sword dance portion of the technique. However, after re-entering the Snow Clan, she was given the entire inheritance. However, as Ri was learning the techniques, she suddenly realized that there had to be more. At that time, she began to deeply reflect upon her own heritage, constantly studying her bloodline to become more in tune with it. Unlike Kukin's faith seed, Ri's bloodline would never harm her future. In fact, by focusing equally on both Kukin's legacy and her own, she could eventually combine the two to forge her own path, bringing her to the peak of the martial world. First, it was difficult. Much like Dian's master, the Snow Clan's bloodline had dwindled with every passing generation. In fact, they were very close from falling out of the ranks of supreme beasts and into the ranks of transcendent beasts. If that happened, they would no longer be birthed as humans, but would instead be birthed as beasts who had to cultivate to earn the right to become human. Unfortunately for the celestial deer, this had already occurred to them, which was why the first White Mother had lost hope in her lineage. However, the Snow Clan still had a shred of hope, and it wasn't until Ri's mother came along that they began to firmly grasp it. It was thanks to Ri's mother that Ri, despite being only half a member of the Snow Clan, was able to firmly establish a connection to her bloodline. What she was able to find out was that faith seeds actually had a secondary purpose that was perfect for seeking the origin of one's bloodline. Faith seeds were actually kernels of martial intent, filled with the will of an expert and passed along the stream of time. When it entered into the body of an individual, its intended purpose was to help along the path of cultivation, not become a pillar to be relied upon. If one learns to wield that martial intent, it could actually work to tease apart the truths of the world, and one of those truths were the limits of one's own bloodline. When Ri learned this, the first person she went to was Madeline, and they began to cultivate together, testing the truths of their hypothesis. It wasn't long before they realized that they were right in their assumptions. It was only then that Ri learned that Ice Petal's dance was only a derivative of Ice Queen's dance, a lower mystic level technique that was once the pillar of the mighty Snow Clan before their decline. Of course, as things stood now, Ri had no business using this technique, lest she want to implode from the inside out. However, what she could do was make use of this ice-filled extreme climate to imitate 0.001% of the intent behind the technique. No! The Kitsune cried out as the shivering cold spiked upward. However, it was already too late. Pillar after pillar of ice erupted from the ground, encasing them all, one after another. Aya's fierce expression was preserved perfectly, but even her, as a king, was simply not qualified to act against Ri. What did a mere lower saint mean in the face of an 11th stage saint? Dian coldly watched this scene. He felt that Ri was being much too lenient with them, but he couldn't tell if those were truly his own thoughts, or if it was the demon sage's blood influencing him. Ri sighed and lightly stroked Dian's face through his mask. Even though I didn't kill them, without the help of a celestial adept in ice intent to clear their meridians of the cold chi, they won't be able to cultivate for the rest of their lives. The only 3 clans of the Kitsune Alliance with that ability would be the Ocean Clan, the River Clan, and the Snow Clan. Both the Ocean and River Clan owe my mother a heavy debt and have also allied with my Snow Clan. Even under the pressure of the 3 top clans, they'll turn a blind eye for at least a decade. After all, what Celestial isn't training and away constantly? Are you sure? That annoying little girl seemed to have some relation with Aki. With 8 tails, she's pretty important. Dian hovered in the skies, staring at the human ice pillars. She's Aki's younger sister, Aya. Ri sighed. She's just an ignorant little girl. She should be almost 50 years old already, but she has the disposition of a 12-year-old. There's no point in punishing her any further. Just let her suffer for a few days. They didn't manage to send a message to Aki because that little girl is too stupid and too full of herself. If we're lucky, It won't be until months have passed and the valley has closed that they think to check here. Dian took a deep breath to calm himself and lightly nodded before shooting off into the distance. In the distance, just outside the range of Ri's divine sense, was a bare-chested young man with brown skin and blue eyes leading a group of about a dozen. His muscles towers atop of one another, fighting and twitching for supremacy. It was as though he didn't sense the mind-numbing cold at all. Big brother. It seemed they didn't need out help after all. Another young man standing in the group spoke out. The bare-chested young man laughed heartily. No matter. We only came here as a favor to little sister Saru, who would have known that her friends were so powerful despite coming from such a weak quadrant. Well, that quadrant isn't exactly so weak anymore. The young man responded with a light chuckle. You're not wrong. To explode from the 100th rank to the 51st only using of the younger generation on St. Floors, their younger generation is definitely among the best. I guessed we worried for nothing. The group nodded. Everyone knew that the true rankings were 4th 4 on the Celestial and Tao floors. To be able to cause such a change on the mere Saint floor, this was a feat rarely seen. What do you think, big brother? Will little sister Saru get over her feelings after exiting her trials? Humph, it doesn't matter. Whomever my little sister likes, she can be with. I dare anyone to say otherwise. The group laughed in unison before heading off toward the entrance. They had long since become used to Saru's elder brother's eccentric personality. Deep within the land of ice, a gathering of millions of geniuses was taking place. In every direction, as far as even the eye of a saint martial warrior could see, there was endless white and cold. However, that didn't dampen the excitement of those that came. The Valley of Geniuses didn't open often, with each iteration being decades apart. Because of this, many young geniuses missed their opportunity to enter, either as a result of them being within their trial worlds, or for various reasons related to the difficulty of reaching the entrances for this grand event. Many, though, saw this as an opportunity they would rather slow their cultivations down for than miss. In the end, there were no shortage of geniuses who refused to break into the celestial tier before they could first enter the Valley of Geniuses. It wasn't that the Saint floors didn't allow celestials to enter, because they did. The only limiter for a given floor was your age, and for higher floors, there was also the matter of the prestige of your clan. That meaning that it was impossible to raise to the level of the Tao floors without a king-level clan, and without an emperor-level clan. One could not step onto the very top floor. The reason why geniuses suppressed their cultivation in order to enter the valley was precisely because of the pressure distribution. Unlike the trials which only looked at age, the valley was trial specifically tailored for sainthood cultivators. While it also, obviously, took into account talent, an event on a given floor would always be reserved for those who shared the majority cultivation of the floor, with the only exception being those who fell below that majority standard, which was why some essence gatherers would participate this time around as well. This was because these events were much like the gates. They required off periods where they would slowly reaccumulate strength before being opened once more. One has to understand that the Valley of Geniuses, as a singular example, was responsible for maintaining the souls of often long dead or transcended geniuses alive, and also supplying them with enough power to pass on their legacies. For a tower that's been functioning for millions of years, the amount of energy that requires is astronomical. Simply put, Celestials would be able to make a mockery of the system, even to the point where they could forcibly take legacies that weren't meant for them. If you were a Celestial, go fight it out in the Valley of Geniuses on your floor. It was as simple as that. Of course, since the tower was capable of having the energy to support another level of the valley, energy constraints weren't the main focus behind its reasoning. Rather, it was to allow other geniuses the chance to grow. The martial world was never short of shameless individuals who used their higher cultivations to bully those weaker than them. There were even individuals who purposely sought out geniuses to cut off their growth before they could become a threat. The tower was filled with enough dangers. It definitely didn't need bastards like those making things any worse. It was just a shame that not everyone was like those prideful dragons. The most important point was that the Valley of Geniuses was meant to be a measure of talent. If you failed as a saint, but still came back as a celestial, you hadn't proved anything. It was a good thing for Sockzak that Lilith had stopped him from coming, or else he would have wasted a trip. "Ha ha! Am I late?" A booming voice cut through the fierce cold winds before an explosion of ice and snow that could have been mistaken for an avalanche erupted into the skies. The millions of young geniuses, who were all capable in their own right considering they too had traversed the harsh climate to reach here, looked over. For someone to be so bold as to show off in front of them, this man had to have some ability. When the snow finally cleared from the young man's violent drop from the sky, no one had the heart to berate him for his arrogance any longer. There was no mistaking the fierce red armor, the ridiculous size, and the overbearing aura. This was a member of the Client Giant clan. And the fact that the young man who spoke out was leading more than a dozen massive men and women. He had to be the 7th Client Young Master, Amory Client. How could any of them have the heart to look down on a prince of an Emperor God clan of the 14th ranked quadrant? Wasn't that asking to be embarrassed? Since Brother Amory has stepped onto the scene, I should make my own appearance lest he feel peerless, no? At that moment a world-toppling beauty descended from the skies. But what shocked them all was that this very same beauty wasn't the one who had spoken. Rather, it was the young man she followed respectfully behind. Such a beauty was only a servant? Was there any justice in this world? However, when they saw the twin moon sabers by his hips, his flowing silver hair, and his starry-like eyes, they lost all their conviction. Reprimanding the 11th young master of the Streluna clan and offending the 12th ranked quadrant? On top of the fact that the beauty might not even appreciate their help? Which of them here wasn't a genius? How could they also be stupid? Seeing the pretty boy descend from the skies, Amory's battle intent soared. Good. The esteemed gigolo Cullen is here. Cullen Streluna didn't seem perturbed by being called a gigolo. Clearly he was used to it by now. Instead, he looked off into the skies. It seemed a few more world-shattering geniuses were arriving. It seemed like all the greatest geniuses were extremely fond of arriving fashionably late as one after another descended from the skies. None of them introduced themselves, after all, with their level of abilities. Their fan groups would do all of the work for them. However, none of those who arrived earlier minded doing this kind of work. After all, the Valley of Geniuses was incredibly fair. The geniuses with the audacity to appear so late were obviously all so powerful that the terrain of this ice world meant next to nothing to them. As a result, they'd be capable of heading much deeper into the Valley of Geniuses, and as such not bother with them as small fry who would remain in the outskirts and garner attention from the lesser statues. Immediately after Cullen descended, members of the 21st ranked Gemini quadrant appeared. The lauded members of the Gemini clan were actually an odd race of humanoids who were always born in twin, triplet, quadruplet, or even quintuplet sets. Their foremost geniuses were actually sextuplets, made of 2 pairs of triplets born at the same time, to the same mother. They were overwhelming prodigies, each having reached near unattainable heights in cultivation in just a short time. Despite the seemingly low ranking as compared to the quadrants of Cullen and Amory, neither looked down on them. First and foremost, those clans ranked 12th to about 25th didn't have a large gap between them, much like those ranked 4th to 9th often swapped places randomly from time to time. Secondly, all rankings and most trials of the like were taken as individuals. However, the Gemini race was known for their abilities as siblings. A Gemini fighting without their twin brothers and sisters would lose more than 70% of their battle effectiveness. Yet they still managed to rank so high. It was no surprise then that during mass events like this one, the Gemini clan truly shone because it was only now that they could unleash their full strength. The sextuplets casually touched to the ground. 3 brothers and 3 sisters, but all of one mind. Despite their skin being slightly gray in color, they still reached a realm of attractiveness that very few could. Especially the 3 sisters, they were no less beautiful than the beauty Cullen had brought along with him. Even more shocking was that the Gemini race was rumored to have roots in ancient times. If a genius among them managed to retrace their bloodline back to its origins, the Gemini race might once again stand atop the martial world. Despite Amory's giant race having faint traces of ancient dragon blood within them, he still took these dainty-looking sextuplets seriously. However, The shock over the Gemini race didn't last long before yet another odd race of people appeared. It was yet another giant race, however. They boldly grasped the name of Emperor Giants. Yet, no one dared to challenge them on it. There were many giant races throughout the 100 quadrants. The term giant actually reached back to ancient times as well, originating from the Nephilim tribe. If Dian were here, he would immediately recognize that this Nephilim tribe was transcribed in lore for his people as well and were known as the offspring of the sons of God. Back then, the Nephilim tribe had many branches traced back to anything ranging from ancient beast bloodline to even faint angel bloodlines. Giants were essentially the result of other races having children with humans, resulting in superhumans. So, what faint bloodline could make even Amory's Client clan concede the title of emperor despite having dragon blood roaring through his veins? Angel blood. The Emperor Giant clan descended, booming outward with an aura even more oppressive than that of the Client clan. They were at least twice as large, standing at almost 6 meters tall. Dozens of them fell roughly onto the land of the snow, their chests and backs bare, showing off the dark tattoos on their backs. "Look," someone whispered to a member of the clan. "Their leader has already earned his second set of angel wing tattoos." The murmurs of the crowd couldn't help but get louder. There was only one member of the Emperor Giant race that could earn a second set while still in the Saint Realms. Anak the King. An actual god-level character had appeared. Unlike Dian's angel tattoos, the Emperor Giant clans weren't natural. Instead, they had their own harsh trials to be acknowledged by the clan. Usually, one would have to be at least of the middle celestial realms to earn a second pair, while the first pair would require the peak saint realm. Yet, Anak had actually earned his first before he even stepped foot into sainthood, then repeated the same feat again. He had even stripped an elder clansman of the king epithet, taking it for his own. He was truly logic-defying. However, if he wasn't so powerful, would he really deserve to be the prince of the 11th ranked quadrant? He had even boldly proclaimed that he would snatch a top 10 spot for his quadrant once he stepped onto the celestial floors. Yet no one dared to doubt him. Suddenly, everyone's lips twitched. They had been so distracted by Anak's imposing aura that they didn't even notice that petite beauty sitting leisurely on his shoulder, looking at him with an affectionate gaze. Thinking about the logistics of such a matter, everyone shuddered, feeling pity for the small woman until someone suddenly recognized her. That's actually Princess Chrysanthemum of the Warm Mist sect. They could hardly believe their eyes, because this petite princess was actually an empress-level character of the 9th ranked quadrant. The breathing of the men became shallow. An empress-level character was rare beyond belief. In fact, emperors were incredibly rare as well. But there was something about seeing a strong woman with rare beauty that fired them all up. That said, that was all it did. How could any of them dare to have thoughts on a woman that was Anak's? Wasn't that asking for death? Only Amory clenched his teeth and fists. He had loved Chrysanthemum for a long time, but it seemed his race had lost out to the Emperor Giant race once again. However, a marriage alliance between the 11th and 9th quadrant was truly a big deal. It wasn't that intermarrying between quadrants was rare, but just that the identities of these two were so sensitive. Anak was the most talented Emperor Giant to be birthed in the last 1,000 years, while Chrysanthemum was the treasured granddaughter of the sect master of her all-female sect. To top this all off, the highest-ranking members of the Water Mist sect all had bloodlines that made them among the top percentage of Dao partners. Only those of the Flaming Lily sect surpassed them as another all-female sect beat them out. In a lot of ways, the pure-in characteristics of those of the Water Mist sect made them even more ideal. The fact Chrysanthemum clearly chose Anak caused countless individuals to sigh with envy. I hear that Anak actually wants to marry the twin flowers of the female-only sections. The twin flowers? Of course. In the last 20 or so years, there have been 2 females that raised themselves to the top of the Empress world that also came from female-only sects. One was Chrysanthemum of the Water Mist sect. I hear if she performs well in the coming years, they might promote her to core disciple before she's even stepped into the celestial realms. And the other? Madeline, of course. The crowd's eyes widened with realization. Who else of the younger generation would be able to stand side by side with Chrysanthemum if not her? Oddly enough, Despite one being from a water sect and the other being from a fire sect, Madeline still had the gentle and goddess-like demeanor of a woman from a water sect, while Chrysanthemum was the exact opposite. In fact, most of the reason why they were so surprised that she was sitting so calmly on Anek's shoulder and looking at him so lovingly was exactly because they were used to her fiery temper. Wait, isn't Madeline's last name Sacharo? So what? Isn't that Diane character's last name the same? Don't be ridiculous. With how many people there are in 100 quadrants, how could some people not share the same name? Plus, one comes from the 4th quadrant, while the other comes from the former 100th. I would have believed you a few months ago as well, but don't you know why those of the 4th ranked quadrant won't show up this time? Why? Everyone looked over with keen interest. There's actually a campaign war happening right now, and all 4 Emperor God sects are embroiled in it. Those listening were shocked to hear this. Even those outstanding geniuses who had just appeared perked their ears up. But what does that have to do with anything? Well, the Flaming Lily sect released some prized information because of this war. Stop leaving us in suspense and speak. Amory had a very straightforward attitude and didn't like the storytelling skill of the no-name genius. After breaking out into a cold sweat, the young man continued. He hadn't expected to catch the attention of the geniuses, but now he was scared to offend Anek. According to the sect elders of the Flaming Lily sect, Madeline actually came from the Celestial Deer Quadrant and was married to Diane Sacharo before he entered his trial world. Given that his wife's sect is in danger of being attacked from all sides, he sent his personal guard to clear the gate for the Flaming Lily sect. The atmosphere burst into an uproar. What personal guard could possibly deal with the younger generation of an Emperor God sect of the 4th ranked quadrant, let alone 3 of them ganging up on a single one? There was only one word for this: arrogant. He didn't even feel the need to show up personally. He sent his henchmen. From start to finish, Anek didn't say a single word. Of course, considering his status, he had heard of the troubles of the Flaming Lily sect. He was one of the only 10 geniuses of this generation with king-level presence. With his status, he had wanted to go and help personally curry a favor with Madeline and gain her goodwill. However, he had been rejected. When he wanted to go and help anyway, informally, he had heard news of the Valley of Geniuses and could only give it up. As for this Diane, according to reports, he hadn't even stepped into the Saint Realms yet. How could he be worried about such a character now? If he stepped in front of him, he would crush him. "It's okay, hubby," Chrysanthemum said in a sweet voice, delicately kissing his cheek. "You can have any woman you want." After this, everyone had thought that all of the antics had concluded. It would only be a moment before the entrance trembled and allowed them all to enter. However, they were all sorely mistaken. Boom! At that moment, a violet wind shook the height in the air as a masked man carrying a beauty every bit as world-shattering as Chrysanthemum appeared. The imposing aura of Anek, the one that had stifled them all the moment he appeared, was suddenly fiercely cut in half, met an equally fierce aura. Diane's eyes blazed with fury. With his level of cultivation, how could he not have heard all of the words being said? In that instant, all of the geniuses forgot to breathe as Diane's eyes met Anek's. "You do well to control the words of your woman." Absolute silence reigned over the iced lands. Many had to double and triple check whether they had heard correctly. However, not a single one of them dared to laugh. Which one of them weren't geniuses? Which one of them didn't have keen senses? This wasn't the presence of a person they could afford to offend lightly. Even if they believed Anek was untouchable, were they untouchable as well? If he decided to hold a grudge, what their power mean in the face of such a man? It was at that point that everyone realized just who this man was. This was Alexandria Snow's husband, the very same man who had made a mockery of Aki Void just a few months earlier. He had completely disappeared since then, but him appearing here made perfect sense. But why would he provoke a character like Anek? The difference between Aki and Anek was even more exaggerated than the difference between heaven and earth. One was barely qualified to be an emperor, coming from a 30th ranked quadrant, while the other was a god, a member of the 10 most lauded geniuses of this generation before Diane Sacharo made that number 11. The meaning was clear. Even if you could easily handle Aki, you were still far from being able to do anything to Anik. As for the late arriving geniuses, their expressions were even more serious than the crowd. Not only was Ri a character powerful enough to stand on par with any one of them, the man she chose as her husband couldn't possibly be simple. What they couldn't understand were Diane's words. Why was he angry? What did Chrysanthemum say to offend him enough to poke at such a wasp's nest? When they replayed the events in their heads, they remembered the Chrysanthemum had said that Anik could have any woman he wanted. Of course, that wasn't because she was magnanimous, but rather her own pride speaking. If he could conquer her, what woman couldn't he conquer? Could it be that this masked man had a relationship with Madeline? Is that why he was so angry? Wait, could he be? No, that didn't make any sense. The fog barrier for the celestial deer quadrant was still up. Could it be that this man was angry because Chrysanthemum said, any woman, which would include his own wife as well? Thinking to this point, their lips twitched. How fiery did your temper have to be to take such a clearly innocent statement so far out of context? Chrysanthemum was obviously referring to Madeline. What did that have to do with you? Fuck, they had seen arrogant characters before. How could there be a shortage of them among such geniuses? However, this was the first time they had seen arrogance to this extent. He would definitely suffer for this. What did you say? Chrysanthemum's delicate features darkened. Even if Anik was her husband, it was her who had chosen him. If she didn't want him as a husband, even 1,000 of him wouldn't have been enough to force another result. What right did this no-name, who even had the audacity to stand above her in the skies, have to say that he should control her? Chrysanthemum had no intention of waiting for a response, nor was Anik going to stop her. He didn't choose his wives based on beauty. He chose them based on power. If they weren't strong enough, they couldn't be his dual cultivation partner. And thus what use did their beauty have to him? All that was important in this world was power. She pressed down on Anik's shoulder, catapulting forward with blinding speeds, brandishing her palms as she allowed the cold winter winds to accumulate along her delicate hands. Everyone sucked in a breath. Chrysanthemum's speed definitely exceeded the realms of a normal saint. But what was truly impressive was that Anik stood completely still. Not even the ground beneath his feet moved, as though a peak saint-level character didn't just push off of him with their full power. His body's strength, it made next to no sense. Seeing Chrysanthemum act, Ri frowned with displeasure. She was 100% on Diane's side. Madeline was her big sister. Their souls were even linked. Aside from Diane himself, she was likely the most aware of how much love Madeline had for their husband. Yet someone wanted to so casually speak about taking her for themselves? How could she tolerate something like this? Ri's personality had always been fiery. However, after years of seclusion and constant reflection of the docile water and ice arts, she had almost forgotten that she still had this spark within her, and clearly those around her had forgotten as well. It seemed she would have to remind them. Diane's arms opened up as he allowed Ri to stand up and out of his hold. The fury in his eyes hadn't lessened even a small bit, but since Ri wanted to act, he would allow her to. Ri's graceful figure lightly fluttered in the air. While Chrysanthemum's fury was wild and uncontrolled, hers was refined and as calm as the surface of a lake. All of her rage concentrated onto her own palm, accumulating a violent ice will. Humph, to use water-based abilities against me? Courting death, Chrysanthemum raged. In the next instant, their palms collided. However, against all expectations, there wasn't a single sound. Chrysanthemum looked into Ri's calm silver-blue eyes, complete astonishment written all over her features. She was in the 12th stage of sainthood, but Ri was clearly still at the 11th layer. Why was the difference so large? You're not worthy. Ri spoke indifferently. A drop of blood trickled from Chrysanthemum's delicate lips as she was forced backward 3 steps. Astonishment took a hold over the crowd. They had all been prepared for a long battle that would have likely resulted in Ri's loss. But this was completely outside their expectations. It wasn't that they looked down on Ri, because Ri's rankings made it quite clear that she was more talented than Chrysanthemum across the board. Whether it be the Duke trials, the King trials, or the Emperor trials, Ri ranked much higher than Chrysanthemum on them all. The problem was that Chrysanthemum was already almost 80 years old by now while Ree was still barely 30. That was when they suddenly realized something. If Ree was so far and away more talented than an empress on Chrysanthemum's level, didn't that mean that the only holding her back from the goddess title was the lack of a key? No matter how surprised the crowd was, Chrysanthemum was even more so. From the beginning, she had disregarded Ree. Her attack was originally meant for Dian, who had the audacity to publicly reprimand her for her speech. Who did he think he was? It wasn't her looking down on Ree because she was a woman, but rather that she recognized those white tails and immediately categorized her as a member of the Snow Clan. Since Ree was a member of such a weak clan, especially compared to her sect, how could her legacies match up? Not only did Chrysanthemum have more time to study her own techniques, the core teachings of the Water Mist sect should have far surpassed that of the Snow Clan. It was common sense. Yet, Ree had actually dissolved her attack so easily, and although Chrysanthemum hadn't used any particular technique, only relying on her comprehension of ice will and the environment around them, Ree had actually proven that the laws of water and ice were more willing to follow her than they were willing to follow Chrysanthemum. It was at that moment that everyone remembered. Ree was a beast. The embodiment of what it meant to be a beast depended upon what the heavens blessed you with. Dragon were the representation of sovereignty. Celestial deer were the representation of purity. Celestial hamster were the embodiment of time, will, and history. Then what about the kitsune of the Snow Clan? They were currently in a land of ice and snow, while Chrysanthemum was a human. Yet, she wanted to fight a beast that embodied these very elements? Wasn't she asking to make a fool of herself? Chrysanthemum's chest heaved with anger. She had just been haughty enough to imply that since Anik could win her heart, he could win the heart of any woman. And yet, mere moments later, she had lost an exchange with none other than another woman. To top it all off, Ree's beauty was her complete match. In fact, her pure white tails gave her a particular pull that Chrysanthemum couldn't match. Chrysanthemum glared at Ree before shifting her gaze toward Dian. A man who hides behind his woman is no man at all. These weren't empty words. Everyone had been speculating on Dian's identity for months, and they had all concluded that he was a weapons master. In fact, Dian still had that massive, white bandaged package on his back as she spoke. Such a man didn't have any combat prowess. Who didn't know that soul cultivators had an inability to translate soul strength into battle power? However, when Chrysanthemum's eyes landed on Dian, she was shocked to see that this supposedly weak young man was still staring at her husband. Even Anik's usual disdain for the world attitude was washed over as he too stared back at Dian. There were only 9 other individuals who Anik deemed worthy of his gaze. However, 7 of them were no longer on the Saint floors, having long since stepped onto the Celestial and Tao floors. As it was, of the 10 outstanding geniuses of this generation, 3 were still on the Saint floor, 5 had already moved to the Celestial floor, while 2, despite still being youths in their prime, had long since stepped onto the Tao floors. Anik was obviously one of the 3 of the Saint floors. As for the other 2, in all likelihood, they wouldn't even bother to come to this event. Their clans were ranked much higher than Anik's, and as such had legacies that could completely ignore what the Valley of Geniuses on the Saint floor could provide to them. Despite all of this, Anik felt like he was facing one of them right now. He couldn't help but inwardly frown. He wanted to use his senses to probe Dian, but something was telling him that if he did so forcefully, that mask on his face would retaliate. To make matters worse, there was a deep rage boiling inside of Anik. Although others couldn't feel it, he could. There was something about the masked men standing in the skies that made him feel suppressed, as though he should be a loyal subject and never think of disobeying this man. The more he looked at Dian's black wings, the more his heart trembled. The more Dian looked into his eyes, the more he felt that he should avert his gaze. Even his clansmen behind him were affected. Many of them had begun to tremble, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists to the point where droplets of blood fell onto the pure white snow. Suddenly, Anik's pupils narrowed into pinholes. Bloodline suppression. That's impossible. Chrysanthemum's large brown eyes trembled with rage. Coward! When had she ever been so blatantly ignored by anyone? And so publicly at that? On top of her having just suffered a loss? How could she allow such a thing to slide? Who are you? Anek's voice sounded out, reminiscent of an earthquake shattering the lands. It was hard to believe that such a voice came from a young man less than 50 years old. Despite the waves crashing through Anek's chest, his features were completely calm, as though nothing was happening to him. However, despite his calm appearance, it wasn't long before those around began to notice the trembling of the clansmen behind him. What was going on? Many wanted to ask this question, but they didn't dare to speak. The atmosphere was far too stifling. However, that didn't stop others from recording what was happening. It was certain that the Sapientia News Network would pay an arm and a leg for the recordings of what happened today. Even if only Re and Chrysanthemum were the only ones to fight, the result was world-shaking news. It was at this moment that Saru's elder brother arrived. But, seeing the situation, he only watched silently. Even his normal carefree personality was tempered in the face of Anek. He didn't dare to act recklessly. Now you're interested in knowing who I am? Before, you seemed very content to ignore my identity entirely. Diane's rage-filled voice rumbled, not losing out to Anek's overbearingness in the least. Batum, 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 the distinct sounds of beating hearts cut through the fierce winds of the ice world. At first, those around thought that they were simply hearing their own beating hearts. After all, a clash of such tycoons was far too much for small characters like them to handle. However, just as they were concluding this, a lower saint of the Emperor Giant clan violently vomited a mouthful of blood, unable to stop himself from clenching his chest. Confusion colored the faces of those around. Presence wasn't capable of doing something like this. It could freeze a person's battle prowess and even make them shiver in fear, not daring to move. But it didn't physically harm a person. The only possibility was if presence forcibly stopped someone from circulating a technique. If that happened, then maybe the backlash from that would cause someone to cough up blood. But it didn't seem like that youngster of the Emperor Giant clan was circulating a technique. Not a single one of them thought of bloodline suppression. How ridiculous. The Emperor Giant clan were the descendants of angels. Even those monsters of the first-ranked quadrant couldn't use their bloodlines to suppress them. It was too far from any of their minds for any of them to think of it. Anek was completely unresigned. He was a genius of geniuses. How could he be suppressed by some no-name character? The more he looked at Diane's wings, the more he wanted to rip them off of his back. You have guts to dare stand above me. Anek spoke calmly. Kneel. Boom. A presence that could topple worlds erupted from Anek, enveloping the world of snow. Without exception, genius after genius fell to their knees, trembling in fear. Their own wills were crushed, their heads never to raise up again. It was as though they had fallen into their own pits of despair, completely unwilling to fight for their futures and completely willing to forever kneel at the feet of Anek. Even his own clansmen weren't spared. One after another, each fell to the ground, kneeling in reverence to Anek. Amory, Cullen, and the Gemini sextuplets grit their teeth, activating their presence protecting treasures, completely unwilling to be embarrassed in such a way. For them to have treasures capable of protecting against a king-level presence, it was clear how much their clans valued them. However, they all shook in rage despite being unaffected. This Anek character was far too unbridled. He didn't even spare them. They all knew how presence worked. A genius like Anek could easily direct his aura in a controlled manner. There was no need to implicate the millions that were here. Yet that was exactly what he did. Bastard! They all thought at once. Chrysanthemum sneered. As the young princess of her water mist sect, of course she had her own protective treasure. But she knew a mere 30th ranked quadrant couldn't afford a treasure capable of protecting against king presences. She turned a fierce gaze toward Ree and Diane, completely prepared to leap forward and thrash both of them for angering her so much. We'll see what being a mere beast does for you when you're suffering under the presence of my husband. First, I'll let you kneel for him, then I'll teach you a lesson. However, the moment she was so looking forward to never came. The moment Anek's presence erupted, Diane's mask clapped with thunder, eliciting dark clouds to roll in the sky. The geniuses around immediately realized what was happening. Tribulation lightning protective treasure. They yelled out in unison. There were many types of treasures that protected against presence. However, none were more effective than tribulation lightning. However, they were far too rare. A material capable of housing tribulation lightning was valuable beyond belief, and even a single one could buy out an innumerable number of clans. At the same time, this type of protection was by far the most effective. How could the lightning of heaven allow a mere young genius to dare to try and suppress it? Were you trying to go against the heavens? Just how much guts did you have? Dian obviously had no need to use this sort of protection. His mask was only here to hide his identity and his aura. However, he didn't have a choice in the matter. The swallowing lightning willow's dance mask was made of lightning willow that underwent 9 revolutions of 10 million years. Even though its purpose was to store a lightning legacy and protect one's identity, because of its nature, it also acted as a protective treasure. The moment it sensed such a fierce presence aimed toward its owner, it lashed out. By the time the lightning clouds formed, Dian had already stepped forward, grabbing Ri's hand and completely dispelling Anik's presence from her using his own. What did a mere lower king presence have in the face of Dian's peak king presence? The clouds rumbled, forming overhead and baring its angry fangs toward Anik. At that moment, Anik didn't dare to be careless. He slapped his own chest, causing a reverberating boom to sound of the iced plains. His own protective treasure activated, creating a shield of blinding light just as a thick bolt of lightning descended from the skies. Boom! After venting its rage, the lightning clouds slowly parted, purposely taking its time as a final warning. To dare to use your presence to try and suppress the heavens. Weren't you seeking death? Anik's slightly disheveled figure soon emerged from the blinding light. It didn't seem like he was seriously hurt, but one could see the raging flames behind his eyes despite his calm appearance. Normal lightning couldn't harm him. Even normal tribulation lightning couldn't harm him. After all, he had already surpassed his Saint Tribulation with flying colors. However, that tribulation that just came down was at the celestial transcending into the Tao realm level. Dian's treasure wasn't a normal tribulation lightning treasure. It was among the best of them. What background could he possibly come from to be capable of having such a treasure? One had to understand that Anik didn't have a lack of treasures. As someone who ranked within the top 11 of all 3 most important god trials, his rewards were obviously great. However, the question was, how did this man have one? Did he earn them through trials as well? Or was his clan just that powerful? Who was he? It was at this moment that Anik remembered the bloodline suppression, and his heart once again began to thump violently. A clan that could afford to give such a treasure to a junior. A clan with a bloodline capable of suppressing his own. A clan that would have reason to hide its identity even being so powerful. It couldn't be. Anik's actions had thoroughly enraged Dian. First he had thoughts on his wife, then he dared to try and make not only himself kneel but Ri as well. What was also lamentable was that he actually forced the swallowing willow mask to use a portion of its tribulation lightning. It was already depleted, yet now it was even more so. The only good news was that a saint wasn't enough to make it use too much of its power. That didn't change the fact that Dian was completely pissed off. Even if he had to use all of trump cards, it would be worth it to teach this bastard a lesson. The moment he thought this, he felt Ri lightly squeeze his hand. He's not worth your time or your effort. He'll come to know in the future that he can only become a character below you. Ri's sweet smile caused the angered hearts of those geniuses who had been forced to kneel by Anik to throb for a completely different reason. How would it be for her confidence and smile to be directed toward them? However, her words implied something spine-tingling. Was she blinded by love? Or could this mysterious character really match up against Anik? One had to know that Anik was already a pseudo-celestial. His cultivation had technically left the normal saint realms. Remember, the foundation stage and the meridian formation realm both came before the essence gathering realm. But both of those involved tempering the body and meridians with essence-level energy. Wouldn't a true genius want to repeat these very steps with saint energy and then celestial energy? Those who did so were known as the pseudo-cultivators of the realm they were going to step into. And it was also because of this retempering that, despite having the body of a celestial, Diane could still struggle against first and second grade saints. Currently, Anik was in the process of repeating the foundation stage with the use of celestial energy instead of essence energy. Technically, he was still a saint, but his body was elevating to the levels of a celestial. Cultivators who reached this level were known as pseudo-celestials. With this level of power, not to mention his wills and technique, plus the fact Diane's soul and energy cultivation were sealed, it would be almost impossible for Diane to defeat him. As it stood now, there was a less than 1% likelihood that he could. It was unfair, but it was also the truth. Of course, Ri would never bet against her husband. Diane was a man who fought a celestial and a peak saint with the cultivation of a meridian formation expert and came out alive. Only a fool would bet against such a man, let alone his own wife. However, if Diane revealed too many things, individuals like Aritzia would have too many clues and hints to use to put the pieces of the puzzle together. It just wasn't worth it. Diane continued to stare at Anik, his eyes nearly spewing fire. It was at that moment that the entrance began to rumble. A vortex of icicles and snow warped into a violet portal. This was the final test. Only those who could survive the violent churning would have the right to step into the Valley of Geniuses. Diane's gaze shifted from Anik to the swirling vortex of ice and snow. "Don't cross me again, or I'll kill you. There are some people even you can't afford to offend." Without waiting for Anik's response or the crowd's reaction, Diane stepped through the air holding Ri's small hand and disappeared into the tornado. Many were shocked by his words, and even more shocked by his actions. Even though the vortex was only a small trial, it still shouldn't be so casually conquered. Yet, considering the fact his and Ri's bodies hadn't been thrown out viciously, it was clear that they had passed. However, it wasn't long before they all understood. Alexandria was a beast meant to embody the very elements meant to be a test for them. Wasn't such a trial a joke in front of her? The most poignant point was that Anik hadn't responded. Only a fool wouldn't be able to see the fury in his eyes. Yet he, as a god-level character among the greatest to ever live, actually withstood the slap to his face. It was too inconceivable. What was unfortunate was that those here still didn't fully understand just what had made this mysterious masked man so angry. Could he really have only been pissed off that Chrysanthemum implied that Anik could take any woman he wanted? And thus took that as an insult to himself? Chrysanthemum was no stranger to angering others with her words, but she usually did so deliberately. This was the first time in her life that she hadn't even meant to anger someone, yet had anyway. There were some that thought of the possibility that this masked man might have some relationship with Madeline and might even be Diane Sacharo himself. However, that idea was shot down simply by virtue of the existence of the fog barrier. No one had ever heard of a case where a key wielder could exit a tower while maintaining this barrier. The idea of someone silently developing with the protection of the tower was more than just an advantage, it was blatant cheating. But how could they know that the tower had broken its own rules, making Diane's trial tougher than it had to be? Instead of having a clean sweep of first places, Diane would forever be stuck at 11th for the fourth trial, and that completely pissed him off. If he didn't deserve first place, that would be one thing. But the fact he did deserve it, yet had it taken away from him, was completely unfair. Of course, that ended up being a blessing in disguise and led to the Aritzias of the world posit that he was very young and therefore not a saint yet. However, Diane still took his pound of flesh as compensation. Now he would have time to clean up their corner and fortify its defenses, lest others begin to believe that they could be bullied. That aside, those who had recorded the happenings of the past few minutes felt like they had a blazing hot stone in their hands that they had to get rid of as quickly as possible. However, at the same time, no one wanted to miss the opportunity to enter the Valley of Geniuses. If they left to sell their recordings now, they would miss out on a once-in-a-lifetime situation. There was nothing that could be done. The Sapientia had kept a tight seal on the internet, only allowing one-way traffic with them as the distributor. Because of this, there was no simple way to send them information, it would have to be done in person. Since it was like this, those who had recorded the events could only grit their teeth and enter the vortex. A few months from now, after the valley closed and kicked them all out, it wouldn't be too late to sell their information then. They could only lament the poor, uninformed souls that would offend Diane from now until then. The moment Ri and Diane entered the vortex, there was a strong force that threatened to tear them apart. However, just how high were Ri's attainments in ice will? And just how tough was Diane's body? Others outside assumed that Diane had only entered so easily with Ri's help. But this was a trial. Even if he was holding Ri's hand, the challenge was his own. They would find out this truth soon enough. Just like that, the husband and wife pair glided through the storm. Ri was completely untouched. It was as though this was an attack of her own forming. Diane, however, took some nicks and scratches here and there, but only to his clothing. His skin remained unharmed. Ri sighed. Those robes were so expensive. She didn't blame Diane too much, though. Without access to his wills, his only option was brute force. Ri couldn't help but remember the time where her affinity for ice will was poor. Despite that truth, because she was a martial genius, she had still managed to enter the 9th will level before even 18 years of age. However, now that she was constantly returning her bloodline to its origin with the help of her faith seed, her affinity had skyrocketed. Coupling that with the sovereignty path her elven queen's reign constitution gave her, ice will bowed down obediently to her whims. It was just a shame that she couldn't help out Diane. Diane laughed. See? If I had worn sweatpants, would we be lamenting a loss right now? Ri rolled her eyes, flicking Diane's forehead. Luckily, I bought an identical set. If others saw how this husband and wife pair were so casually strolling through this trial, even to the point of joking around with each other, they would only be able to shake their heads and bow out in shame. Diane stopped laughing suddenly, a serious expression on his face. With a last step, they crossed the trial and entered a fog-filled valley. As far as Diane was aware, after passing through the final trial to enter the valley, groups of individuals who entered were randomly teleported through the outer regions of the valley. Although it was called the Valley of Geniuses, it wasn't much like a normal valley at all. Instead, it was shaped like massive, layered bowls. The most outer regions were of the highest elevation, while the closer to the center you ventured, the further down you went. Very few could make it to the lowest elevation, but it was estimated that it was more than 10,000 kilometers below sea level. One would think that since progressing required downward momentum, it would be easier. However, this wasn't the case at all. Not only were the lower regions of much higher pressure than the higher regions, they were also filled with this bland fog that had hallucinogenic properties. Geniuses who ventured here not only had to guard against the pressure and ensure that they didn't run out of stamina, they also had to guard their minds and souls. This was very bad news for Diane. After all, he couldn't even see through the bewitching techniques of the twins back at the cathedral. The good news was that Diane was aware that they were attacking his senses, although he couldn't see through it due to his perception. In addition, Diane had the Dragon King by his side. Now, the only question was whether or not he'd be recognized by any of these statues with his soul sealed. It was quite possible that he had made this trip for nothing. After all, resonance required these past geniuses to brand his soul with their legacies. He didn't know whether or not it was possible to do this with his soul sealed away. Regardless, he had to come. He needed those soul market bastards to think that he had received a legacy. We have some time, Diane suddenly said. Most of those out there would take a few hours to cross the trial. Do you want to take a look around the outside first? Or directly go to the center? I want to go to the center, Ri said firmly. She had heard of a powerful ice legacy left behind by an ancestor of the Water Mist sect. It was likely the very same legacy Chrysanthemum was aiming for, but she wanted it for herself. All right, be careful, little faux glacé. Diane needed to test something in the outer regions before he ventured forward. If his theory didn't work out, then he wouldn't have any hope of gaining any legacies here. Ri squeezed Diane's hand before flashing forward. A pair of incomparably beautiful wings of ice, spanning hundreds of meters, bloomed from her delicate back, causing Diane's eyes to widen. Ri's giggle came from far away. Your wife is amazing, no? Diane could only shake his head in defeat. If Ri combined this movement technique with her understanding of void will, wouldn't she be even faster than Clara? Truly inconceivable. There was no need to worry about Ri. Since her soul had broken into the celestial realm, how could illusions meant for saints affect her? He was full of confidence in her. Oh! After Ree disappeared into the abyss, Diane realized that he wasn't as affected by the illusions as he thought he would be. At first, he thought this might have meant that he had already fallen into the illusions, but when he consulted with the Dragon King, he came to a sudden realization. Little fool, the Dragon King snorted with disdain. Did you forget your mind is protected by the seal? Even true empaths can't read your mind anymore, let alone mere illusions meant for saints. But the twins, you're thinking about it incorrectly. Instead of underestimating the seal for not protecting your mind against those twins, it's more appropriate to raise your wariness toward those two sisters for being capable of ignoring the abilities of the seal. Diane frowned. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this possibility, it was just that it was far too ridiculous. Those twins were already 20 or so years old, yet were barely at the essence-gathering level. Of course, this made them astounding geniuses of the 98th quadrant, but in the upper ranks of quadrants, their cultivation was pitifully slow. Because of this, Diane had unconsciously underestimated them and underestimated the abilities of the seal. Don't overthink it either, the Dragon King continued. With your soul sealed, it's likely that the seal took a hit in its abilities as well. Although protection of the mind is one of its passive abilities, you'd be naive to think that it's not at least partially crippled by you. Diane sighed. There were too many things in this martial world that he didn't understand. But, at the same time, this filled with fighting spirit. His race of people had created branches of thought the martial world had never even begun to conceive, and it seemed like it was up to him to continue this tradition. First, though, he had to test a theory. Diane quickly switched out of his torn blue robes and into his soul-rending peak disciple robes, strapped his faction badge to his waist and allowed the mask to disappear from his face before unbandaging his broadsword. Since he was going to be in the outer regions for now, there was no need to continue on with his identity as Ree's husband. It was good that teleportation was random. This could be his excuse for how he escaped Clara. Obviously, someone of Clara's status wouldn't hold hands with someone like Diane Jafari just for the sake of not losing a servant. Looking around, Diane realized that he was in the furthest reaches of the valley. There weren't even any statues here. He would have to continue forward before he reached any of them. Diane walked toward the edge of the abyss. He couldn't see to the bottom. In fact, the edge he stood on extended in both directions so far that it looked nothing like the massive bowl he knew that it was. Instead, it looked like a straight-edged cliff. Although the size of the Valley of Geniuses surprised Diane, after a moment of thinking, it made sense. The tower had been in existence for hundreds of millions of years, and although only a rare few geniuses would earn a spot in this valley, over such a long period of time, the sheer number of them would baffle anyone. At the same time, there was a lot of turnover in the outer regions of the valley. Obviously, whenever a legacy was earned, the statue would then disappear to be later replaced by another genius. However, this occurrence was relatively rare. Among the millions that entered, maybe only a few thousand would be lucky enough to resonate completely. Unfortunately, this was entirely because the past geniuses were stingy. It was just that those of the martial world were vile individuals. Unless one had proper protection while they were resonating, the jealousy of others would run rampant, causing quite a few tragedies. Fighting while resonating was like looking in two directions at once. There was no doubt that your battle prowess would fall drastically. Only the strongest could simultaneously receive a legacy while also fighting off others. It was for this reason that the valley allowed group teleportation. Diane allowed his feet to slip, causing him to plummet into the endless fog. Old lizard, do you have a statue here? You think this esteemed ancestor would have a statue on the pitiful St. Floors? Hey, watch it. Don't insult my master. Although Diane said this, he did find it weird that his master was on the St. Floors. She was the guardian beast of the first-ranked sect in the cosmos. Even if she was younger then, her talent had to be unmatched by many. Even though her celestial bloodline had fallen to the transcendent rankings, it was still a celestial bloodline. On top of that, according to Diane's understanding, only supreme beasts could be born as humans. Transcendent beasts wouldn't be able to transform into humans until they reached Tao formation. However, when Dian stumbled, upon his master's intimate relations with his martial uncle, he saw them committing their dirty deeds in their human forms as well as their beast forms. The problem was that according to those same members, Dian's master had only been a celestial at the time. So, clearly, celestial bloodlines were quite special even at the transcendent level. Plus, you have me here. What do you need my statue for? Dian nodded and acknowledged this was true. Boom! Dian heavily crashed into the ground before popping back up. With a quick look around, he realized that his estimation of the amount of time it would take others to get here was bang on. The outer region was completely empty aside from various statues as far as the eye could see. It was likely that anyone who could enter so early had immediately done what Ri had and surged toward the center regions. Dian grinned. If my theory is correct, I'll have almost half a day to cause havoc here. Don't be mad at me, tower owner. Blame the fact I'm too much of a genius. Which of you should I start with? Suddenly, an uproarious laughter sounded out. Kid, with your shitty talent, you can forget about resonating with any one of us. From what he could see, Dian was a first-stage essence gatherer despite already being so old. On top of that, these statues had the ability to test the corresponding talent of those they chose, so they could all see that Dian only had 7th grade meridians. Who would choose someone like that? However, just as he spoke, another voice called out. Shut up, hermit. Kid, are you willing to resonate with me? Your body cultivation talent is at a level I've never seen before. A chorus of voices sounded out. The body cultivators all wanted Dian's approval. The energy cultivators looked at him with disdain, while the soul cultivators remained silent. For some reason, they could sense Dian's soul at all. But, at the same time, they felt an overwhelming pressure coming from it that told them they simply didn't have the right to ask him to accept their legacies. It was clear that the epistemic tower's ability to judge talent far surpassed the 98th quadrant. It could directly ignore the fact that Dian's soul was sealed and see through him with ease. The only reason they couldn't sense his soul was because his soul was just that overbearing. Dian wasn't surprised by these reactions. One might find it odd that statues that should have been geniuses in their era were so eager to hand their legacies to other geniuses. However, there was a simple explanation for this: karma. For the same reason ancestors agreed to enter half-dead states to extend their lives and protect their clans from danger. These statues used this as an opportunity to gain more good karma and thus be born with more talent in their next lives. However, they wouldn't be able to reap these rewards until after they handed over their legacies and thus disappeared from the valley. Why did they not just hand their legacies over to any random genius they came across then? This reason was also simple. How could you gain a lot of good karma by handing over your legacy to someone who was mediocre? If the genius you chose didn't accomplish much with your legacy, then the karma you received would be smaller by comparison. Kid, I found this fist technique within the legacy world of a Tao formation expert back when I was an essence gatherer. It's overbearing and perfect for men such as ourselves. Accept my legacy. Don't listen to him. Fist techniques have no finesse. Don't you want to impress the women in your life? I know a suave gentleman such as yourself must have more than one. To accomplish such a feat, what could be better than a kicking technique? Ridiculous. Palm techniques are superior. Fools. What's more overbearing than using a single finger to stare down at your opponents with disdain? Imagine heaven's finger descending from the skies, covering thousands of miles on a whim and crushing all those in sight. What use is technique without power? Listen, kid, I have a life-stealing technique that directly steals power from your opponents during every exchange. How overbearing is that? PFT. A pitiful life-stealing technique? Are your eyes blind? Can you not see that the sword on his back already had such a function? Why would he want the legacy of a fool like you? Listen, kid. The truths of runic vein theory are what us body cultivators indulge in. Wouldn't you like to under how to use your runic flame to absorb the life essence of even the plants on the ground? Imagine being able to turn thousands of miles into a desolate wasteland with a single breath and turning all of that into your own power. You shameless bastard. How is that different from life stealing? Country bumpkin. You think that everyone is as stupid as you. Your life-stealing technique requires touch. The moment an opponent realizes what is happening, you think it would be so easy to continue to steal strength from them. My technique is obviously of a much higher tier. Whether the enemy is prepared or not is irrelevant because it relies on the earth beneath our feet. Kid, forget these bastards. Wouldn't you like to form an indestructible body? A body capable of entering the center of even the fieriest of suns? To enter into the depths of abyssal cores of the Tao level without leaving even a single scratch on your skin? To have skin carved of jade and bones steeped in diamond? To have blood like the raging seas and a heart beast as fierce as a dragon? That is what I can give you. How so very poetic of you. But none of you can give him what I can give him. Nonsense! They all cried out in unison. The statue's spirit appeared, sneering at the surrounding. What us martial warriors lack the most is time. Wouldn't you like to complete everything in half the time? Or maybe even a third of the time? Would you like to learn 2 or even 3 things at once? I can give you a runic vein theory legacy you can use to construct up to 2 other clones with power equal to your own. The spirit didn't pause for even a moment, not allowing another to speak. The best part about the technique is that you can fuse with your clones to increase your cultivation when you deem it right. Stuck at a bottleneck? Fuse with your clone. Want to gain the properties of the material used to create your clone? Fuse with your clone. Want to satisfy many women at once? Use your clones. By this point, those energy cultivation statues were completely stunned. In fact, if any of the geniuses outside witnessed this scene, they would be shocked beyond belief. Although this was only the outer ring of the valley, what genius worthy of being here wasn't haughty beyond belief. Yet they were all prostrating in front of a kid in martial world terms, begging him to take their legacies. This was too much. A major reason was because Dian had broken into the celestial realms with his body. These statues simply didn't have resistance to such a thing. On top of that, he had fused with the body cultivation talent of billions of individuals. It was no wonder they were falling over each other. However, the reason the statues were stunned was for a completely different reason. They could accept that Dian had poor energy cultivation talent but great body cultivation talent. What they couldn't accept was the fact the man who had spoken about the cloning technique wasn't trying to give Dian his own legacy, but rather the legacy of the clan behind him. These two concepts were completely different. The geniuses before were essentially handing over their fateful encounters. These things were their own and had no relation to others. However, none of them dared to hand over the core teachings of their sects and clans because not only would this ruin their karma by mixing, there was a chance that the good karma they received would be cut short by their clans and sects chasing their chosen geniuses. In the martial world, there was a massive taboo on spreading your sect's core teachings. Although they might let their secular techniques circulate, no clan would tolerate their core teachings being disseminated. There was another thing. A core teaching of a sect that could raise geniuses worthy of being here would be at the divine level at a minimum, with a chance of reaching the mystic level. The value was incomparable. The statue's spirit sighed. My sect was annihilated long ago. There's nothing to worry about, kid. A dull sadness took over them all. Considering they were just the sliver of souls, they could obviously sense the happenings of their true souls. Apparently, this statue had been here long enough to witness the fall of his sect. If anything, passing on a legacy like this to someone as talented as you is a good thing. At least then we can continue on. There's no need to feel bad. This already happened tens of millions of years ago. I was only waiting for someone like you to inherit my core teachings. Unfortunately, those as talented as you are never stop in the outer rings and always immediately shoot off to the center, so I could only wait. With this, everyone realized a few things. At the same time, they all tacitly agreed to take a step back. Clearly, the spirit needed Dian more than they did. Although they wanted the added karma Dian could bring, after being here together for so many years, they saw their neighboring statues as a secondary family. Who destroyed your clan, senior? Maybe I could help you get revenge as long as it doesn't conflict with my own principles. The spirit shook his head. My clan was destroyed during the Phoenix Wars. From what I hear from my fellow spirits here, they've long been extinct. so there's no longer any vengeance to seek. Diane's eyes brightened with realization. Years ago, when he had first met the younger prince of the Belmont royal god clan, he had tried to offer Rhea a gift of 2 phoenix feathers. Back then, he had also told them the history of the phoenixes and how there used to be many more quadrants. It was only after the dark phoenixes ran rampant with their death will that the number was so severely reduced. As far as Diane was aware, all 3 branch phoenix clans were enemies with one another. The most disgusting part of the story was that the fire and ice phoenixes only allied to keep Amethyst's parents separated, which ultimately resulted in their deaths. Diane really didn't understand why the old bastards of clans were such busybodies. You spend years as enemies only to ally in order to keep a couple in love apart? What kind of twisted nonsense was that? That aside, because dark phoenixes were the embodiment of death, the older the cosmos became, the more powerful they grew. The fire and ice phoenixes, the embodiments of reincarnation and life respectively, were, by heaven's intentions, meant come together to suppress the dark phoenixes. However, they didn't do so, resulting in the near infinite number of universes reducing down to a mere 10,000. I'm not sure how accurate that 10,000 number is anymore considering the existences of the Devil Path cultivators. Unless they're hiding amongst us already. Either way, the story ended with Amethyst raging over the loss of her parents, accumulating her own forces to eradicate the phoenixes from existence all before she transcended herself. She might very well have destroyed the phoenixes on the transcendent plane as well. This truly made people understand the kind of power Amethyst wielded. The dark phoenixes had been responsible for destroying a near infinite number of universes, yet Amethyst built a force capable of eradicating them all to their last. It was also at that time that Diane remembered something else. According to what the Belmont Prince had said at that time, there were 3 ranks to supreme beasts and also 3 ranks to faith seeds: elementary, nascent, and ancestral. For millennia, the ancestral ranking had never been used until the ice and fire bloodlines fused with Amethyst's birth. It was no wonder she was so powerful. It seemed he had yet another one of his wives he couldn't afford to anger. "It seems we have some fate, Senior," Diane said with a smile. "Oh? How so?" "My wife is the inheritor of Amethyst's faith seed. So it could be said, in a way, that I'm connected to the revenge sought out for your clan." The spirit's eyes widened with surprise before he laughed uproariously. Whether Diane was lying or not was something they could easily check. They could all sense Amethyst's primordial een within Diane. "You snot-nosed brat, you have quite good luck with women. So many powerful primordial eens, Amethyst alone wasn't enough for you? You better be careful. Some of the powerhouses found deeper down in the valley have been here long enough to have been in their youth while Amethyst and Cookin were being chased by every man under the sun. Obviously, considering you have their primordial eens with you, they all failed. If they sensed their primordial eens within you, the kinder ones would directly ignore you, but the evil ones might purposely try to harm your soul during resonance. Luckily, the tower's rules would stop the latter from happening, so you should be safe." The outer ring of the Valley of Geniuses fell into light-hearted and cheery atmosphere, completely obliterating the bleak air from before. Diane was happy to chat up the statues and build good relationships with them. It wasn't that he had nothing better to do, but rather because what he was about to ask them to do might be considered a loss to many of them, and for good reason. So, it wouldn't hurt if they had a good impression of him before he brought it up. Diane soon learned that the first spirit to offer him a cloning technique wasn't the only one to have been here long enough to watch their clan be annihilated, while others only just learned of their clans being destroyed. It made sense, after all, in order to be aware that their clan was destroyed, their main body would have had to be present or they'd have to be near a statue who was conveniently there and also told them about it. They couldn't have transcended or died yet, which left a relatively small period of time, comparatively speaking. So, many of them, having warmed up to Diane, began asking about the outside world. It was then they learned of the fates of their clans. Some were happy because their clans had grown much larger than they had been in the past, while others were very sad because their clans had either fallen into mediocrity or were directly destroyed. Diane even found some past members of the 98th Quadrant. They immediately recognized his soul-rending peak robes and were excited to speak with him. As the former 20th ranked quadrant, it made sense their disciples would be outstanding enough to enter the valley. However, they weren't too surprised when Dian told them of the decline of their clan. After all, they had seen 98th quadrant disciples over the past few centuries, and it was obvious to them that they had fallen. It was just sad to hear Dian confirm the truth to them. But Dian didn't tell them everything. There was no point in breaking their hearts and informing them about soul market. They were happy enough with Dian because they could feel how overbearing his soul was. And considering they were a soul-based quadrant, this was obviously the best thing for them. Seniors, there are a few confusing things about our sect that I don't understand. Dian respectfully spoke to the past geniuses of soul-rending peak. What is that, junior brother? A few days ago, I was training in the forest surrounding our sect, and I was quite certain that I had caused a lot of destruction. But after I went to nearby city to get a few supplies and came back, the destruction was completely gone. Do you know the reason? This had been bothering Dian for a while. No. He was very confident in his memory. There was no way he misremembered. The eyes of the spirits became a mix of excitement of complexity before they sighed. It seems like the teachings about soul-rending peak have truly fallen, but at least the foundation is still there. If what you say is true, then the core treasures of our sect haven't been stolen yet. This is very good. Another spirit nodded. The reason behind this lies in our understanding of the soul, which is why we say our teachings have truly declined. If the sect had the capabilities of properly guiding a disciple of your caliber, you would have long since understood just what was happening. The spirits seemed fond of concluding the ideas of each other as yet another jumped in. The soul is the basis of all life. It's what connects our fleshly bodies to the universe around it. It's for this reason that we need our souls for comprehension, and it's also the medium of communication that allows us to use wills, intents, daras, and beyond. In line with this, another hopped in. The energy used to nurture the soul is completely different from the energy used to cultivation the conventional path. What a good soul cultivation technique will do is extract the usable properties of those energies, break them down, break your soul down, and then build them both back up together. AI. What junior sister says is true. This is the very reason why our quadrant is so special. Of our 100 universes, more than 50 of them are filled with this already processed energy. If a normal cultivator with poor soul talent entered, they'd believe that the energy in our universe was incredibly thin. This is because the energies of the conventional path are, in fact, technically speaking, thin. However, the reason it's thin is because it's been replaced by this processed energy. Essentially, our quadrant is a haven for soul cultivators. Because the energy is already processed and optimized for the soul, it skips a step of soul cultivation, giving you twice the results with half the effort. The reason we explained all of this, though, is because of what makes this processed soul energy so special. The soul holds the life essence of an individual. What this energy can do is stimulate and nurture that life essence. The reason this is so important is because the secret to transcending actually lies in the soul. Only fools look down on soul cultivation, blindly seeking battle power over a strong foundation. You can't blame those people. They feel like they have no hope of transcending anyway, so they focus on short-term benefits. Stop quibbling in front of our handsome junior brother. A female spirit smiled down at Dian. There was no lust in her eyes. She only wanted to play her big sister role well. Anyway, I'm sure you understand what this means by now, right? I can tell you're very smart. Dian lightly smiled. I assume this soul energy is very good at stimulating the life force of things, allowing quicker recovery, even to the point of repairing broken earth and torn plants. The female spirit smiled brightly, clapping happily. You are very correct, junior brother. However, it's not usually so exaggerated. Under normal circumstances, it would take quite a long time to have this effect, although this long time to us is blinding speed to any other quadrant. The reason the surrounding of our sect recover so quickly is because of our core treasure. It's what our sect is built on, and it's a secret only core elders know. When you reach that level, you will naturally know. However, Forgive senior sister for not telling you. Since our sect still stands, we must follow its rules. Diane nodded, not minding at all. Since this beautiful senior sister of his didn't know the current state of the sect, she wasn't willing to break the rules. Diane didn't want to cause them pain, so he hid the current happenings of the sect from them. Either way, he'd find out what this treasure was eventually. Considering how greedy the Devil Path cultivators and those quadrants who allied with them were, the fact they hadn't taken this treasure away meant that it wasn't so easy to take away. Of course, since his senior brothers and sisters were following the rules, this meant that Diane wouldn't be able to get their sect's mystic level technique out of them. But that was fine too. He didn't want such an evil technique anyway. What Diane didn't know was that there was an even greater secret of the former 20th ranked quadrant that these senior brothers and sisters of his didn't even dare to allude to. Something that was very much tied to why the Celestial Deer sect was allied with them. Something that went further than just camaraderie between fellow soul cultivators. For them to be willing to mention an outstanding treasure, but still not dare to speak of this, it could be seen just how important this secret was. Seniors, I'm going to make quite a presumptuous request. Oh, the statues perked up with interest. What kind of request could it possibly be? I don't want to choose one of your legacies. Diane paused, a grin slowly growing on his face. I want them all. The statues were stunned. Even if they were in the outer ring, even a god-level character talented in soul arts would need days to absorb even a single one of their legacies. As for statues nearer the center, it might take months. There were no shortage of stories of geniuses who ran out of time before being forcibly kicked out of the valley. Kid, that's impossible. Even with your level of soul talent, we wouldn't dare allow you to resonate with more than 3 of us at once. Assuming you took 3 days to finish, at that pace you could only resonate with 90 of us at the most while there are thousands of us here. You'll destroy yourself if become too greedy. The spirits continued to berate Diane out of goodwill. With your talent, you should also be heading in deeper. You can't spend all of your time here. Even someone with your soul talent would need a week or 2 to absorb a legacy from the inner valley, let alone the core valley. Seniors, you'd all be right if I was choosing a conventional path. But I have a cheat that just might work. Diane continued to grin mischievously. He wanted to one day build an empire that spanned the cosmos. Although the Celestial Deer sect had a great number of techniques, Diane was certain that its best teachings were stolen. On top of this, the Celestial Deer sect was focused on soul cultivation. Diane didn't want the empire he built to be forced into a single box. He wanted it to be adept at all 3 paths. Since he was so ambitious, he would have to find a way to fulfill these requirements, and what better way than the Valley of Geniuses? What cheat? The spirits began to get curious. Diane's spatial ring flashed as an ancient tome appeared in his hand. There was a stunned silence. Some didn't recognize this treasure immediately. After all, a treasure of the 33 heavens was incredibly rare. This went without saying. There were only 33 of them, and more than half of them were lost in time. No matter how old these spirits were, it would take them some time to recognize the soul tome. This, a soul cultivator was stunned. This treasure, the soul tome? After hearing this name, an uproar clamored through the spirits. Who wouldn't know the heaven-defying effects of the tome? Its passive ability could heal any ailment of the soul, no matter how overbearing it was. And its active ability? One could instantly learn any techniques transcribed into it, depending on your soul's level. At this moment, because his soul had broken into the celestial realm, the moment Diane's soul was unsealed, he would be able to instantly learn any heaven-level technique transcribed into the tome. Once his soul broke through to the Tao stage, he'd be able to instantly learn any divine-level technique. That was just on the surface. Think about how many billions of years of the tome had existed for, how many hands it had swapped, over all of that time, just how many techniques had it accumulated. This snotty-nosed brat. He had a tome filled with techniques already, yet he still wanted theirs. How greedy! Diane could only shrug at these thoughts. The soul tome was too stingy. Up till now, it had only given him 2 techniques. Of course, when the soul tome felt Diane's thoughts, it shook with rage. Those only two techniques were both completely heaven-defying. One was the essence Tao of array alchemy, and the other was a completely unranked cultivation technique. How was this being stingy at all? The tome had plenty of techniques within it, but it had never had a master as weak as Dian. All of the techniques it had stored within its pages were of the mystic level at a bare minimum. Even if it showed them to Dian, what purpose would that have? It would just be sending him off to his death. The soul tome continued to vibrate, making its displeasure known. Its owner actually wanted to fill its pages with puny earth and heaven-level techniques. It was completely filled with grievances. First, Dian had the audacity to put 2 corpses within its pages. Now this. It had never been treated so terribly in its whole existence. Dian slapped its tough leather cover. Stop complaining. Didn't I give you an elementary-level faith seed to play with too? What are you complaining for? The soul tome vibrated out what Dian assumed was a harumph, causing the spirits to laugh before choking on their own spit. This kid dared to steal the faith seed of a clan and use it to feed his treasure? How bold! How arrogant! Truth be told, it wasn't Dian who stole the faith seed. It was the Dragon King. But, at the same time, Dian would have done it personally had he not passed out at the time. He was glad the Dragon King took Loki's faith seed. It would greatly help him in comprehending magic in the future. After all, who could have much higher attainments in magic than a transcended being? Plus, if any other young masters and clans angered him in the future, he would directly steal their faith seeds too. They didn't have a single hope in divining who he was anyway. There wasn't a technique in existence that could see through the pages of the soul tome. So, how about it, seniors? Don't you want your legacies to grace the libraries of the soon-to-be greatest sect ever? There's only a few hours left until others start coming. Think about it. All of you are seeking a single dose of karma. After I die, the accumulated karma will end. However, if I start a sect with your legacies as the foundation, if I have the potential you all think I do, then wouldn't it be possible for that sect to rule for hundreds of millions of years? In that time, the good karma you accumulate would be several hundredfold, if not much more. Because, in a way, you'll all be the founding fathers and mothers of the greatest sect ever created. The soul tome continued to vibrate, expressing its discontent. Dian could feel that it appreciated being with Clara far more than with him. Hush! In the future, I'll find you some origin-level techniques to swallow up. How does that sound? Dian felt the soul tome vibrate again, before it nodded eagerly like an adorable toddler. Dian laughed lightly. Unlike his other treasures of the 33 heavens, the soul tome seemed to be very childlike. Your soul isn't powerful enough to evoke its spirit to appear. You'll understand more in the future, the Dragon King explained. Kid, the spirits finally recovered enough to answer seriously. Although you're very talented, becoming a sect or creating a clan of the level you're talking about is almost impossible. As far as we're aware, the only person to come close to doing so was the demon sage. A look of reverence appeared in the eyes of the body cultivators before it was replaced with pity. The demon sage had left his own clan to prove that they had made the wrong choice very early on. In his lifetime, he managed to build his clan to the level of a peak king god clan with 24 universes under his rule, the very same as the Weta clan of Dian's quadrant. However, his empire was destroyed after he entered the timeless library. On top of that, 25 universes is only the entry level of what a true clan should be. In ancient times, an emperor god clan was akin to an ant. Dian listened attentively to these seniors. After all, they spoke the truth. During his second trial, even the Vizirian emperor god clan could have been wiped out in an instant by those mysterious clans. Of course, in those times, universes numbers in the trillions. However, just because that was the case didn't mean that they had suddenly become easier to conquer. If anything, because there weren't the campaign gates as an easy proxy for war, conquering universes was many times more difficult in ancient times. Kid, you have to understand that it's not that we don't want to believe in you, but just that it's far too improbable. Even though emperor god clans have become the standard for power in this era, it hasn't become an easy task to accomplish. And, without an emperor god clan, the tower will never allow you to step foot on the highest floor. Do you want to know the worst part? You want to create the greatest sect ever. But have you ever considered why the position of first-ranked quadrant has become unshakable? Have you even considered the competition you're facing in this era alone? After the rank of Emperor God clan is achieved, the next large jump in faith comes when a sect conquers 100 universes. It is at that point that said sect officially become a one-comet sect. The current first-ranked quadrant, the homeland of the Star Race and the Star Clan, is a two-comet clan. Dian's eyes widened. Common sense was telling him that this spirit senior was telling him that this star race had conquered 200 universes, but the moment he thought this, there were many things he didn't understand. For one, how was his celestial deer quadrant ranked first those few millennia ago if there was such an existence here? Secondly, weren't there only 10,000 universes left? Now there were 10,100 universes? That didn't even mention the hidden universes that housed the Devil Path cultivators. But then Dian began to reevaluate. The 10,000 universe number he had long since kept in his mind was a number the younger Belmont prince had given him. How credible could it possibly be? The number was likely taken an estimate he made after reading about the fact there were 100 epistemic towers. Since there was one for every quadrant, assuming the 10,000 figure was reasonable. Obviously, since the star race was under the rule of a single clan, they didn't need two towers for both their quadrants. That said, this was all Dian's guess. One way or another, he had found it weird that there were exactly 10,000 universes left. The number was too perfect. Real life was rarely so rounded out. What was truly surprising was that the difference between first and everybody else was so large. The second-ranked Dragochilan lands didn't even have a single Emperor God clan, let alone a Comet-level clan. The fourth-ranked Golden Flame quadrant had 4 Emperor God sects. Similarly, down the rankings, a quadrant usually had at least 2 Emperor God clans. None were even close. There's a lot about this cosmos we don't know. The star race only appeared a few thousand years ago and completely swallowed up a quadrant that used to house a minor quadrant, not even ranked in the top 70. At that time, they had already become a one-comet clan, so what could such a weak quadrant do? They would have continued their conquest, but it seemed they didn't know about the interconnectivity of our quadrants before they attacked. From what we understand, they just happened to discover that poor quadrant nearby and saw it as an easy pie to swallow. By the time other quadrants realized what was happening, it was already too late, and, for obvious reasons, the star race wouldn't just cough up something they had already eaten, so we could only allow the one-time breaking of our unspoken rules. Dian nodded. For the epistemic tower system to work as it had for so long, there of course had to be some unspoken rules, or else what was stopping powerhouses like the Emperor Giants from conquering one weak quadrant after another? It was also for this reason that almost all quadrant had Emperor God clans, yet there was such a large difference between the quadrants themselves. Under normal circumstances, only the most powerful would be able to reach that level. But, in the current system of things, the strong of individual quadrants could rise up although they'd be considered weak elsewhere. Obviously, the star race rushing in and not minding these unspoken rules at all completely destroyed this balance. In order to not earn the wrath of all 99 remaining quadrants, they could only issue a stiff explanation of their ignorance before falling silent for many years. Of course, they would never apologize, they were much too arrogant for such a thing. Dian sighed. Are you seniors finished with trying to scare me? To tell you the truth, not only do I have to soul tome and am the husband to the holder of both Kukins and Amethyst's faith seeds, I am also the successor to the demon sage. Who better than me to finish off what he couldn't? The spirits blinked and attempted to rub their eyes. Quite a funny scene of their illusory hands slipping through their heads was seen before exclamations of shock once again roared through the Valley of Geniuses. They had never seen such a collection of treasures on a single person. How could they not sense the similarity between Dian's blood essence and the demon sage's now that it was pointed out to them? Just what kind of karmic luck did this little brat have? It made no sense. One of the spirits took a deep breath. All right, little brother. This old one here will take a chance on you. I've been here for so long anyway. For all I know, I've already reincarnated as a pig and this means nothing. An orb of light shot out from the spirit. Usually, this would then enter a young genius's body for them to then begin the resonance process, but Dian had no need to do that. Instead, He opened a blank page of the soul tome and accepted the orb of light happily. Of course, he didn't have to worry about ever running out of pages. How could a treasure on the level of the soul tome have such an ordinary flaw? From the outside, the tome seemed to only have a few hundred thick pages, but the reality was that its pages were infinite. Diane looked down at the technique that appeared in the tome before smiling happily. It was a fist technique that relied on the concept of vibration. Diane had long since been interested in concepts and how they compared and contrasted with wills. It seemed he would finally get a chance to study them. Concepts weren't anything groundbreaking to Diane. In simple terms, they were the foundation in which will paths were built upon. After the spirit sent over his legacy, he smiled as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders before he smiled and disappeared along with his statue. As though he had opened the floodgates, dozens of orbs of light began to flow toward Diane before being greedily eaten up by the immature soul tome. Diane clasped his hands in respect as the statues slowly disappeared. He knew very well that this was a big risk they were all taking, yet they took a chance on him anyway. Although there were obviously a few that couldn't bring themselves to, Diane didn't resent them for it. After all, he had made massive gains already. With this, he was actually quite expectant for the future. He would definitely do everything in his power to not let those who had trusted in him down. It had to be said that the trial to earn the right to stand tall in the various Valley of Geniuses was difficult. These seniors had put their lives on the line in order to earn this opportunity for themselves, and for many of them, their main bodies had long since left this world. It could be said that this chance they took on Diane was the final one they'd make in this life cycle. Memories weren't carried over into your next life. There were very rare exceptions to this rule that often involved very high-class cultivation techniques. The fact these spirits did this was effectively cutting off their own life and moving on forever. Diane would never forget it. Just like that, Diane made a round of the outer regions of the Valley of Geniuses. For obvious reasons, it would be impossible for Diane to accumulate the legacies of them all. Whether it be because some refused due to Diane's poor energy cultivation talent, or because they were just unwilling to take a risk on an unknown, all were legitimate reasons. Plus, the outer ring of the Valley of Geniuses was simply far too large. Still, Diane managed to accumulate a few hundred legacies, giving him no small bit of happiness. By now, Diane's keen senses had begun to pick up on movements other than his own in the outer ring. It seemed that he had run out of time to run amok. So, he decided to leave and enter the deeper regions to test his luck. If he couldn't find anything of use, he would go and see his master. As for the statues that decided to not take a chance on Diane, he didn't worry about them divulging his secrets to others. Because of the nature of the Valley of Geniuses, any statue could essentially see through all of the secrets of the geniuses that entered. It was only in this way that they'd be able to make the perfect choice. This was why it was so easy for the statues to understand that Diane wasn't lying about various things. Since this was allowed, of course the tower would have protective measures that restricted these spirits, or else no one would ever risk entering the valley at all. It wasn't long before Diane reached the very edge of the outer ring. Much like the first time, there was a massive drop into yet another abyss, and from what Diane could tell, the fog had become denser. Still, without hesitation, Diane allowed his feet to slip out from underneath him. However, this time, he wasn't greeted by silence or the disdain or spirits. Instead, he heard the fierce sounds of battle. At first, Diane planned on ignoring it. After all, it was exactly his job to interfere in any and all situations. However, the words he heard caused his feet to pause. "I don't know how scum like you made it to the inner valley, but you can consider your life forfeit. I was planning on letting you stroll around a bit more, but who knew that your dog shit luck would run out?" Diane immediately recognized this voice. It was the very same Rand character that Clara had banned from entering the Sapientia corner. And, considering the anger in his voice, he was none too pleased. From the words he said, it was obvious that he was attacking someone of the 98th quadrant. Even if his guts were 1,000 times larger, Diane would never believe that he had the audacity to attack Clara. Plus, if it was Clara, he wouldn't have even had the chance to say those words before he was sent flying. But there was something even more baffling. Was there really someone within the soul-rending peak that could enter the inner circle? It wasn't that entering the inner circle was so difficult. After all, if members of the 74th quadrant could enter, it couldn't be so difficult. Truth be told, as long as you were a marquis, you had a good chance, although it was difficult. And, as long as you were a duke, it was well within your abilities. The problem was that those of the 98th quadrant should have had next to zero resistance to illusions due to their purposefully injuring their souls. Dian shot off in the direction of the noise. He noticed some geniuses walking around, but he directly ignored them, blasting through the fog. Dian didn't have any deep-seated attachments to soul-rending peak, but after being treated so well by his senior brothers and sisters, on top of being trusted with their final hopes, how could he allow the members of their sect to be bullied? It wasn't long before Dian had made it to the vicinity of the sounds and had the scene laid out for him. In the center of a group of 5, Verver stood with his recently bought rod, a serious expression on his face. He looked to be incomparably focused. Dian sighed. This guy really has bad luck. As Dian was wondering what bad deeds Verver had committed in his last life to deserve such poor karma, he also analyzed the situation. He couldn't help but frown when he realized that all 5 of the geniuses surrounding Verver were all dukes. This Verver has a lot of secrets. Firstly, he's hiding his cultivation level. Secondly, he had the capital to buy a master-level treasure despite being a commoner. And now he actually has the ability to enter the inner valley. He doesn't even seem scared facing 5 dukes. Is he confident? Or is he stupid? If others heard Dian's thoughts, they would roll their eyes. This was the man willing to offend any and everything regardless of strength, wondering about the stupidity of someone else when challenging a warrior above their strength. Truly hypocritical. Being of his guesses, Dian decided to silently watch for now. If Verver's life was in any actual danger, he would jump in. But he wanted to see what limits this mystery commoner had. Dian's intuition was telling him that Verver's secrets might link back to the 98th quadrant as a whole. Verver's eyes glanced around. There was a steady crowd growing by now, but no one seemed intent on helping him out. He could only sneer inwardly. He was truly disgusted by the ways of the world. The mighty 74th quadrant, Verver laughed uproariously. Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? There are 73 quadrants ranked ahead of you. Why don't you go and pick a fight with them? The 5 dukes of the 74th quadrant blushed with shame before stealing their hearts. No matter how righteous Verver's words sounded, this was the way of the martial world. Who asked Verver to covet a treasure he couldn't protect? He should have simply handed it over to them obediently, just like they would have to do if someone of higher standing than them found trouble with them. I've always wondered, Verver continued, when shameless bastards like you gang up on a single person for a single treasure, do you really think before you act? How could you possibly split a single weapon 5 ways? Is it really about the money? Is the mighty 74th quadrant so poor? Listening to the constant jeering of Verver, the 5 dukes began to get agitated. These were the exact words that they to themselves when higher-ranked quadrants wanted to bully them, but none of them had the courage to say it to the faces of their enemies like Verver did. This feeling of inferiority was eating them up on the inside, but at the same time, it was only fueling their anger to new heights. Rand's chest heaved, but he soon calmed himself, revealing a smirk. Let me beat this fool to a pulp, lest he continue to think that we're bullying him. Taking a step forward, he brandished his sword. Clearly, this was of much lower quality than his last one, but there was nothing he could do about it. It wasn't as though he could go and ask Clara for a new one. The 4 dukes sneered. They fanned outward, encircling Verver so that he had no chance to escape. Rand's hands tightened around his double-edged sword, holding it perfectly parallel to himself. There's no little girl to save you now, Rand sneered. It's too bad that that fool who saved you last time isn't here for me to cut him down too. Verver snorted. If she was here, I wonder if you'd dare to call her a little girl. When Rand heard this, he couldn't hold his anger in any longer. He had spoken without thinking much because compared to his age, Clara really was a little girl. But now Verver was using that to ridicule him. How could he continue to stand for it? His foot slammed into the ground, propelling him forward at blinding speeds. This time, he couldn't bother to use technique. Before, Verver had gotten a group support, so Rand had incentive to defeat him as quickly as possible to avoid problems. But now, he would play with him to death. What could a mere 10th stage essence gatherer do to him? He had long since stepped into the Saint Realms. Verver sneered with disdain. In the next moment, a saber appeared in his hand. Anyone seeing it would automatically realize that it was a mere common-level weapon. In fact, it was the lowest of the low, standing at the mere first stage. However, those with sharp senses felt a keen sense of dread of and fear. When Dian saw the saber, his eyes contracted into pinholes. Verver hadn't taken this weapon out during the assessments, and it was clear why. Verver was a true saber master. He only brought out his weapon with intent to kill, but he couldn't afford to offend the nobles of Planet Cathedral because he had no backer. But here, where it was nothing but these young geniuses, Verver had nothing to fear. The path that Verver followed was a unique one. It was known as the monk path. When weapons reached a high enough level, they would form a spirit. As this spirit grew, the weapon would also grow along with it. However, there were two types of spirits. The first kind was the transplanted spirit. This kind of spirit was artificially added to the weapon by the weapons master either during production or sometime after the fact. However, the second kind of spirit was much more mystical. This kind of spirit was called a birthed spirit. It was spawned into existence by the love and care a master put into their first ever weapon. There was no need to compare the two. The birthed spirit was the much rarer kind by far. However, those of the monk path had a higher chance of birthing this spirit than those of most other paths. In the next moment, a blazing red, illusory saber appeared behind Verver. Manifestation, Dian thought immediately. In your next life, Verver spoke slowly, raising his saber. You should learn who you can and can't offend. Shoo, a blade of saber chi blotted out the skies, seemingly becoming the only thing in existence. When it finally disappeared, all that was left was Rand's corpse, sliced in two. The 4 remaining dukes of the 74th quadrant stood, completely stunned. How many centuries had they spent bullying the 98th quadrant geniuses? Not once had anything like this happened. Even if Rand wasn't the strongest among their youth, his level wasn't so far below that of their best that he would so easily lose. This meant only one thing. Verver was even stronger than their legatee. They didn't want to believe their eyes at all. Wasn't that a manifestation? Didn't those 98th quadrant fools cripple their own souls? How could he possibly have a manifestation? And such a powerful one at that? Verver's saber manifestation raised his saber intent by 2 levels. That was completely unheard of in their circle of geniuses. To go from the one with mind level directly to the one with body, that leap wasn't something that could be ignored, especially considering the difficulty in comprehending weapon wills. By this point, Dian was silently chuckling to himself. This Verver character didn't need his help at all. But what was curious was that he had manifested his soul. Manifesting one's soul wasn't like manifesting your bloodline. For example, Dian doesn't need a special technique to invoke his martial uncle's demon Qilin spirit. He only needs to be angry, which would result in him resonating with the bloodline. It happened very rarely, but it did happen, like when Ulu tried to take away Ri's ability to ever have children. However, soul manifestations required a specialized technique. Of course, this technique meant next to nothing to Dian considering he had several copies of his own, but in a quadrant like the 98th, where could Verver have possibly gotten it? At this point, Dian still had no idea that Verver wasn't from Planet Cathedral. In fact, Verver wasn't from the Cathedral universe at all. The only thing that was certain about him was that he came from the 98th quadrant. Everything else was a mystery. Verver lightly held his saber. His grip was so loose, in fact, that it seemed like the blade could fall from his hands at any time. Who's next? The 4 dukes stood frozen. Should they run? Should the fight? Did their face mean anything when confronting their own death? They glanced at each other before bolting in 4 separate directions, clearly leaving whoever lived or died up to chance. However, what they didn't know was that Verver disdained to chase after them. With his way of the saber, he saw no benefit in it. It was better if they went to find a more powerful backer so that he could continue to temper himself. Those who were looking forward to a good show instead began to look upon Verver with respect. In the tower, where you couldn't rely on the power elders of your various clans, your personal strength was the most important. And clearly Verver had that. At the same time, they were wary of him. The Duke title was the one with the most variance in strength. This was because the gap between Duke and King was only secondary to the gap between Emperor and God, and equal to the gap between King and Emperors. So, there was no lack of peak-level Dukes that could handle dozens of weaker Dukes at once. What they wanted to know was where on this spectrum of Dukes Verver fell. If he really was a peak-level Duke existence, they wouldn't provoke him even if they had 100 times more guts. Suddenly, the sound of clapping and laughing sounded out. A handsome young man wearing black robes identical to this mysterious Verver character walked out with a grin on his face. "Junior brother Verver, you're truly powerful." Diane smiled widely. Now it was Verver's turn to be stunned. He was certain that he'd be the only member of the 98th Quadrant to enter this far, but here was Diane Jafari standing before him. The most shocking part was that just earlier he had seen Donari. At the same time, his vigilance was raised. Diane had definitely seen his manifestation, with the rules of the 98th Quadrant being as they were. Didn't that mean that Diane would be his enemy now? Diane shook his head. "Don't you know what my last name is? You think I take the rules of our quadrant seriously? If anything, my life's goal is to topple that bullshit system." Verver blinked. It was only at this point that he remembered Diane's vow to save that girl who was taken away for her sole talent. Maybe if that hadn't happened, Verver wouldn't so easily trust Diane. But at that point, Verver was a no-name character. It would have been impossible for Diane to plan all of this. Of course, Verver was correct. Diane had acted out of emotion at that time, without any forbearance. "What do you want?" Verver replied coolly. "There are too many people here. Let's go somewhere else?" Diane invited. With a quick glance around, Verver nodded. Then, the two young men flashed away at top speeds, disappearing into the fog and causing the disappointment of the crowd. However, they could only accept it. It wasn't long before the pair had cut through the fog and traveled a few dozen kilometers. After making sure that they weren't followed, Diane began to carelessly scan the statues to see if there was anything of interest. He wasn't surprised to see that the statues of the inner valley didn't speak to him. Clearly they were even more arrogant than those of the outer valley. "Do you have a soul protection treasure too?" Verver suddenly asked, unable to handle the silence. He remembered that the soul talent crystal had no reaction to Diane, but the fact he could enter this deeply, only a fool would trust those results. Diane laughed. "You could say so." Verver nodded. "And why are you so certain that I won't rob you after you tell me this? Didn't you just confirm that you have one as well? Why are you so sure that it wouldn't be me attacking you? My intuition is very strong. If it wasn't, I would have died a long time ago." Diane blinked, but still nodded in acknowledgement. Those with high soul talent usually had great intuition. It came along with their strong sixth sense. One had to know that one first developed their sixth sense before it then evolved into divine sense, and then immortal sense later on. Before Diane's soul was sealed, he often relied on his sixth sense. "Why did you want to speak with me?" "Because your secrets intrigue me." Diane responded without hiding anything. Verver's face turned cold. "What do my secrets have to do with you?" "Believe it or not," Diane replied slowly. "More than you think." Verver suddenly laughed disdainfully. "The only reason I came here is to thank you for not allowing me to step off my saber cultivation path. But if you want to pry things that don't belong to you out of me with such a shameless tactic, you're sorely mistaken." It didn't take Diane long to understand what Verver was referring to. Back during the assessments, Donari's elder brother had been goading Verver to fight him, calling him a coward. At that time, Verver almost stopped and turned back to kill Olaf. However, Diane had stopped him from doing so. It was only after that Verver realized how important that moment was to him. Although he followed a path of killing with his saber, it was also a path of assuredness. He had to be confident in his every choice. Had he attacked simply because of mere taunting, his saber path would have been forever tainted. Diane smiled. You're welcome, but you're mistaking my intentions. My secrets aren't something I can tell you right now. No matter what my own intuition tells me about you, that isn't a risk I can take. Then you should understand my answer already. Verver snorted. He was the same. How could he trust Diane just because of intuition? The only reason he so easily mentioned the soul-protecting treasure was because it was obvious they both had something like it, or else they wouldn't have passed the assessment without getting taken away. Ah, don't be so quick to refuse. Diane spoke with confidence. While my secret is still mostly protected, yours isn't. My guess is that whatever secret you have mostly has to do with the capital and soul techniques that you have, while my secrets have to do with the life and death of trillions of people. How can they compare? Trillions? Verver was stunned. But he was almost certain that Diane had to be exaggerating. Unfortunately, Diane's expression was completely serious. If it was revealed that he was Diane Sicharo, according to his deal with the tower, the fog barrier would disappear. At that time, their corner would be revealed. Although Diane could use his key-wielding abilities to stop others from teleporting to their corner, and thus to their universe, those of the Kitsune clan would learn of Ri's connection to him. While everyone else would believe that the Celestial Deer Quadrant was too powerful to mess with, the Kitsune would know that their quadrant was actually quite weak and easy to mess with. As for the unspoken rules of the quadrant, Diane didn't trust in them even one bit. If others actually listened to these rules, how could the Demon Sage's empire be wiped out? How could his Celestial Deer sect be so completely crippled, even to the point where their core teachings were stolen? Clearly, if enough quadrants benefited from breaking these rules, they'd do so. The only reason they banded together to stop the star race was because it was an existence that threatened them all. Until Diane strengthened the Shruti clan to the point where it could wipe out or severely weaken the Kitsune, he couldn't allow the connection between Diane Sicharo and the masked man to be revealed. Verver shook his head. What benefit could I possibly have to reveal my secrets to you? For one, Diane said with a smile, his serious appearance disappearing. Following me has much more benefit than being on your own? Following? Verver frowned. Not interested. What a joke. He didn't believe that there was a member of the younger generation he had met yet that could beat him. Although he had witnessed Diane's fight with Asina, because of the dome, the fluctuations of energy were blocked. It was difficult to make an accurate gauge of just how powerful they were, which was why Verver was still so confident. Of course, that was exactly the point. Lilith hadn't want to reveal too much. Diane shook his head. Boom! A world-shaking pressure erupted from his body, pressing down with a vast pressure. Diane's eyes seemed to pierce into Verver's soul, threatening to shatter it entirely. A cold sweat matted Verver's forehead. But, at the same time, a flash of excitement lit in his eyes, filling him with fighting spirit. Even 100 of you are no match for me. Diane had held back a lot. In fact, he only revealed the pressure of a lower-level duke. However, that was already enough to confirm the fact that he was a king because only kings could have such a high level of presence. He knew that he couldn't reveal king-level presence, or else that would be as good as telling Verver his identity. So he had no choice but to temper himself. That said, this should have been more than enough to completely convince Verver. Let's fight, Verver suddenly said. Diane shook his head. Now isn't the time. If you want to fight after all of this is through, I'll happily oblige. The fire in Verver's eyes slowly faded before he nodded. This really wasn't the right time. This still isn't enough for me. Verver spoke. Diane laughed. I wouldn't ask you to pick me as a person to trust purely based on my power. That's ridiculous. Those who choose to follow me see me as family. And, truth be told, if you chose to follow me purely based on my power, I wouldn't trust you to begin with. Diane was a man who had even turned down the legendary celestial hamsters because of this very belief. What was a mere Verver in the face of those two adorable little rodents? What I want is an exchange. I want to know all of the information related to your experiences in the 98th quadrant. I can sign a contract with you swearing to never use this information to harm you. But I do need this information. What do you have to exchange for this? Verver asked. Diane smiled. The soul is very important to you now, no? How about a soul cultivation technique? Verver shook his head. I already have a soul cultivation technique. Of course you do, or else you wouldn't have such attainments right now. What I'm offering is an even better cultivation technique. Verver laughed. Better? If you knew that ranking of my technique, you wouldn't say that so lightly. How would a peak divine level technique do for you? Verver choked on his own laughter, coughing violently. What did you just say? Diane only chuckled lightly, not repeating his words. That's impossible. Verver didn't know how to feel. The legacy he received had a peak earth soul cultivation technique within it, and he was very confident in it. With just a bit over 20 years of cultivation, he had already reached the peak blossom soul stage. Such speed was unprecedented. Although Verver was about 120 years old now, the first 100 years of his life was no different than any other commoner. It wasn't until he was lucky enough to stumble into a legacy world that he shot up. It was no wonder he had such confidence in it. This was the legacy that saved his life. Normally, with his talent and strength, it would have been impossible to gain the acknowledgement of such a high-level legacy world. However, the remnant spirit of the world gave his legacy over to Verver in exchange for a single promise. In truth, the spirit hadn't left anything behind to bind him. There was no binding contract, nor was there a threat of destroying the legacy he had in hand, or death. The spirit had simply trusted Verver and had given him the first bit of kindness and warmth that Verver had ever felt in his life. In retrospect, it was likely that the spirit didn't bind Verver to this promise because it was simply far too unlikely. The chances of Verver having the opportunity to fulfill it were far too slim. After all, it had already been 20 years and nothing had happened. However, Verver would always remember that act of kindness, and with his way of the saber, he would never betray that spirit. Verver's heavy breathing slowly calmed. When he remembered the promise he had made, he could only steel his heart to refuse Diane. Soul cultivation techniques were even rarer than body and energy cultivation techniques. Verver's earth technique could be sold for an astronomical price, let alone Diane's. But he still had no choice. Just as Verver was about to refuse, Diane casually took out the technique he was talking about. Of course, the technique Diane had been referring to was Soul Rend, his own personal soul cultivation technique. In truth, this was definitely worth much more than whatever Verver received. However, Diane already saw Verver as a subordinate of his. How could he be stingy with his own people? The original Soul Rend was destroyed long ago. Diane had no choice but to begin the arduous process of rewriting the techniques from memory. However, what was good was that this process was impossible to fake. As Diane learned long ago, even works of writing had their own wills. How could the will of a divine-level cultivation technique not be fierce? The moment Diane finished transcribing the technique, a large wave of heaven's blessing came down from the skies, wrapping the book up and giving it an ancient feel that was nothing like the relatively normal pieces of paper Diane used to write. Without any prompting, Verver knew that this technique was authentic. However, that wasn't the reason that he was so taken aback. There was a sense of familiarity he couldn't ignore. What did you say the name of this technique was? I didn't say, but I can tell you now. Diane smiled. This technique is known as Soul Rend. It's quite difficult to learn and use, Diane began explaining, but it's very much W. Diane's words froze as his eyes widened. Before him, Verver had actually dropped all pretenses and kneeled down on one knee. This loyal follower greets successor. Ah! Despite how many things Diane had seen in his life, how could he not be shocked? He was very aware of what Verver's personality was like despite not having known him for long. Kneeling down was not something he would do easily. After a moment of shock, Verver finally began to explain exactly why this was happening, and it was only then that Diane began to understand. Apparently, the legacy world that Verver had stumbled into was actually the world of one of the former elders of the Celestial Deer sect. He was only the elder of the working disciples, but he was an elder nonetheless. After the destruction of the Celestial Deer sect, The leader at the time paid a heavy price to allow their legacy worlds to cross over to the then 20th ranked quadrant. That was when Dian remembered that the Celestial Deer sect wasn't actually from his quadrant at all. During Dian's last talk with his master, she had apologized because their force was among the many that had migrated to his home universe in order to take advantage of its dense energies. It was only now that Dian understood that the original home of the Celestial Deer sect was actually the former 20th ranked quadrant. In fact, this former 20th ranked quadrant also went by another name in the past, Sol Ren Quadrant. Before the Celestial Deer sect moved away, it was ranked even higher than 20th, vying for a top 3 position. It only fell after their strongest sect moved, for obvious reasons. Of course, this move was confusing to many people. It wasn't often that a top-ranked sect moved. This wasn't just a mere inconvenience. It was the equivalent of losing the faith protection your ancestors left for you. The location of the sect or clan was just as important as the rules it was built on. Meaning, if the location was moved, then the faith would disappear as well. This was the same as the Celestial Deer sect casually tossing away its status as an Emperor God sect to once again start from the bottom up. But Dian was among the very few who understood why such a power sect would do this. It had to do with the secrets of the balanced path and the mystery behind the deaths of the universes. Dian's universe was likely the final hope and key to understanding what it would take to slow down or even reverse the effects of heat death. However, all of that hope was ruined by the entity who was still stealing the very essence of Dian's home as they spoke. All of that said, it was clear the Celestial Deer sect had come to understand a few things. If they hadn't, how would they have become the number-ranked sect? It had to be said that before that, their position was 3rd or 2nd at best. Yet, when they moved, not only did they not become weaker, they became stronger. Dian was even more eager to see his master's statue now. There was simply too much he didn't know. All right, Dian helped Verver up. You don't have to kneel to me. Remember, we're family. Successor, you're actually? Verver said with a faint excitement. Shoo. Now's not the time for people to know. Verver laughed uproariously, unable to contain himself. Everyone was wondering who this monstrous Dian Sicharo was. But who would have known that he was standing before them all this time? It was no wonder he has said that even 100 Ververs was no match for him. It was the truth. Who among the younger generation would dare to say with any certainty that they could defeat Dian Sicharo? How did Verver figure it out? Well, wasn't it obvious? The spirit of the legacy world he had found had made him promise to never reveal any of the techniques he received unless he found the successor of the Celestial Deer sect. And, in the case that he did, he would follow him or her loyally. At the time, Verver had thought that finding Dian would be like finding a needle in a haystack, and by the time he did, Dian might not need him anymore. However, the spirit had given him one clue. The first portion of the successor legacy was in the Celestial Deer quadrant, while the second was hidden within their Sol Ren quadrant. Unless a person gained the acknowledgement of their guardian beast, he would never become the successor. The moment Verver had learned of Dian Sicharo, he was almost certain that he had to be the successor. It was a bit of a leap, but he had already fostered so much loyalty to the Celestial Deer sect that he refused to believe that its successor would be average. Thus, now having Dian tacit agreement to his theory, he was ecstatic. He even believed that Dian was simply too humble, which made him respect him even more. Successor, how did you escape Grand Master Clara? She's very powerful. Although I believe in you, because you want to hide your identity for now, it would have been hard to do both that and escape her. Dian laughed. Although she's a bit abrasive, it's still not to the point that I'd want to escape my own wife. Verver choked for what seemed like the 100th time that day. There were many beauties in the tower that seemed completely untouchable, and Clara was definitely one of them. Everyone assumed that her husband was made up by her in order to dodge the constant annoyance of being courted by every other young master. It was at this point that Verver suddenly understood. When Clara had said that her husband was an even better alchemist than her, no one had believed it. It was largely for this reason that everyone thought she had made it up. But, to Verver, who could possibly rival the successor of the Celestial Deer sect in alchemy? Dian only grinned. It was rare that he got the opportunity to show off his wives. In fact, he wanted to claim them all for the world to see. It was just unfortunate that he couldn't now. So he would take full advantage when he could. Successor, I thought I should tell you that Donari was here as well. Diane raised an eyebrow. Looks like I've underestimated his constitution again. By all rights, he should have high soul talent, but I'm also certain that his soul was crippled. Successor, I'm sure if you healed his soul for him, you'd gain another powerful backer. His potential is very good, he's just being held back by our quadrant. Of course, Diane knew this. With the soul tome, he could heal any and all soul-related ailments. It was just that the time needed to accomplish this healing varied depending on a few factors. However, Diane couldn't simply heal someone just because. He wasn't certain that he could trust Donari. Donari definitely shares our sentiments about the 98th quadrant, even to the point where he left his family. However, I still want to test him a bit more. Diane knew that if he wanted to accomplish the things he set out to do, he needed the help of many talented geniuses. It could be said that the demon generals were an excellent start as each of them could compare to the best of geniuses. However, 3,000 wasn't nearly enough. In truth, many forces would kill to have 3,000 individuals of the caliber that the demon generals had reached. One couldn't forget that these 3,000 generals were hand-picked by the demon sage across time and space. In addition, each of them had massive attainments in cultivation without any guidance whatsoever. They didn't even have their own techniques to use. It could be said that the demon generals would have completely taken over the epistemic tower rankings had it not been for the fact that their cultivations and wills were sealed. However, even with all of this said, there were simply too few of them. Even still, they were about to kick up a storm that shocked the whole of the martial world. What is going on? A man with short, golden hair and blazing red eyes slammed his fist, incinerating it to nothingness. In just the last few days, they had gotten reports of the losses of not one, but 2 tower points. This didn't make any sense at all. The Flaming Lily sect should have been on its heels, defending with all their might, but now they were attacking? And with such success at that? They couldn't understand losing to towers in the span of 3 days. Even back when they caught the Flaming Lily sect off guard, it had taken months to win 3 towers. The man who had spoken was the chosen leader of the Golden Crow sect, Egan Goldine. Because they were allied with both the Fiery Lotus and Flame Rebirth sects, they hadn't felt the need to send their very best, instead deciding to rely on their allies to take on the front lines. Of course, this led to a lot of dissatisfaction. Even though they were technically ranked below the Golden Crow sect, the Fiery Lotus and the Flame Rebirth sects were still sects of the mighty 4th quadrant. How could they take such an insult lying down? However, that was exactly what they had done. It was no secret to any of them that the only reason that they hadn't been annexed by either the Golden Crow or the Flaming Lily sect was because both those 2 powerhouses were keeping each other in check. If they stepped out of line, they would definitely suffer. But if they listened and the Golden Crow sect repaid them with what was promised, they would definitely win out in the end. Still, the idea of listening to a mere 7th-ranked inner disciple rubbed them all the wrong way. Putting this little fool as the head commander was too clear of a slap to their faces. However, this little fool was the youngest son of the esteemed Goldine family, a pillar clan of the Golden Crow sect. Even if they were thousands of times braver, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Commander Goldine, a young man wearing black-red robes inscribed with the lotus of the Fiery Lotus sect, spoke up. His name was Vale Gaia. According to our reports, the Flaming Lily sect released information that their top-ranked inner disciple, Madeline Sacharo, is actually the wife of God Sacharo. After hearing that his wife's sect was in danger, God Sacharo went into a rage and decided to send over his demon generals. It's because of them that we're on our back foot right now. Egan's face steeled as his jaw clenched. He was handed over commanding responsibilities because the higher-ranked inner disciples of their sect didn't want to miss out on the Valley of Geniuses. However, their 2 allied sects still saw this as a slap to the face because as a 4th-ranked quadrant, did they really need the Valley on the St. Floors? Their own sect core teachings were too good. So obviously this was just a made-up excuse. That said, Egan took this opportunity very seriously. He was tired of others thinking he relied on his family or that he was merely the younger and less talented version of his elder brothers. But to see the responsibility he was given crumbling before his eyes filled him up with a bottled-up rage because it was yet another genius that he had no hope of surpassing that had interfered. Who didn't know how amazing God Sicharo was by now? It was no wonder he had such an amazing wife. Had their sect smashed their foot into an iron plate? No! Egan roared in his mind. The truth was that the sect had already heard about Madeline's relationship with Diane. But, after hearing that Diane had only sent 3,000 young geniuses, they sneered, thinking that Diane was far too arrogant. However, it seemed that they were the ones who were far too arrogant. In a mere 3 days, the demon generals had already swept over the gate, conquering 2 towers and giving the Flaming Lily sect 3 total towers. Of course, since this was an epistemic tower gate, there were 9 total towers. At the beginning, the Golden Crow sect had 5 and the Flaming Lily sect had 4. After their sneak attack, the Golden Crow sect controlled 8, leaving the Flaming Lily sect with only 1. Now the script was beginning to flip again. Over the past few days, the Golden Crow sect's only plan was to defend while planning a swift strike to take down the final tower. However, before they could even act, their aspirations were completely crushed. Suddenly, another figure rushed in, sweating profusely and breathing hard. Esteemed commanders, they're attacking the purple flame tower. Egan blinked. This was good, wasn't it? Every tower had its own dangers. For example, the death chi that Diane had to deal with back during his first campaign. As for the purple flame tower, it was filled with toxins that could instantly kill any saint if they weren't constantly using their saint energy to drive the poison away. It was among the most firmly held towers of the Golden Crow sect because no one dared to attack it. To all of the commanders, these so-called demon generals had gotten too cocky. The Purple Flame Tower obviously wasn't among the towers that the Flaming Lily sect originally held. They couldn't understand why those demon generals would leapfrog, so to speak, over recapturing one of their past towers to instead attack the Purple Flame Tower. In fact, because of the position of the tower, it even left them susceptible to a pincer attack from the north and south. Commanders! They seemed completely immune to the poisons. What? All 3 commanders spoke out at once, standing from their chairs. That was completely impossible. If they truly grasped the Purple Flame Tower, they would have the most easily defended tower of the 9. On top of that, they would have a perfect point to attack both forward toward the Golden Crow sect's final tower and backward toward the Epistemic Tower. If this happened, and the Epistemic Tower was reconquered, the Golden Crow sect's key wielder would lose his position. Egan felt like his world was falling apart. This would definitely be blamed on him entirely. How could anyone think that 3,000 geniuses could change something in a war that scaled to the tens of millions? The sect would definitely think that it was all due to his incompetence. He grit his teeth. We'll go all out with them. Command 1 corps to come from the Golden Flame Tower, 1 from the Red Flame Tower, 1 from the Epistemic Tower. Since they want to so blatantly slap our face, we'll pincer them from 3 sides. Commander Goldine, the distance from the Epistemic Tower to the Purple Flame Tower is too far and treacherous. It might now be worth it. A pincer from 2 sides is enough. In the case that we fail, at least the Epistemic Tower will have adequate protection. The one who spoke was the final commander of the 3, a young woman from the Flame Rebirth sect. Because of some luck their ancestors had, they managed to find a few intact corpses of adult vermilion birds, a distant relative of Phoenix ranked as transcendent beasts. The vermilion bloodline that coursed through their veins was far weaker than the same quantity of Phoenix blood, however, they had much more of it while also maintaining a monopoly. That aside, a large part of the reason the Flame Rebirth sect agreed to participate was exactly because of this truth. They wanted the secrets Madeline had in her bloodline. Legend had it that it was possible for vermilions to evolve into phoenixes, but, for obvious reasons, they didn't have any phoenixes to use in their tests. Although Madeline didn't advertise exactly what her faith seed was. The purple flames she used were one of a kind and easily sensed by those with phoenix and phoenix-related bloodlines. They needed her. Egan shook his head. It's for exactly this reason that we'll do it this way. We'll lull them into a false sense of security with a pincer from 2 sides, before sweeping them away with a final one to cut off their path to escape. They'll never expect that we'd be bold enough to do this, and that's exactly why it'll work. Deep within the Golden Flame Quadrant's main gate, in the territory of the Purple Flame Tower, the flames of war were being sparked to the utmost degree. News of the Flaming Lily sect's incoming attack had already spread, but it was met with complacency. All of the generals tasked with holding down the fort at this particular tower were all aware of the advantages they had. So why wouldn't they be complacent? Although they weren't completely immune to the poison fog of the tower because they were the defending party according to the rules of the tower, the poison affected them far less than the attacking party, meaning they could expend less energy staving off the poison. Such an advantage made this tower almost impossible to conquer, which was why it had been held by the Golden Crow sect for so long. While Commander Goldine, along with the first-ranked inner disciples of both the Fiery Lotus and Rebirth sects, were stationed at the Epistemic Tower, the Purple Flame Tower was handed to the 10th and 9th ranking inner disciples of the two sects. For obvious reasons, the more powerful disciples were defending other towers. Among the two towers reconquered by the Flaming Lily sect in the past 3 days, they were both headed by the 7th and 6th ranked disciples of the two allied sects respectively. The Golden Crow sect had assumed that disciples of that rank should have been enough to defend for a few days until they were prepared to launch their final attack, but it was this that ended up being their fatal mistake. The two 7th and 6th ranked disciples were powerful geniuses in their own right, but the demon generals were too much, especially in the face of the joint command of Aladar and Madeline. Over the past 14 or so years, Aladar had thrust himself into training, preparing for the day he could get his revenge on the Weta family for the death of his entire clan. By this point, he had firmly earned Diane's trust and was perfect for being the lead strategist of this undertaking. In addition to him, there were other familiar faces that had appeared aside from the demon generals, namely Kedlampakal, Thor, and Ava, all of whom had been training very hard for the past few years. Each of them had long since stepped into the rank of sainthood. Without the restrictions of poor energy density, their talent exploded to its true levels and each of them had already made a name for themselves. It was just that Diane's name was so dazzling that others paid little to no attention to the other of the Celestial Deer Quadrant. Ava's elder brother, Arios, had long since told Diane that his younger sister had a heaven stage constitution. After receiving a constitution awakening pill from Clara, Ava had taken a massive leap forward. Her silver mirror constitution raised her battle effectiveness to untold heights and she too had earned the right to be named a demon general while also becoming a queen-level character. Kedlampakal didn't lag behind at all. He had the Azura Faith Seed and had begun to get more and more used to his legacy, mastering it more and more every day. Not only had he gained the right to be called a demon general, gaining the acknowledgement of the rest, he had also earned the title of emperor. Thor spoke for himself. Although he could no longer use his faith seed for fear of being located by the Ragnar Emperor God clan, surprisingly, that didn't dampen his talent at all. If anything, forging his own path in lightning will had made him even more powerful. He too had become an emperor. Delia had also decided to come. Although she didn't like the idea of leaving Eli, Madeline was also someone she saw as her very own big sister. How could she leave her in her time of need? In addition, it was necessary for Eli to stay within the tower so that he wasn't kidnapped by the hidden association of Heaven's children. Delia was still a duke because she never took her king trials, and as such, hadn't passed Diane's requirements to become a demon general, but who would dare to underestimate her? She was a young woman who had a top 3 god-level constitution. Her power was unquestionable as she too had long since stepped into sainthood. With characters of this level, any one of them could match up to a 7th or 6th ranked inner disciple of the Fiery Lotus or Flame Rebirth sect. They hadn't even waited a moment before splitting into 2 armies and sweeping through the Blue Flame and Black Flame Tower. After that, everyone had assumed the next battle would take place at Rainbow Flame Tower, a choke point to the Epistemic Tower. Everyone knew that it was impossible to even think of attacking the Epistemic Tower without either the Rainbow Flame or the Purple Flame Tower. This was because in the case of failure, a path to retreat was necessary. Even in the case of a long drawn-out fight, supply and reinforcement lines also needed to be secured. Those 2 towers were by far the best choices. However, since the Purple Flame Tower was opposite the area controlled by the Flaming Lily sect, who would have thought that they would attack it first? It had caught the Golden Crow sect and their allies completely off guard. This was exactly what Aladar was banking on. Because of the strategic significance Rainbow Flame Tower held, the Golden Crow sect had stationed both second-ranked inner disciples of Flame Rebirth and Fiery Lotus sect there, knowing that it was of the utmost importance to hold. Yet, the Purple Flame Tower was only defended by their 10th and 9th ranked disciples. Of course, Aladar didn't know this for sure. He had just taken a chance on what he thought was the most logical reasoning, and in the end, he was correct. As for the poison, what did Aladar have to fear? Not only was he, himself, an innate Aurora wielder, their esteemed leader's wife was already seen as one of the most talented young alchemists in existence. General Gaia. They're quickly approaching. What are your orders? A lower-ranking officer respectfully lowered his head before the 9th-ranked inner disciple of the Fiery Lotus sect, who also happened to be the younger brother of Veil Gaia, their first-ranked inner disciple. Orders. General Gaia laughed. What orders do you need? Crush them. A general of the Flame Rebirth sect frowned. Gale, don't be such a fool. This very same army has already taken out more powerful members of our sects already. Do you believe that they would be so stupid as to ignore the Rainbow Flame Tower if they didn't plan on dealing with the poison fogs of our Purple Flame Tower? Gale snorted. Obviously. They believe that since we're the 9th and 10th ranked members of our sect's inner sanctums, that we're easy to bully. They probably think that they can defeat us before the poison settles in. They're the fools. Don't overthink things, brother Rubrum. Rubrum paused. What Gale said was reasonable. They might assume that they were easy to deal with. However, just how many inner disciples were there in their various sects? How many geniuses had they trampled over to reach their positions? This was still the 4th-ranked quadrant. Even though they were ranked 9th and 10th, there weren't many geniuses ranked below the 10th quadrant that could contend with them. Even still, we should be careful. At the very least, we need to find ways to slow the battle down and force them into drawing it out. Going out with intent to crush them would be detrimental to us. Rubrum finally settled on a compromise. It wasn't as though they could just sit by and do nothing. Good. Gale nodded, his fighting spirit igniting. You and your junior take the east, me and mine will take the west. We'll take the aggressive approach and burst through their left wing and circle around back. You'll take the soft approach and slow their advance. By the time they realize, it'll be too late and we would have surrounded them. The 2 10th-ranked juniors nodded, and their plan was set into motion. By now, the Flaming Lily army had already advanced to the outer boundary of the Purple Flame Tower's territory. Madeline stood in the skies with Aladar and Delia by her side, looking down into the purple fog that lay before them. This was still a few hours before Egan Goldine got word of their attack, so the battle had yet to begin. While Madeline wore her red velvet mage robes, Delia dressed in an all-black gown, exuding a cold air. Aladar's aura was retracted to the extreme, looking every bit the scholar that he was. Although he seemed stoic and with a care in the world, he was actually squirming on the inside because his little sister Kyara had insisted on participating along with them. She was powerful in her own right, but Aladar was too protective and never let her take any trials. If it wasn't for her constant pestering, she wouldn't have been allowed to participate this time either. But Aladar had no choice but to give in. Madeline smiled, seeing through Aladar quite easily. There's no need to worry. The demon generals would never let anything happen to her. Let little Kyara grow a bit. Aladar nodded stiffly before checking over to make sure that everything was prepared. The poison they were dealing with was tailored to be just powerful enough for a Saint Gate. Normally, detoxifying-type pills were very rare, which was why Poison Tower of the Sapientia Corner was so popular. One can only imagine the level of complexity a pill that solved the toxin of many different poisons reached. Luckily, those lost pill formulas could be found within the Tao of Array Alchemy. If they were dealing with poisons that could affect celestials, it would have been impossible to deal with so easily, though. We have exactly 6 hours. If we can't conquer Purple Flame Tower within 5 hours, we use retreat formation and Plan A. Aladar communicated with the various vice commanders via Diane's Array Communication Hub. Unfortunately, because much of the army was comprised of Flaming Lily sect disciples and their various friends and husbands, as well as the citizens of the Flaming Lily universes who weren't good enough to make it into the sect. It was impossible for Aladar to implement Dian's more complex formations. They had no choice but to keep it simple. Now, Aladar spoke softly. Boom! The Vice Commander Demon Generals roared into the skies, infusing the gate with their music will. The land seemed to tremble under their might, oscillating to their wills. Even the purple fog of poisons retracted slightly in fear. At that moment, the Flaming Lily sect army was filled with endless will to fight as they all charged forward. The Flaming Lily army was split into about 3,000 equal portions, each headed by a separate demon general. At first, this had caused some dissatisfaction. After all, their Flaming Lily sect was the second-ranked sect of the fourth-ranked quadrant. How could they allow mere helpers to command them? Especially considering they were subordinates of another genius. However, they could only swallow their anger. Madeline was given full control of this operation, so she had the right to make all decisions. That said, this dissatisfaction didn't last for long. Seeing the seamless communication, innovative tactics, and sheer ease of it all baffled them. How could they not be convinced after conquering 2 towers in a mere 3 days? At the moment, 2/3 of the army had remained in Flaming Lily sect territory, prepared to launch an offensive on Rainbow Flame Tower at any given moment. This left 1,000 demon generals and their subordinates for this offensive. With about 10,000 young geniuses to every grouping, they had 10 million for this attack. Despite this number, it had to be remembered that they were dealing with the combined forces of not 1, but 3 Emperor God sects on top of the fact the number of geniuses the Golden Crow sect far outweighed that of the other 2 sects, and was slightly more than the Flaming Lily sect. Considering the armies guarding the 2 towers they had reconquered had long since retreated, it wouldn't be long before they all regrouped for a total of more than 100 million enemies. This was why launching this offensive so quickly was necessary. The Flaming Lily army had used a vast amount of resources laying teleportation formations down to get here as quickly as possible. The combined armies of the Flame Rebirth and Fiery Lotus sect froze when they saw the sheer momentum of the Flaming Lily army. By the time they realized they had been intimidated into non-action, the Flaming Lily sect was already upon them. Gale stood in the skies with an ugly expression on his face. The roar of the vice commanders had intimidated even him. But what pissed him off was that when he looked at their cultivations, they were mere lower saints. He was filled with a sense of inferiority and irreconciliation. Attack! He roared into the skies, hoping to snap his army out of it. But it was already too late. The 2 armies clashed, and the opposing army immediately became a disorderly mess. The Flaming Lily sect cut through with practiced precision, never losing awareness of their position due to the constant reminders of their higher-leveled officers. The corners of the army remained firm, not allowing any one of the armies to charge forward and collapse their wings. Aladar's lips constantly moved, firing out an array of commands. Malashira, pull back and launch a long-range defensive on their right wing. Galia, be ready with your mist formation and wait for my command. Delia will be ready to help you at a moment's notice. Kita, you're moving too far forward. I need you further back to heal the front line. I'll switch out in about 10 minutes. Gale and Rubrum felt completely overwhelmed. They had never seen an army work so much like a well-oiled machine before. It was too baffling. The worst part was that their armies were becoming disconnected, as though Aladar was slowly biting off piece after piece before swallowing them whole. Their casualties were running sky-high while their enemies had lost a paltry amount. The worst part was that their front lines seemed to constantly switch, immediately forcing them to deal with fresh warriors time and time again. Gale's eyes went red as he looked into the skies. Across the battlefield, his eyes met with Rubrum as they both came to a tacit agreement before launching themselves Aladar. Suddenly, a laughter sounded out as a red-haired man with twin black metal knives appeared before the both of them. You think it's so easy to take the head of our commander? Wishful thinking. Arios smiled wildly. It had been a long time since he unleashed. After all, he was from a family of assassins. How could he not have a murderous side? Kedlam appeared by his side in the next moment, beating Thor to the action. His shirtless torso rippled along with his red skin, exuding an aura of murder that caused Gale and Rubrum to frown in seriousness. No matter how arrogant the demon generals were, they wouldn't be so arrogant to believe that they could easily defeat a top 10 disciple of a sect from the 4th-ranked quadrant. They had to take this seriously. Kedlum slammed his fists together, blasting himself toward Rubrum with a deadly momentum. Arios didn't lag behind, brandishing his 2 blades and leaving a trail of fierce winds behind him as he charged toward Gale. The Fiery Lotus and Flame Rebirth sect armies below couldn't believe what they were seeing. Just before the battle between the 4 men had erupted, they had all believed there was only one possible result: the win of both Gale and Rubrum. This wasn't blind faith, but rather pure logic. They were both 9th-ranked inner disciples of Lord-level sects. Their names had long since become well known on the Saint floors, and they had the respect that came with that, not to mention the battle power. As for Kedlum and Arios, they were relative unknowns. Who would ever think they had such battle power? It didn't make any sense. The worst part of it all was that their supposed advantage as the tower defender wasn't having any effect. If anything, they were getting tired faster than their opponents. It was certain that today, win or lose, everyone would come to know the name of Dian's demon generals. Arios twisted nimbly in the air, sliding past Gale's spear strikes with an eerie calm. His 2 black knives danced, deflecting decapitating blows while delivering piercing strikes. Gale should have had the ultimate advantage as a spear wielder. Given his advantage of range, he should have been toying with Arios. Yet Arios was simply too skilled. With his fighting experience, how could he not have long since gotten used to fighting with a range handicap? Thor watched from the ground, fighting intent brewing in his eyes. He was a spear fanatic. How could he not want to fight another spear user? Unfortunately, it wasn't his turn. He had no choice but to focus on commanding his regiment. With Arios and Kedlum fighting, they were missing 2 generals, so Thor had to pick up the slack. Back within the Valley of Geniuses, Dian had separated from Verver. It wasn't that he was eager to get rid of him, but if the normally stoic and antisocial Verver suddenly so eagerly began to follow someone, it would raise annoying questions. Plus, although Verver was talented, he wasn't a top-of-the-line talent, as seen by the fact his soul was still at the blossom stage. The inner valley was definitely his limit for now, so it was best that he remain there. Dian spent a few days lingering around the inner valley, convincing a few statues to take a chance on him while also making sure enough people saw his face. More and more people are coming in now. It's best that I use my identity as Ree's husband to venture any deeper. I can't reveal too much talent as Dian Jafari. Since he had already appeared as Dian Jafari, there was no need for him to continue the facade. This was part of the reason he clapped and laughed before approaching Verver. That way, there would be plenty of individuals who could confirm that he had entered, and so deeply at that. This would make it easier to reel in the soul market bosses. It took only a moment before Dian had switched back to his light blue robes and silver gold mask. He once again bandaged his broadsword and catapulted toward the center regions, eager to see his master. Truth be told, the smartest thing to do would probably be to continue on as Dian Jafari. Although it would expose his talent to the 98th quadrant, and that might be partially detrimental to him in terms of the strength of enemies they sent at him, it would also help with making him more desirable to the soul market. In addition, it would also be less odd for him to happen to resonate with a statue from the Celestial Deer sect. However, Dian's meeting with the Emperor Giant clan ruined all of that. Dian didn't fully understand why, but he could distinctly feel that his bloodline suppressed theirs. This feeling was something he had no means of suppressing, especially when his emotions raged out of control. Because of this, no matter what disguise he used, anyone of the Emperor Giant clan would immediately know who he was. This left Dian with no choice but to risk it. There was definitely a chance that someone might connect him to the Celestial Deer Quadrant because of this. But who would have known that fate would throw such a wrinkle into his carefully laid out plans? The only saving grace was that this chance was incredibly low because everyone still thought Ri was from the Kitsunshruti quadrant. Dian soon reached another steep drop-off. But here, the landing wouldn't be so casual. From what Dian could tell, the gravity multiplied by many times. Even with his body's strength, he would definitely become nothing more than a puddle of meat and blood. Interesting. Dian smiled lightly. A pair of black wings bloomed from his back as he dove forward. Fierce winds threatened to tear Dian apart, but his wings were far too sturdy, each of them comparable to a treasure in their own right. It wasn't long before Dian touched down to the ground, landing lightly. The moment he appeared, he felt fierce and unknown energies try and bombard his mind before being rebuffed. The fog here was much denser, and it seemed like this came along with fiercer illusions and mental attacks. Although it was tougher to maneuver around the core regions, this also acted as a form of protection. Since you couldn't see more than 10 meters ahead of yourself, that also became the case for everyone else as well. Thus, it made it more difficult for others to interfere with your resonance. Since visibility was so low, Dian could only advance slowly, making his way through slowly. Statues are much rarer here. After a few hours of walking, Dian had still not run into a single person, nor had he seen a single statue. The core valley is more about karmic luck. The space is so large, but the geniuses who can earn a right to be here are very few. The Dragon King explained. It should also be noted that the requirements for being placed in the core region are quite special, and sometimes even more difficult than the requirements to be placed in either the inner or outer regions of the celestial level Valley of Geniuses. Dian nodded in acknowledgement before his feet froze for a moment. He had been walking for so long without seeing a single soul, yet now, just 10 meters ahead of him, the alluring view of an elegant woman's back had invaded his vision. The woman stood before a statue of what seemed like an untouchable goddess. At first, Dian thought that it might have been Master, but he was quickly disappointed since their features were far too different. However, Dian could tell that this statue was definitely that of a soul cultivator. Having seemingly sensed Dian's presence, the alluring back of the woman swayed slightly before a beautiful oval-shaped face came into view. Her eyes were a deep and profound gold, only made bolder by her dark, jet-black hair. Her features were subtle and delicate, curving softly to the form of her face. A slight look of surprise crossed her eyes before she quickly hid it, instead smiling when she saw Dian and turning her back to him. "Do you recognize this woman?" she suddenly asked. Dian was surprised by the question. Considering the rarity of statues in the core valley, logically speaking, someone should be so calm when a potential contender invaded a statue they found first. Dian wouldn't have even blamed this mysterious beauty for attacking first and asking questions about his identity later. In the end, he decided to play along, curious about what she wanted. "I don't. Her name has been lost in time, but she's most definitely one of the 108 holy princesses." "Holy princesses?" Dian asked in slight confusion. "I'm surprised you don't know." The mysterious beauty spoke in a slight teasing tone. "Your wife wears a visor made of material from the Holy Ark. It was a legendary vessel, so much so that mere pieces of broken furniture that were once housed within it could be sold for astronomical prices today. Among those who rode the Holy Ark, there wasn't a single one who didn't cause world-shattering events. The 108 princesses, the 12 queens, the 3 empresses, and the Holy Goddess. Legend has it that the first White Mother, the ancestor of the guardian beasts of the celestial deer sect, was actually one of the empresses of the Holy Ark. Imagined that a woman that powerful was only one of 3, and there was actually a woman even more powerful than her. Dian blinked. When this mysterious beauty had mentioned he was slightly on guard. But then he remembered that everyone knew he was Ri's husband. It wasn't a secret. After all, his video embarrassing Aki had spread through the martial world. However, what was truly curious was why this woman was telling him all of this. If anything, telling him how important the figure in the statue was would make him want it even more. Unfortunately, the beauty side. No one understands the credentials required to gain her acceptance. She's very clearly a soul cultivator, but we've long since lost count of how many soul-cultivating geniuses have come, yet not gained her acceptance. She's, by far, the longest-standing statue here. Some think that her soul fragment has long since dissipated. After all, even the tower can't preserve a soul indefinitely. There must be some kind of limit. Dian smiled. "Is that why you're so confident in telling me?" "Well," the mysterious beauty pondered for a bit. "Even though the requirement of this holy princess are unknown, it's pretty much certain that she wouldn't hand her legacy off to a man. Everyone knows that the Holy Ark was a strictly female vessel. It would be far too abnormal for one of their own to hand a legacy to a man. Although, there is a story that makes it a slight possibility that she might. Oh, Apparently, the holy goddess spent most of her esteemed existence alone, solely chasing after the path of her cultivation. However, later in life, she met a man she could no longer ignore. He was the first disciple of the creator of the Aurora, Mind's Eye, the beauty side. It was no wonder such a holy woman fell for him. That man was the originator of the long-lost Tao of Array alchemy. His concepts and thoughts are the only reason a martial world even exists today. If not for his achievements, we humans would have long since lost the ability to retaliate. Think about it, we only have a mere fraction of his teachings, yet it's still so much to the point where we're still learning about it today. Diane had never been surprised so often in such a short amount of time. In terms of seniority, he couldn't even figure out his connection to his grand teacher's first disciple. But he knew it was there. Then there was the fact that the Tao of Array alchemy was actually in his hands. What kind of coincidence was that? The mysterious beauty suddenly giggled. I guess if one day you became as outstanding as that man, you could gain the acknowledgement of this holy princess. Diane mumbled absent-mindedly while he looked up at the large statue. Do you believe you can? The beauty asked. There's nothing in this world that I can't do. Diane replied without thought. It was clear that his mind wasn't truly focused on the question, or the beauty. Although this surprised the woman, it also told her that these were Diane's true thoughts. Well, good luck. The beauty smiled a final time before starting to walk away. What was your name again? Diane suddenly asked. A giggle came from far away. Aritzia. Aritzia Sapientia. Diane sat down cross-legged before the statue, looking up at her beautiful carved features. Shouldn't you at least talk to me, lady? Diane said after more than half an hour had passed. He had never been blatantly ignored by a statue. Even within the inner valley, as long as he stopped before a statue with his talent, he would definitely get a response. This was even more so for soul cultivation-based statues. However, he was still greeted by silence. Could it be that her soul really has disappeared? I don't have the ability to check that. Without his soul, Diane's senses were far too dulled. That didn't even mention the various protections that the remnant souls here received. But none of that should matter. Diane dared to say that there wasn't a single other person in existence with as much soul talent as him. If this princess didn't choose him, then who could she possibly choose? Was she that insistent on picking a woman? It was possible that her legacy was one that only women could practice, but even in that case, Diane would want it so that he could give it to his wives. The more protection they had, the better. At least then he could worry a little bit less about them. But this core region was also quite curious. By all rights, if Aritzia was correct, even one of the Holy Ark's princesses should have been worth far more than the mere Saint Floors. If Diane thought his master was worth more, how could the junior sister of his master's ancestor not be? Diane sighed, getting up and dusting himself off. He couldn't stay here forever waiting for something that wasn't going to happen. As he was about to walk away, he suddenly had an evil idea. If you don't come out after this, you're either more tolerant than you should be, or your soul really has dissipated after all this time. Diane grinned as he walked up to the statue, rubbing his hands. With a single leap, 2 black wings appeared on his back. In the next moment, he was hovering above the towering chest of statue. Unfortunately, there was no deep ravine to look down into due to the conservative dress of the holy princess. However, that didn't stop Diane from stretching out a hand coated in aurora flames. As Diane's hand grew closer, he almost felt as though he saw the statue vibrate. But it disappeared instantly, so Diane thought he had perceived something that wasn't there. All right, holy princess. Don't say I didn't warn you. Diane's evil hands touched flushed against the cold stone breast, pouring aurora flames into it. The statue began to vibrate violently. This time, there was no mistaking it, it had definitely moved. Diane grinned evilly. I'm not letting go until you come out. Using the aurora flames took a toll on him, but it was definitely worth it. It was only with them that Diane could make the remnant spirit feel as though it was actually being touched. Why? You scoundrel! An adorable voice that sounded more like it came from a teen than a mighty holy princess sounded out as a spirit appeared with furiously blushing cheeks. The holy princess had never in her life been treated this way. Everyone who visited her statue was filled with the utmost respect. Even when she ignored them all, none of them dared to say a word of disrespect. It had already been millions of years, yet she had never heard anyone ever say anything negative about her. How could things go from that to her being groped by someone she saw as nothing more than a child? Stop raging, Diane rolled his eyes. It's not like I enjoyed. The spirit grit her teeth in anger. Even if it was true that he was only touching stone, with her holy identity, he actually dared to say that he didn't enjoy it. Leave, or you'll what? Diane's ears perked up. The same way the spirits were protected from the geniuses were also protected from the spirits. What could she do to him? The adorable holy princess stuttered, not knowing what to do. You only have to give me your legacy, and I'll stop bothering you. No. Why not? Because you're not worthy. Am I not? A mere princess of a long-destroyed holy ark dares to still be so arrogant. Do you dare to say that your soul talent is better than mine? The holy princess wanted to immediately respond with yes. But the truth was she never bothered to check Diane's soul talent. In fact, she hadn't bothered to check anyone who had come to her statue. Her role here was much more complicated than that. However, out of curiosity for Diane's confidence, she decided to casually take a look. The holy princess was stunned. Before her face started fuming in anger. What evil technique did you use to raise your soul talent? How many lives did you sacrifice? How many families did you destroy? You, evil, scoundrel, evil, scoundrel, evil. Diane almost burst into a fit of laughter. It seemed that the only bad words this little innocent beauty knew were evil and scoundrel. You dare to laugh? Even if I have to have my existence wiped from the heavens, I'll kill you and wash your evil from the world. Diane's laugh froze. A sudden overwhelming danger enveloped him, leaving only one thought: death. Diane's body seized. At that moment, there was no doubt in his mind that he would die. Memories flashed by, his entire life being put on display. What a joke, he was only 33 years old. Yet the first 16 years of his life was spent in a room filled with computers, and the last 16 years was spent putting his life on the line for the sake of becoming stronger. He had spent a total of 2 years in a coma, all after fighting some of the hardest battles in his life. Could be said that he had only truly lived for 2 years total. He regretted too much. He regretted not spending more time with his wives. He regretted not accepting Clara earlier. He regretted not being able to find Amphrey. He regretted not being able to protect his friends, his family. Then Diane felt anger. Who was this holy princess to arbitrarily cast judgment? Who was she to take his life away? Even if the holy goddess herself was here, she wouldn't have that right. An overwhelming pressure swept toward Diane's soul, threatening to crush it to dust. The holy princess spirit appeared in Diane's mind's eye. In order to bypass the restrictions of the tower, she had to pay a very heavy price. But this just proved her willingness to sacrifice everything all for the sake of killing Diane. She would have her existence wiped out completely, without any hope for the karma she had gained over her life carrying over, nor would it matter due to the fact she would lose the ability to be reincarnated at all. However, what she had sensed when she checked Diane's soul was something that she couldn't ignore. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for her to see through Diane to that level. However, the tower gave the spirits the ability to do so. When that was coupled with her own overwhelming insights, seeing the fact that Diane's soul was actually the compiled talent of many was simple. With a holy princess's depth of experience, how could she not know how evil a technique capable of doing such a thing was? The worst part was that when she entered Diane's body, she realized that it wasn't just his soul that was like this. It was also his body. Just thinking about all of the sacrifices needed to raise a person's talent to this level made her tremble with an uncontrollable rage. She had never felt this angry in her life. In truth, the holy princess was not wrong. There was no doubt that the technique Diane benefited from was of the utmost evil. How could the sealing of the talent of an entire universe of people for your own benefit not be an evil technique? However, she had still falsely accused Diane. What she believed was that Diane had done this knowingly, but she was completely wrong. That said, how could she understand the nuance of the situation? And, even if Diane knew that this was the case, he still wanted to tear this ignorant holy princess limb from limb. How could he care if it was an honest mistake? He would make anyone who dared to try and take him away from this life pay their debt in full. The holy princess weaved through the world of gold, seeking out the center of Diane's mind's eye. She couldn't help but be surprised about how vast Diane's mind's eye was. But this only further angered her. How else could it be so large if not for the evil technique he used? The mind's eye was the aurora, not the soul itself. However, it was the easiest way to access someone's soul, especially with the spirit form that the holy princess was in. It wasn't long before she had reached the core of the world. Although a lot of time seemed to have passed within, the truth was that the sound of her berating Diane outside was still echoing. When the core of the mind's eye was displayed for her, her eyes widened once more. She saw a soul in the form of a child nestled in its mother's wombs, chained with fierce diamond chains, etched with complex arrays beyond even her comprehension. The baby curled in on itself, sucking its thumb and sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the danger it was in. It was as though the chains weren't wrapped around it at all. Either that or they felt as comfortable as a blanket. The holy princess was stunned. How could the soul of such an evil person have such an innocent appearance? And the soul wasn't supposed to take form until one reached the half-step transcendent stage, at which point the baby would have to awaken in order for one to call down the energies of the transcendent plane in order to transcend. So, how could the soul of a mere essence gatherer have reached this level already? Even if his soul strength was at the celestial level, it was still far away from this stage. It had to be said that the manifestation of a soul and its true form were two completely different concepts. Diane's manifestation was overbearing and filled with majesty, but that was only in comparison to souls of this plane of existence. In terms of the transcendent plane, it was nothing more than an innocent baby. There was a reason why remnant souls that took the form of the experts they represented were called spirits and not souls. This was because the image they projected wasn't their true form. If it was their true form, what everyone would see was a vague, gaseous blob of energy, similar to what Diane saw in the elven tombs. Those spirits had been dead for so long that they had forgotten their true forms and instead became blobs of lights. The only reason the holy princess could remember her form for so long was because she resided within her own statue. How could she forget her form if she lived within it? However, this baby was the true form of Diane's soul. It had already inexplicably taken form already. And, the most devastating part, and the part that confused the holy princess the most, was that she didn't sense the other soul auras here. The reason she was so confident that Diane had used an evil technique was because his soul talent was divided into two facets. She had never heard of someone having so many weapon spirits, then to on top of the have two flame spirits, a heavenly lightning spirit, a sovereign spirit, and an eye spirit. They followed too many diverging paths and couldn't possibly come from a single person. It didn't make sense. If this nascent soul was the accumulation of those various soul talents, although it would still be surprising, it would at least have an explanation. But, the aura of this soul was too condensed, too pure, to be from more than one person. He has to have a method of cleansing away the auras of others before incorporating their talents unto himself. If not, then his personality would have already been overrun by the thoughts and opinions of all of the poor souls that he's absorbed up to now. He needs to die. The holy princess' delicate hand stretched forward, condensing the soul energy she had once held in her previous life. Even as a remnant soul, her power was not to be underestimated. Diane's master was capable of blocking a blast from a pseudo-heavenly treasure and saving Diane's life as a remnant soul. let alone the remnant soul of a holy princess who had had the protection of the tower. In the outside world, Diane's body began to tremble violently. It wasn't out of pain or injury, but rather an unbridled rage. The momentum and air of an expert shrouded him, encompassing the entirety of the valley. The geniuses froze in place. This sort of air, this sort of suppression, it was something they had only felt when they dealt with their family and sect elders. No, it was worse than that. It was more arrogant, fiercer. It was filled with a presence and untouchable confidence that stood against the world. Diane's inner world shook violently as his manifestation began to roar into the skies. It wanted to get out, it wanted to leave its restraints. It didn't care that its soul was still sealed. It didn't care that it wasn't time for the sanctuary to be unveiled yet. It wasn't the world to know that it existed, that it was enraged, that there wasn't a single person in existence that it was willing to bow to. In the distance, in an unknown corner of the core valley, Anik raised his head to the skies as his eyes reddened. His body was fiercely trembling, except unlike Diane, it was due to involuntary fear. His mind was roaring in anger, but his blood was recoiling, burrowing into his body and digging into its crevices to hide. He had no doubt in his mind who was causing this scene. It wasn't only him who knew, but every other member of his Emperor Giant clan as well. His fists clenched. I'll definitely kill you and wash away this shame. Since my blood wants to fear yours, I'll simply take it. Of those who felt what was going on, Ree and Clara looked up with a frown. With their soul connection to Diane, how could they not know that this was him? However, at the same time they could feel his anger. What happened for Diane to be so angry? Within Diane's mind's eye, the Holy Princess attack had finished charging. Her spirit form had dimmed considerably, and she was already facing the backlash. However, she had long since steeled her resolve. Don't blame me, the Holy Princess spoke coldly. Blame your past evil actions. You reap what you sow. You don't deserve a next life. Just as the Holy Princess was about to unleash her attack, a brilliant array formation appeared, protecting the golden baby. The Holy Princess trembled with shock, quickly retracting her attack. But it was too late. Her arm shattered to pieces, half of her body dissipating in an instant. The seal. She coughed violently as her spirit paled considerably, losing more than 80% of its power in an instant. What a horrible ending for her. She had tried to use a soul-based attack on a person who had their soul protected by a weapon of the 33 heavens as a mere remnant soul. Wasn't she asking for death? Was this really how she would die? How could such an evil man be so lucky to monopolize one of the legendary 33 weapons as a youth of barely 33 years old? These weapons were even world-shattering on the transcendent plane, let alone here. Get out here! Suddenly a voice filled with rage made the Holy Princess tremble with fear. Because she had broken the rules of the tower, she had lost its protection and her soul was already dissipating. If this evil man decided to imprison and torture her, there was nothing she could do. Deadly aurora flames surged from Diane's hand as he extracted it from a stone, piercing through his body and arriving within his mind's eye. The violent flames wrapped around the Holy Princess' half-torn body, forcefully dragging her out against her will. Diane's eyes were blinded by rage, completely reddening with pulsing veins of golden blood. From within his spatial ring, he pulled out what looked like a spherical array. Inside, there was an odd spirit. It seemed to be screaming in agony, constantly forming then collapsing as though it had lost its mind. This array was something Diane had created the last time he was blinded by rage. It housed Matriarch Niveus, the woman responsible for annihilating his homeland. He hadn't allowed her soul to be dissipated. Instead, she had been constantly tortured for her deeds for the last 14+ years. 14 years of torture might have made the mind of a normal mortal collapse by now, but one had to remember that Matriarch Niveus had lived for over 9,800 years. 14 years was too short of a punishment for her. When the Holy Princess was pulled out of Diane's mind's eye, this was the very first thing she saw. By this point, how could she not be absolutely certain that Diane was some sort of reincarnated demon? He was evil to the point of being willed to torture this poor senior for who knows how long. Evil! Scoundrel! The holy princess screamed out and struggled, but it meant next to nothing. In one swift motion, she was thrown in along with matriarch Niveus, their screams becoming one before being shoved back into Diane's spatial ring. Even after doing this, Diane's rage still hadn't seemed to subside. His fists flew forward, smashing heavily into the holy princess statue. Boom! 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 A violent torrential rain of punches bombarded the statue, but the material was simply too tough. Even with Diane's strongest power, there was no hope in denting it. But he still let all of his emotions go. He hated the feeling of being powerless, yet that feeling seemed to be happening more and more often. Even if he didn't die just now, who's to say that the next expert who deems his life meaningless wouldn't succeed? Fuck! Emotions Diane had buried for a long time surged upward. Thoughts of his home being destroyed with the flick of a finger. Images of Amphory giving her life to save him. Flashes of Luna's last smile before she committed suicide. Calm down. The Dragon King's ancient voice sounded in Diane's mind. Although he much preferred his master's demonic side, as a weapon, he was bound by heaven's rules. Since he was aware that Diane didn't want to fall to such a side, then he had an obligation to stop him. The voice snapped Diane back to reality. He could only stare down at the now exposed bone of his blood-drenched fists, clenching them tightly. Diane didn't care what reasons the holy princess had. As far as he was concerned, she could rot in hell along with matriarch Niveus for all of eternity. In the martial world, intent never mattered as much as the result, so what obligation did Diane have to forgive her? If he was too weak, he would be dead. Then who would have to forgive who? Diane! Two voices rang in Diane's ears as imaged of Clara and Ree appeared in the skies. Although there weren't any Sapientia relay towers here, their distance from each other was close enough that it didn't matter. Diane shook his head. I'm fine. Those who should be paying for their mistakes are paying for them. The two women sighed in relief. What happened? Clara couldn't help but ask. Seeing their worried expressions, Diane could only explain briefly. Despite the fact he had kept out most of the details, the two beauties couldn't help but pale in fright. Were they really that close to losing their husband? We should be together. Ree spoke up. If she and Clara had been there, maybe things wouldn't have happened like that. At the very least, they could have vouched for Diane's character. Diane sighed. Clara, it's best you help reclaim the legacy. That chrysanthemum, although she lost in exchange with little Feu Glacé, isn't so far behind her that she would lose if Ree was distracted by a resonance. Although Diane didn't want the connection between Clara, Ree and him to be known before, after thinking about it, he preferred to take the risk in order to make sure Ree was protected. After all, there was no one questioning Ree's origins since it was confirmed that she was a member of the Snow Clan. They could just pass off Ree and Clara becoming friends as a coincidental meeting. Clara nodded. I've already refined that dome treasure you gave me. No one will come even close to us. Diane had decided to give the treasure he stole from Lilith to Clara. After all, with his soul sealed, he couldn't properly refine it. At the same time, it could give them an added layer of protection. It was especially suited to Clara's fighting style. Oh, also, I found your master's statue a few days ago, Clara suddenly said. But the range on the necklaces was too short for me to contact you then. There are already a few people fighting over her then, so you should hurry over. Diane nodded. He wasn't too worried. After all, his master had been here for thousands of years already. It was obvious she wouldn't pick someone easily. It was likely that people were only fighting over her because she was relatively new compared to the other statues here. What he was more interested in was why the Saint Floors had such powerful individual. Either way, his fists were itching. His rage still hadn't subsided yet, so he was really curious to find out what fools dare to try and take his master's legacy from him. Even in this fog, it wasn't hard for Diane to get directions from Clara. Considering they were close enough now, Diane could feel her general position. All Clara needed to do was explain which direction his master's statue was in relation to herself, and Diane would understand. It wasn't long before Diane heard the sounds of battle, only a few hours. Gigolo, obediently leave and allow your father to claim this inheritance. A booming voice called out, shaking the very air itself. Fatso, why would such a beautiful lady pick you to inherit her legacy? She would definitely pick a suave gentleman like myself. Near the clearing around the 25th White Mother statue, Amory Klein laughed loudly with his massive 3-meter-tall frame, watching Cullen and another well-known genius duke it out. The fatso in question was yet another emperor, coming from a family of gluttons. If this was an insult, it would be one thing, but the truth was that this was the legitimate name of his race. His family's origins reached back to the ancient 7 Dark Sins clans, of which, as far as they knew, only the gluttons had survived. For obvious reasons, this meant his fat was definitely not just for show, it gave him unbridled power. But that didn't stop other geniuses from poking fun at him. That said, this clan was known for placing food over everything. There were many stories of even their most talented geniuses going on decade-long escapades searching for the perfect dish. Because of their priorities, they didn't rank very highly and were only 23rd on the quadrant rankings. That said, they shouldn't be underestimated. This genius here was one of 3 notable members of their younger generation, named Xianxia Glutton. Haha! Your mouth is going to get you killed one day, Cullen. When the esteemed 25th White Mother was alive, she could kill you with a wave of a finger, let alone her husband. And you dare to take advantage of her with your words? Aren't you tired of living? A sturdily built female spoke out with contempt. Don't put words in my mouth, you man-woman. I was simply complimenting the 25th White Mother. Despite his nonchalant response, Cullen was inwardly cursing. If the 25th White Mother really took offense to what he said, it would definitely be a problem. Who didn't know how legendary both her and her husband were? The demon Qilin was the only man to ever survive being taken over by the Dragon King. How could he not be a legendary figure? Although they both died when they were still much too young, that didn't stop others from respecting them as geniuses of their time. It could be said that the only reason Dian's master's achievements were less than that of the demon sage was all due to the interference of the entity. If not for him, both her and her husband would have shaken the martial world. It was hard to picture it, but Dian's master really was young. One had to remember that the true mark of a genius of to reach the celestial realm before 100 and the Tao formation realm before 1000. Not only did she do both of those things, she also had outstanding achievements in soul cultivation even as a beast, to the point where she could maintain her own soul from dissipating thousands of years after her own death. Dian's master had barely entered the Tao formation realms and was only about 500 years old when she died. In fact, she had only recently taken over the position of the 24th White Mother at the time. It was truly a tragedy of the martial world. In truth, the geniuses were just fooling around at this point, still feeling each other out to see who really wanted the legacy and who was just testing their luck. After all, they were all aware that the 25th White Mother's legacy was definitely soul-related, yet none of them were soul cultivators. It was for this reason that although there were quite a few of them there, only 2 were fighting. In fact, Cullen hadn't even drawn his twin moon sabers. Just as they were all joking around with each other, their gazes all snapped in one direction as the dense fog slightly parted. Normally, they would ignore such a thing, but anyone capable of entering this deep wasn't someone they could take lightly. When Dian entered their view, those who had seen his confrontation with Anik froze, serious expressions coloring their features. At this point, Xianxia and the man-shaped woman became curious. All of them had practically grown up with another. Despite the teasing, they were decent friends and there wasn't any true animosity between them. Or, more accurately, those with true animosity weren't here. So, when they saw those geniuses they were familiar with take this unknown character so seriously, how could they not be intrigued? Dian ignored their gazes. Although he was still greatly angered, he wouldn't be so stupid as to start a fight with a dozen well-known geniuses with his soul and will sealed. That would be suicide. Instead, he walked toward the statue, his eyes slightly reddening. It was lucky that those geniuses hadn't stepped too closely to the statue for fear of being attacked from all sides, or else they would have been able to see Dian's eyes and make some guesses. "Hey!" the fatso suddenly yelled out. "I don't care who you are. There's a process here. Diane ignored his words, instead, bowing deeply to the statue. This disciple has been unfilial, Diane said inwardly. At that moment, for the first time in the history, the statue of the 25th White Mother rippled slightly as an otherworldly beauty appeared. The 25th White Mother truly lived up to her name. She wore a long white gown that blended into her flowing white hair. Her white, gem-like eyes were gentle and inviting, all while giving off the air of an expert. And her features were soft and delicate, beaming with air of innocence that lacked in the distinctly mature aura Diane felt the first time he met his master. Clearly, this was a much younger version of her. Despite being the younger version of herself, how could the 25th White Mother not recognize her own disciple? Just like the spirits, she was well aware of what her main body, or in this case, main soul experienced. However, she could only sigh. She very much wanted the world to know that this was her disciple, but she was also highly intelligent. The fact Diane was wearing a mask right now only meant one thing. He wanted to hide his identity. That said, this wouldn't stop her from communicating with Diane quietly. "Why do you look so sad? Is your master's appearance so ugly?" The 25th White Mother joked. Diane couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He liked this version of his master. She still retained much of her youthfulness. It was just unfortunate that he couldn't communicate with her back without speaking aloud. Of course not. If Senior wasn't already married, I would definitely take Senior as my wife. The surrounding geniuses couldn't believe their ears. Cullen had just now fallen into a depression because he even slightly alluded to such a thing. But this mysterious masked man didn't have any qualms at all. The most shocking part was that they had all tried their luck to get the 25th White Mother to appear, showing off their abilities and talents one by one. Yet all he had done was bow. It was at that moment that they remembered. This masked man was known as a weapons crafting genius. Or, rather, everyone assumed that he was given the bandaged package on his back. Therefore, his sole talent had to be the reason she appeared so quickly, right? However, at this point they all sneered inwardly. With his words just now, how could he still have the right to earn her legacy? This was no different than insulting the 25th White Mother, who didn't know how seriously women of the martial world had to take their reputation. Aside from those who followed seductive paths of cultivation, no woman dared to be loose with her words, nor with the words she accepted. There was no shortage of jealous men waiting in the wings to insult the women who rejected them. They were disgusting lowlives, yes, but they still existed. In the next instant, though, they were all stunned once more, because the 25th White Mother actually began to laugh. Even if they were hundreds of times smarter, they would never guess that Diane was her disciple. For one, any disciple that the 25th White Mother took should have definitely been making waves in the world by now, considering that it had been thousands of years since she died. Either that, or they would have perished along with the Celestial Deer sect. Secondly, they had never heard of the guardian beast of the Celestial Deer sect taking a disciple. Such an event would have been earth-shattering and worthy of a large ceremony many powerful figures would be invited to. Lastly, who joked with their masters like this? Most master-disciple relationships were one of stiff respect and protocol. Not many truly became as they should be. Not many became like the mother-to-son relationship Diane and the 25th White Mother had. Although Diane and the 25th White Mother hadn't spent long together, every time they were brought together was for an event neither one of them would forget in their lives. Not to mention the fact that the 25th White Mother had secretly followed Diane for years, hidden with the seal, waiting for the right time to reveal herself. They were closer than what simple time could provide. After their brief exchange, the 25th White Mother began to speak again. "I know you came for the core teachings of our Celestial Deer sect. How, if I had them, I would have given them to you a long time ago." She spoke sadly. She wanted to help her disciple, but she couldn't. It made her feel like she didn't deserve to have such a talented Diane under her wing. "The truth is that our sect master destroyed the core teachings and erased its truths from our memories before the sect fell. He then the final copy along with his own legacy world to the Soul Ren Quadrant. Our final core teachings are hidden there. According to the year it is, and calculating the orbits of the universes, planets and galaxies. The 25th White Mother spoke quickly, using an ancient calculation means to provide Diane the exact position of the legacy world. You don't have to be in too much of a hurry. Orbits of such large bodies are very slow, so at least for the next 10,000 years, the position I've given you won't be too far from what I've told you. But you'll have to recalculate the position of the planet when the time comes, or else you'll have to search the entire solar system. Don't even think of going now. The innocent appearance of Diane's master disappeared, replaced by a very serious expression that more matched the maturity of her main body. The legacy world is designed to be difficult for even Tao formation experts. Going now will just get you killed. Also, the key for opening the legacy world is hidden with our longtime allies, Soul-Rending Peak. Diane wanted to explain the change of the situation in the Soul-Rend quadrant, but if he spoke aloud, it would reveal too many secrets to those standing around. He could only nod as his master streamed more and more information into his mind. My main soul likely sealed away the true reason our sect was destroyed, and for good reason. The secret isn't something you should have to hold until you become powerful. The fact that a transcendent came down personally, paying a heavy price even by his metrics, should be enough of a clue. You have to understand that the entity chained within our Earth is no normal transcendent. Even on that plane of existence, he was among the three most powerful. If his plan succeeds, he'll be completely unmatched. I'm sorry that Master can't help you personally, but the only way to win against the entity is for some on this plane to become powerful enough to destroy his body. If we can't accomplish this, I'm afraid that there's no hope left. Diane frowned deeply. Even a former Tao expert like Elder Dayu couldn't even enter a 1,000,000-mile radius of that entity's body. Diane himself had personally stepped a single foot into that inner world at the center of Earth and began trembling with fear at just the simple sight of his hand. This was a man with a body capable of completely filling the center of a planet that was millions of miles in circumference and still seemed massive. On top of that, if the 25th White Mother story was correct, the entity had even allowed himself to be caught. Now, Diane was supposed to become strong enough to destroy the body of a transcendent ranked within the top 3 on even their plane, all while not transcending himself. What a terrible joke. When Diane thought about how this entity was actually the second disciple of the old man, he felt an even bigger headache coming on. If even that man couldn't handle him, what was Diane supposed to do? The 25th White Mother sighed. The only reason we stood a semblance of a chance is because the entity was heavily suppressed. The laws of the universe wouldn't allow a transcendent to run rampant in this plane. However, that doesn't change the fact that the strength of his body is unfathomable. Master doesn't say this to scare you. I only want you to be properly prepared. The only chance you have is faith energy. Diane blinked. Faith energy? The best way to surpass the limits of your cultivation, gaining battle power to overwhelm the heavens, is by working with the power of faith. A legatee of an Emperor God clan who is, say, a third-grade saint expert could fight on par with a loose cultivator of the second-grade saint level. That boost cannot be underestimated. Unfortunately, a mere Emperor God clan isn't enough. Assuming that you become a half-step transcendent before attempting to destroy his body, to reach the power level of such a strong transcendent, I can't even imagine the strength of clan that would require. Diane took a deep breath. Anyone else who heard this would be filled with despair, but when he was backed against a wall, he only had one goal: to find the way to succeed. Even if he needed to conquer every remaining universe to succeed, he would do it. Seeing the fighting spirit lit in Diane's eyes, the 25th White Mother's illusory eyes threatened to glisten with tears. If she was in her true body, it would definitely be streaming down her face by now. The good news is that the time needed to integrate the gamma energy of an entire universe was astronomical. One had to remember that the talent supplied at the creation of a universe wasn't just for a fixed point in time. That same energy had to support that universe for the trillions upon trillions of years it existed, from its very first day to its very last. The idea of absorbing all of that energy was simply mind-boggling. Diane would make sure to use every bit of that time to his advantage. Only a few thousand years had passed since he began this integration. Diane would make sure to make that bastard pay for his complacency. Diane's master went on to explain many more things. Everything from points in cultivation to warnings about the mysterious organization that the entity had helped him descend. Hours passed by as the geniuses didn't dare to do anything. Since the resonance had clearly not begun yet, there was no benefit in attacking Diane yet, so they simply waited, very much confused about what the masked man and the 25th White Mother could have to talk about for so long. Of course, they all assumed that Diane was communicating with her secretly, while the reality of the matter was that only the 25th White Mother was speaking. By the time she finally finished, the 25th White Mother had a sad expression on her features. I don't have a legacy to give you that isn't already in your memories. When your soul unseals, you can use the seal to pry the rest of my memories open, and you can gain many useful insights and techniques. How is your array alchemy? Diane smiled. I should be comparable to a 6th stage comet expert. This was the first time Diane had spoken in hours. When the geniuses heard his words, they choked on their own air before they began cleaning out their ears to make sure they had heard correctly. Under 1,000 years old? 6th stage comet expert? No matter what secondary profession he was referring to, it was too ridiculous. If they had known that he was talking about array alchemy as a whole, they'd be even more surprised. This was definitely not the same as succeeding in either formation theory or alchemy theory. They were certain he had to be lying. But when the 25th White Mother nodded seriously with a tinge of pride in her eyes, they couldn't help but breathe out the breath they had been involuntarily holding. One had to know the sheer rarity of comet-level experts were. Moon, planet, and star-level experts were almost non-existent. In addition, comet-level experts were already good enough to create treasures and pills suitable for use for Tao formation-level experts. In addition, the gap between the Grandmaster stage and the Comet stage was like heaven and earth. That wasn't even mentioning the gap between the first and second Comet stages, let alone the first and 6th stages. It was simply too inconceivable. Even if their clan's elders were here, they would have no choice but to address Diane as a peer instead of a junior. What the hell was going on? It had to be said, even the greatest expert of the secondary professions here were moon-level experts at the very best. There were no planet or star-level experts. For Diane to be such a young comet-level expert, his future was with a ceiling. Your cultivation is still lacking, but I understand that it's because you've been sealed. You will comprehension surprises even me. You're on an excellent path, my little disciple. Do you know how long? Diane asked vaguely, not wanting them to understand. With the help of the tower, I can see how long it'll take you to be unsealed, yes. You still need about 15 more years. It seems that the difficulty is increased by the infusion of that strange energy. Is that really primordial energy? Diane nodded. He didn't know how the energy core did it so quickly, but it had complete sucked away the primordial energy of an entire universe away for his use. It was truly baffling. The entity needed millions of years to integrate the energy of their universe, but the energy core had done it in seconds. Of course, there were a few key differences. For one, it only took the primordial energy, which is still a far cry from the sum total of all energies. Secondly, it didn't refine the energy, it only absorbed it, which is, again, different from what the entity is doing. Diane's master smiled, almost as though she was saying goodbye. She had given Diane everything he needed. It was time for them to separate once again. At that moment, Diane felt a weight on his chest before he began to get agitated. He wanted to find a way to tell his master to enter his mind's eye and rest there. Although he didn't have enough energy to support both of their souls, if his master went into a deep slumber, it wouldn't affect him at all. Then he could use the technique he received to construct a new body for her as an apology for all the times her soul was shattered because of him. However, explaining that aloud was definitely difficult. Letting others know that he had this ability would be far too troublesome. Just as Diane was racking his brain to find a way to say what he needed to say in a way only his master would understand, he thought of something. It would be dangerous and would likely cause him to be attacked from all sides, but it was definitely worth it. Senior, we can begin resonance now. The 25th White Mother was stunned as she involuntarily looked around at all the geniuses that were here. If Diane had his soul and wills unsealed, she wouldn't be so worried. but this was a reality that she couldn't change. On top of this, because Diane's soul was sealed, he couldn't resonate with her. So what was he thinking? The 25th White Mother's eyes widened with realization. He must want me to enter his mind's eye? But why? Hearing these words, though, the geniuses involuntarily reached for their weapons. Normally, they wouldn't dare to lightly offend Diane, however. There was another reason to attack someone that was resonating. If one defeats a person during their resonance, it was possible to fight over the legacy before it was able to return to the statue. This was why they all stayed here despite not having the necessary soul talent to gain the legacy voluntarily. On top of this, they felt Diane was far too arrogant. He could have said his second profession ranking silently. He could have also said that he wanted to begin resonance silently too. Yet, he had said both of these things aloud. They, as geniuses themselves, saw this as a slap to the face. Cullen and Amory shook their heads, backing away to watch the show. Their thoughts were clear. They would definitely not participate, not after seeing Diane's clash with Anik. They needed to see what was real and what wasn't first. Just as the geniuses were preparing to attack, yet distortion of the nearby fog occurred, causing all of their eyes to follow. When they saw the group of tailed individuals, they simply nodded and turned their attention back. The moment Diane turned back, his whole body froze before a deep killing intent shook the world around them. "You can begin, Senior," Diane said without turning back to his master. Aki Void's gaze met Diane's, causing him to be stunned, especially the momentum of his killing intent. He suddenly felt the need to turn tail and run. However, he quickly regained his composure. He had the most powerful members of the Kitsune clan with him. If he caught Diane or even killed him, getting to Ri would be far easier. His features steeled. "Kill!" The geniuses paused, not sure whether to act or not. On one hand, the grudge between this masked man and the Kitsune clan was well documented. Not only was it rumored that the Void clan tried to bully Alexandria Snow because she had their faith seed, the masked man had also very publicly embarrassed the face of the Kitsune clan. Although that latter reason may seem petty, there was little large clans cared about more than their face. In terms of the younger generation of saints, Aki Void had been their #1 genius for a long time. Because Ri came from a smaller clan and rarely appeared in public, she didn't receive the same backing Aki had from the clan. As such, despite having far more talent than Aki, she wasn't accepted in the same way. While they wanted Aki to grow to lead, they wanted to control Ri. "Diane, it's no good if I enter your mind's eye now. For one, if I do this, you'll have to deal with the other geniuses on top of dealing with the Kitsune clan. Secondly, there's no point. If I take up residence in your mind's eye, all that'll do is siphon away your own soul strength. Even though it doesn't matter now because your soul is sealed, it will definitely slow down the construction of your inner world even further." Of course, Diane knew this. However, he couldn't allow others to know that he was handicapped and weak. If he fought the Kitsune as he was right now, it would become very obvious very quickly that he wasn't as powerful as his presence dictated. If that happened, it would lead to a lot of trouble in the future. But if he fought them while everyone thought he was resonating, then there'd be an explanation for his weak strength. Everyone would dismiss his insistence on resonating at such an inopportune time as him just being flagrantly arrogant, when in truth, he wasn't actually resonating at all. Diane cracked his neck. "Don't worry about it, Senior. If I don't give these fools a handicap, this would be too easy." The sturdily built woman began to laugh. "I usually only accept the best of pretty boys into my harem, but for those words you just said, I won't mind bending a masked man over." By the time this exchange had happened, the Kitsune had already surged forward. There were 3 of them, Aki Void of the Void clan, the 8 silver-tailed hot-headed young man, and the 8 golden-tailed beauty that was angered when Diane ignored her in favor of Ri. They were the only Kitsune of this generation talented enough to enter this far into the valley, but still shouldn't be underestimated. Diane's master could only blink in confusion before entering Diane's mind's eye anyway. Since he said so, he definitely had a plan. At that moment, Diane's master began to emit a light, doing her best to emulate the circumstances of a true resonance, so those around wouldn't understand that she had actually entered Diane's mind's eye. With his master gone, Diane's rage shook the heavens. replaying the story Ri had told again and again as he watched the three kitsune fly toward him. Masako, the golden-tailed beauty, grasped at the air, causing a flash of golden light to dissipate and leave behind what looked like an 11-inch oak branch in her hand. Diane's eyes narrowed. Magic user. Masako was from the Heaven Kitsune clan, the ancestor of which was at the same level as Kukin in his life. Their abilities were very similar to Clara's energy flow constitution, one of the top 10 god-level constitutions. However, it was obviously on a much smaller scale. Simply put, they had tempered versions of Clara's ability, with increased affinity for conventional path energies and the ability to read the flow of energy within their opponent's body. This made them very good magic wielders, so it was no surprise. Despite the beauty and elegance of it all, there was nothing pretty about the ferocity of her attacks. Masako took vanguard, allowing Aki Void and Jin Jiken to flank her. Clearly, they were very much used to fighting together. Her delicate hands swiveled and whipped, arcing elegantly through the air, drawing pattern after pattern with blinding speeds. In an instant, several arrays appeared before morphing into individual, snake-like whips. Coiling snakes, half a foot in diameter, blasted toward Diane from all angles, threatening to pound him into nothing but minced meat. Jin's tails emitted a silvery light just as Aki's emitted a black fog. The lights spun in unison, finding their way to Masako's arrays and melding together. At that moment, the transparent snakes no longer moved simply, instead gaining a profound edge. They sped up and slowed down without warning, even jumping through space and appearing elsewhere at times. The Kitsune triplet pair hadn't held anything back, instead choosing to attack with everything they had. The geniuses who had yet to make a move watched in shock. They were very aware how powerful the combination of these three were. What they didn't expect was that they would attack with full force so soon. Usually, when facing an enemy you had never fought before, some probing would be in order. This proved one thing. This masked man was dangerous. Diane faced the coming onslaught with a calm expression, his perception working in overdrive as he took in every one of their movements. And then he flicked both of his sleeves, allowing hundreds of silver plaques to appear in the air, bobbing around him gently. Aurora flames erupted around him, supported by his runic veins for added control. This will be the first debt collection for your Kitsune clan. Diane's eyes sharpened. The geniuses blinked. Those are array plates. Diane's finger lightly flicked, causing one of the hundreds of floating silver plaques to shatter. In that moment, a brilliant array appeared from it, unleashing a fierce attack. Boom! A translucent snake shattered into nothingness. The attack was so precise and well-timed that Masako almost stopped her charge forward. How was it possible for anyone to time something so perfectly? That was impossible. However, it continued to happen. Diane became like a conductor, a god, standing in his domain. Simple flicks of the finger unleashed devastating attacks, shattering snake after snake. By the time Masako was within range, her nearly dozen translucent snakes had fallen to a mere 3, causing her to shake with anger. Magic worked differently than array alchemy did. Every creation was linked to her own energies, and controlled as such. That was why Diane created inanimate objects, while she was capable of creating lifelike snakes for attack. Of course, Diane was capable of imitating living things by changing the form of arrays, but it wasn't to the same level as magic wielders. They would always lack a certain candidness and naturality. This was also why amplifiers used by magic wielders, like the oak branch in Masako's hand, had to have life essence characteristics. Masako had already paled considerably by the time she was a few meters from Diane. Die! A blade of energy appeared from the edge of her amplifier, coated with the silver and black energies of Aki and Jin. The 3 remaining snakes bit toward Diane's legs, head and back, pincering him in from all sides. Diane's hand reached out to the side, causing a silver plaque to fly toward him at blinding speeds before shattering on his palm. Another brilliant array appeared just as Masako's blade nearly slashed Diane in half. But before it could, Diane disappeared. Teleportation array. The geniuses were stunned. Could arrays really be used in battle like this? They had never seen anyone fight like this. If this was possible, Who the hell dared to say that soul cultivators were weak? Dian appeared behind Masako, his back facing her. Even while training his eyes on the still charging Aki and Jin, his fingers flicked again. For brilliant arrays appeared, spinning in the ferociously before beaming outward. In a moment, the 3 remaining snaked were sniped, causing Masako to cough up a vat of blood just as the 4th spear flew toward her back. Aki's eyes burned with rage, but this rage was nothing compared to what Dian was feeling. Coward! Hiding behind arrays! Fight like a man! Jin roared. The geniuses to the side looked at Jin weirdly. Wasn't he the man who just allowed a delicate beauty to take vanguard? The man that attacked 3-on-1? The man attacking a genius while he was resonating? Was he really complaining about the mortality of it all right now? Boom! Masako's delicate scream called out as she was sent flying. Her arms bent at an awkward angle as she rolled along the ground like nothing more than a rag doll, before falling unconscious. Despite her energy-manipulating abilities being top-notch, and being a beast, her body was still too fragile. It had to be said that these weren't normal arrays. Whereas a regular weapons hell array took Dian less than a split second to draw, Clara meticulously drew these particular versions over the course of hours, even days. Each had the power of a single full-strength attack from a 10th stage saint, and although this couldn't be said to be overwhelmingly powerful, when used as cleverly as Dian used them, they were deadly. Plus, Masako herself was still a 9th stage saint. She wasn't so powerful that she could ignore an attack from an expert a single layer beneath her. The only reason she took vanguard for the 3 of them was because she had the best control over energy, and as such could more easily implement Jin's time will and Aki's void will. This doesn't make any sense. The fatso, Chanzue, muttered to himself. He has such strong control even while resonating. He definitely has a split minds technique. The geniuses shuddered. If this was true, what was the use in attacking him? Usually, soul cultivators had powerful minds, and the best ones were capable of doing multiple tasks at once without losing a single step. It was just that the geniuses who could do so were far too rare. It had to be said that the reason attacking during resonance was the most optimal, usually, was because the process was almost like looking in 2 different directions at once. But if this genius could do exactly that, then there was no advantage for them either way. Dian's fingers flicked again. You dare! Aki roared. But it was too late. A spear filled with power rushed from Masako's unconscious body, slamming into her delicate throat. Those watching were stunned. Was it really supposed to be so easy to kill a queen-level character? The kings in the crowd shivered. Would they die so easily against him as well? What they didn't know was that Dian's presence had completely frozen Masako. He couldn't allow the level of his presence to leak, or else it would reveal too many clues about his identity. Masako wasn't unconscious at all, nor did she freeze because of her snakes dying. No, she died because she tried to attack a true god. It had to be said the Masako had a presence-protecting treasure as well. In fact, her wand made it so that she had 2. However, protective treasures had their limits. A genius like Masako would only have a treasure capable of protecting against a lower king. This was already enough to ignore the presence of all members of the younger generation. Only geniuses like Aki, who were the beacon of a generation, would be provided with protective treasures capable of protecting against emperors. Dian simply outsmarted them. He had focused his presence to a small area, making him seem much more powerful than he really was. But this was exactly the effect he wanted. Jin and Aki stopped, their nerves on end, but rage burned in their hearts. Masako was someone they had both grown up with since their youth. The 3 of them had always been the triplet geniuses of their generation. Yet, she had died right in front of them. Are you mad? Dian calmly walked toward the 2 kitsune, his hands clasped behind his back. Are your hearts burning with rage? Anger? Sorrow? Do you want to tear me limb from limb? Eat my flesh and drink my blood. Jin and Aki's eyes reddened, but they didn't speak, instead gritting their teeth in silence. I wonder, when you thought it was so easy to marry my wife, to make her your concubine, then your maid. When you thought to ruin her life and turn her into your puppet, making use of your backing, did you think about what kind of backing she had? Did you think about the possibility of retaliation, the possibility of revenge? The possibility of you losing something you cared about instead of just taking things as you pleased? Today I'm going to kill you. Not only am I going to kill you, I'm going to kill anyone who dares to interfere. And when I'm done, I'm going to wipe your Void clan out of existence and make those esteemed elders you thought were your backers kneel at the feet of my wife. The world trembled under Diane's words. They were filled with such confidence that none of them dared to think of doubting him. Aki grit his teeth before he turned toward the geniuses. Friends, my Void clans has an irreconcilable hatred with this man and his wife. Firstly, his wife used underhanded means to somehow gain our Void clan's prized faith seed. You all understand the importance and taboo surrounding the faith seed of clan. Do you not? As members of the Void clan, we had an obligation to investigate. This is all we wanted to do, open a dialogue between our clan and the Snow clan. At the end of it all, to compromise and no longer pursue the matter, my Void clan and Alexandria's Snow clan reached an agreement to allow a marriage alliance between our clans. I guarantee to you all, on my honor as a martial warrior, she did not have a husband at the time this was decided. However, Alexandria cursed her ancestors and disrespected her elders, spitting in the face of their arrangements and running off to spread her legs this for unknown man, slapping my Void clan in the face. You tell me, is this not foul? Is this not out of bounds? Do I not have the right to fight for the honor of my clan? The geniuses nodded. They all knew exactly how important faith seeds were to clans. If their own clan faith seed fell in the hands of another, the mere fact they didn't kill her and take the faith seed by force was already enough of a concession. For Alexandria to ignore this kindness, they would be angry as well. Diane listened to this with an eerie calm in his eyes. His anger had boiled over to the point where he no longer expressed it in normal ways. The thumping of a heart filled with rage was slowly growing louder. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack, but that he had already used a trick to kill one of them. He needed to be meticulous with his next, or he would suffer a loss. But this didn't mean that he wasn't thinking of all the ways he'd make Aki pay for his words. Friends, help me seek justice for my clan. I won't ask you to help for free. This man is known for his prowess in his secondary profession. It is guaranteed that he has a lot of wealth on him. I guarantee that I won't touch his spatial ring. You all can split it amongst yourselves as you see fit. The eyes of the geniuses lit up with greed. They had been dissatisfied with Diane proclaiming that he was 6th Comet level expert. He was too arrogant. How could they know that Diane had only said it aloud because his cultivation was sealed? To them, he said it aloud on purpose to slap their faces. On top of that, some of the more astute geniuses recognized the silver plaque Diane used for his attacks. Everyone knew that the more powerful an array, the more of a treasure an array plate needed to be to house said array. Those silver plaques, each and every one of them, were Grandmaster-level materials. Their price combined was astronomical. Amory and Cullen looked at each other, both thinking the same thing. I want his mask. They both spoke at the same time. Aki smiled inwardly while maintaining his outward appearance of seeking justice. Like I said, all of his possessions can be split amongst yourselves as you see fit. I won't interfere at all. If you want me to help, the fatso yawned, clearly too lazy for all of this. I want your council badge. I heard you eat for free in Central City as a council member. I want to live that life. Aki nearly coughed up blood looking at Chanzue's lazy gaze. But he grit his teeth and nodded anyway. Good, good. Chanzue clapped happily. The man-woman looked at Diane. If you apologize and give me some of your wealth, I won't mind taking a step back and not fighting at all. Diane's head slowly turned toward the sturdily built woman, his eyes as calm as the surface of a lake. I don't think any of you heard what I said. I said that I'd kill anyone who dared to interfere. If you step forward, you've signed your own death warrant. The man-woman's face twisted in anger. It's clear that you don't know what's good for you. Even if some people made fun of her appearance behind her back, and some of the bolder ones did so to her face, no one had ever dared to disregard her so easily. Regardless of her looks, she was still an empress, still the young mistress of the Amazonian clan, and still a central piece of the younger generation of a quadrant-ranked 17th, Princess Diana. Her spatial ring flashed, causing a blazing red bow to appear, spanning more than 2 meters in length. Almost as if her action was a signal, the other geniuses began to move, pulling out their own respective weapons while remaining cautious. Some of those who knew they would be nothing more than cannon fodder decided not to participate, instead much more willing to record the proceedings. At least that way they would make up for not being able to take part in the spoils. It was certain that the Sapientia News Network would pay an arm and a leg for a story surrounding so many geniuses fighting. Especially since there had already been a major death. Masako was only a queen-level character, but just how many kings could one expect to be on the Saint floors? At most, a few thousand among the billions. Better yet, there might be an even more tragic death to come soon. Although they didn't know what title Dian held, it couldn't be low, right? Don't worry about his teleportation, Aki called out, looking at Dian with disdain. I wasn't prepared before, but now I've locked down the immediate space. Hearing these words, a major worry of the geniuses disappeared. With the space locked down, Dian's effectiveness would take a massive hit. Unfortunately, they wouldn't get too long to bask in this comfort because Dian had decided to attack first. His arms raised into the air, orchestrating the movement of the silver plaques. And then his assault began. Spear after spear flew outward, bombarding the geniuses and forcing them into defensive positions. Diana sneered. I've got your cover. Brilliant. Flaming red armor covered her body as she pulled back on her bow. Energies, as though guided by her fingers, began to swirl to life, following the path of her pull and appearing in the form of an arrow. First form, meteor rain. Diana's arm cocked back, raising the bow into the skies and unleashing hundreds of translucent arrows of energy. The arrows seemed to have a mind of their own, separating into concentrated streams of about a dozen and slamming into Dian's spears. Cullen shot forward, drawing his twin moon sabers and cutting a path forward. Amory followed close behind, roaring into the skies and causing his already exposed torso to erupt with red dragon scales. Dian's expression didn't change. He already knew that the Client Giant clan had thin dragon blood in their veins. It was no surprise that Amory could invoke some of it to boost his power. His eyes quickly calculated the happening as his enemies reached closer. It seemed that Jin was taking a back seat along with Aki, likely waiting for an opportune time to implement his time will to the utmost effectiveness. It was important to keep an eye on them, but he could set them aside for now. As for the rest of the geniuses, Chanzue had yet to make a move. Cullen, Amory, and about a dozen or so subordinate kings were charging forward, and Diana was covering for them with her arrows. Dian's perception swept through, immediately gauging who had intent to attack and who didn't, before unceremoniously ignoring those only here to spectate. A template of the battlefield appeared in his mind, calculating at inhuman speeds as his silver plaques continued to levitate in the air. I have a limited number of these plaques. Only about 10,000 silver plaques and only 10 hidden red plaques. Considering the distribution of the plaques, they won't last for longer than half an hour at the most. I need to finish this within that time frame. First, Diana. Dian knew that if he didn't deal with Diana, he wouldn't be able to pick off the kings, and in a battle of attrition he would definitely lose. Cullen reached Dian's position, swinging his moon saber at his head. Half moon slash. Dian's hand flicked outward, bringing 10 silver plaques to smash into his hand. 10 blinding defensive arrays appeared between Dian and Cullen. Boom! The blade collided with the first, tearing through it as easily as paper. There was no way a defensive array would be able to stop a full-force strike from an emperor. But Dian didn't need to stop him, he only needed to slow him down. Dian lightly leaped backward, narrowly dodging the swing of the saber even as his fingers flicked to send a spear toward Cullen. Unfortunately, Diana was ready. An arrow had already appeared between Cullen and Dian's attack, thwarting it completely. In that moment, Dian faced attacks from all sides. Cullen had already begun swinging his second blade. Amory had reached Dian's range and had sent a roaring fist coated in deadly intent toward him, all while a dozen or so others had cut off Dian's escape routes. Diana relaxed into a sneer, Facing so many attacks at once, even those three gods would have to take it seriously, let alone this masked fool. But that was when something they hadn't expected to happened. Dian's palm waved, bringing yet another plaque toward himself, then disappeared. The eyes of the geniuses widened with shock. Didn't that Aki fellow say that he had locked down the space? What the hell was going on? Where'd he go? Unfortunately for them, this wasn't the worst part of their plight. Originally, they had been attacking Dian while surrounding him. Now that Dian had disappeared, those attacks were going to land on their own allies. Cullen's blade was screaming toward Amory's fist. The numerous other geniuses had all sent their own attacks as well, but as it stood now, all they would end up doing is hurting each other. Coughs of blood rang throughout as they each forcibly stopped circulating their techniques. It was especially terrible for Cullen and Amory, who had both used some of their strongest techniques because only they knew how truly scary this masked man was after seeing him clash with Anik. The geniuses turned to Aki in anger. They had attacked with such vigor because he had guaranteed that he had locked down the space. Since he was a void will user, how could they not believe him? I demand an explanation. Cullen turned to Aki, his handsome features completely twisted with anger. Aki was frozen, he didn't know what was happening either. He was absolutely certain that he had locked down the space. In fact, he did so much better than any space will user could have. After all, void will was a supreme law. Even though Aki hadn't broken into the intent level just yet, because of his will's ranking, it was just as effective as any intent level space will. None of this made any sense. Pooh! At that moment, dozens of spears suddenly shot out toward injured kings. The most shocking part was that these spears didn't show any sign of their approach until it was almost too late. It was only then that everyone understood. Concealment arrays. The kings, despite being caught off guard, were still ready. After all, they too had undergone deadly trials and had their own levels of perception, despite being far below that of Dian. Still, although none of them died, severe injury was impossible to avoid. The only two who came out completely unscathed were Cullen and Amory, who were simply too powerful for such a weak surprise attack to work on them. However, Dian had already prepared for this reality. His goal the entire time were the kings. Dian appeared before everyone once again, his hands clasped behind his back, his feet not having moved a single inch in any direction. It was clear to everyone that Dian hadn't moved at all. He had only made it seem like he teleported by, instead using a concealment array, and since none of them were soul cultivators, they couldn't tell the difference. A mixture of embarrassment and anger tore through the geniuses. At the same time, those spectating from the side gained a new level of respect for this masked man. What a bold plan. Even if they could think of it, would they have the confidence in executing it? Would they dare to take the risk? Definitely not. Not when facing so many top-tier geniuses. They would all be focused on running. Aki didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he was feeling gratified that this wasn't his fault. But, on the other hand, over a dozen of their helpers were now heavily injured and would definitely not continue to participate. It was far too dangerous to continue fighting a crafty opponent like Dian while also dealing with the injury to their meridians and bodies. It was simply suicide. The geniuses who were blasted into the distance immediately took out their own healing pills, looking at Dian with wary expressions. They had only attacked because their emperors were at their front. Yet now it seemed that this meant next to nothing. Diana, Amory, and Cullen could only look on with ugly expressions as their fellow clan members wallowed in injury. To call them subordinates was inappropriate. It was more apt to call them their brothers and sisters. And for Cullen, the women were his lovers. How could they not dislike what they were seeing? However, Dian had no intention of stopping. He was thoroughly pissed off, and he had very clearly said that anyone who dared to interfere would die. His fingers unclasped from his back, flicking with an unmatched elegance as spears began to shoot out. No! The three emperors roared, surging toward Dian. The kings dodged and sent out their best attacks, being forced back again and again. Even as Dian continued to deal with the three-pronged assault of Cullen, Amory, and Diana. By this point, Diana had no choice but to stop her focused attacks on Dian, instead taking time to protect the kings. Leave! she roared. All they were doing here was holding them back. As long as they entered the fog, it would be impossible for Diane to continue dealing with them. Just as they were running, the last words they heard sent a shiver down their spine. "I've remembered your faces. Don't take things too far." Diana couldn't hold her emotions back anymore. If Diane really survived this and decided to seek out individual justice with their kings, there was no doubt that their clans would suffer a terrible loss. Kings were much too rare and too valuable. Maybe only the top 3 quadrants could treat kings like regular weeds. "I warned you already." Diane spoke with a voice filled with condescension and disdain. "Any who interfere will die." Diane's master watched all of this from beginning to end, and she was the only one who understood just how much pressure Diane was under. She couldn't help but feel her heart bloom with pride. In order to utilize the silver plaques the way he had been, Diane was utilizing an aurora stone in secret. However, the ferocity of the flames were taking a massive toll and his body was beginning to break down. To be so calm and calculating while also dealing with a ridiculous amount of pain was enough to stun even her who had long since seen many things in her life. The only good news was the environment. Although the fog was nothing to Diane because of the seal, it still had to be remembered that this very fog was actually a very dense illusion formation. If one lost focus, they would also fall into this illusion. The reason Diane was so sure in his plan was because the backlash of having to retract their attacks at the last moment was enough for this fog to begin taking effect. Although Amory, Cullen, and Diana were the treasures of the clans and thus had protective measures against this fog that surpassed just their own base tolerance, the kings wouldn't receive such treatment. Because of this, the moment they suffered backlash and injury to their meridians, they were immediately bombarded with the effects of the fog, causing their battle power to drastically drop, and thus causing them to be injured by Diane's sneak attack despite trying to defend. Diane knew that, with normal means, defeating this group of individuals was impossible with his cultivation sealed. His battle power had taken too much of a hit. However, Diane wasn't a person restricted to normal means. Even with his back against the wall, as long as his mind was intact, he always had confidence in his ability to see the path to victory. The 4 once again fell into the dregs of battle, each fueled with their own fury. Diana no longer cared about her greed. All she wanted to do was eliminate this threat. With the protection of the tower, it was impossible for her elders to seek revenge for any deaths, so it was up to her to stop them from happening in the first place. Cullen and Amory were even more fierce with their attacks because only they were truly aware of just how much of a threat Diane was because only they saw his clash with Anik. Diane nimbly dodged saber strikes and rage-filled fists, all while paying attention to Diana's occasional arrow. It was clear to anyone watching that he was on his back foot, and his willingness to use his plaques seemed to be dwindling more as time went on. "He's running out," the 3 of them thought at once. Their attacks increased their ferocity, hoping to force Diane into using the last of his means. It was no wonder they all thought those plaques are too expensive for him to have so much of them. This kind of battle style isn't sustainable. Costs too much. "Are you ready yet?" Aki communicated silently with Jin, who had yet to make a move. He was beginning to feel the strain of locking down space for so long. This wasn't something you could do without large reserves of mental energy, or celestial level energy or above. Only celestial energy was loved by the heavens enough to allow something like sealing space to be done easily. "Just about," Jin replied, his eyes still red from Masako's death. Diane's calm had been replaced by a serious expression. Before, only Cullen and Amory had been doing all out, knowing exactly how great Diane's potential was. But Diana had held back, still probing the enemy. Now seeing that Diane was slowing down his use of the plaques, she too had begun to release more devastating attacks. Amazonian Goddess, Arrows of Truth. Diana's attack strength tripled, tearing through Diane's defensive arrays with even more ease than Cullen's half-moon slash. Amory applied pressure of his own. An illusory red-scaled dragon appeared behind him, boosting the strength behind his attacks. Seemingly taking a cue, a bow appeared behind Diana just as twin moon sabers appeared at Cullen's back. The geniuses watching couldn't help but hold their breath. They never saw they'd see the day when 3 emperors needed to go all out to beat a single unknown man. If he was one of the well-known three gods of the Saint Floor, it would make sense. But this man had come out of nowhere. The attacks were becoming too much. Diane's body was slowing down because of the damage the aurora flames were causing, while the defense arrays, even layered by 10s and 20s, could no longer withstand the impacts of their strikes. The worst part was that the only movement technique Diane knew was a staple technique of the former Celestial Deer sect. How could he use that out in the open? That was blatantly begging to be exposed. Diane's master began to worry, a deep frown taking over her delicate features. Diane, I can still attack once. Let me help you. No! Diane roared in his mind's eye. Let me do this. I won't have you die again because of me. I'll make them suffer at my hands. At that moment, just as Diane was desperately dodging attacks from three sides, Jin finally acted. Time will was very special. By all rights, it should count as a supreme law, yet there were too many restrictions on it. For it to be powerful, one needed adequate legacies and ample time to prepare. Unfortunately, Jin had both of those things. Jiken's legacy, first floor. Tower of Time. Jin's eyes flashed with a silver-white light as his hands clapped together. The veins on his face bulged as his tail became noticeably paler, losing its healthy sheen. A black, illusory tower fell from the skies, right above Diane, slamming onto his forehead and entering his mind. In an instant, Diane felt like the world around him sped up to inconceivable speeds. It was only later that he'd realized that it wasn't they that sped up, but rather him that had slowed down. Jin violently coughed up mouthful after mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground unconscious. But the sinister smile on his face didn't fade even as one of his tails turned to ash, leaving him with only 7. At that very same moment, attacks that Diane thought he had more than enough time to dodge slammed into him violently. Boom! 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 Diana's arrows slammed into Diane's side, sending him flying toward Amory's fist. The timing of the two blows was uncanny. Diane felt that his inner organs had been violently shaken up, as though they had been stuck in a blender and turned up to the highest setting. If it wasn't for his mask, blood would have long since flown from his mask. However, as things would have it, trouble never came alone. Cullen had long since sent a strike of own, aiming to slice Diane in half. At that moment, Diane's robes had been torn to nothing. He didn't even have the time to summon his wings to protect himself. It was almost as though for every 10 moves his enemies made, he could only think of executing one. Cullen's moon saber met Diane's shoulder, intent on slicing him from shoulder to hip. Pooh! Diane's finger flicked at an agonizingly slow pace. A spear shot out from his own plaques, slamming into his shoulder and blasting him into the ground, allowing him to narrowly dodge Cullen's strike. The geniuses watching were stunned. How cruel! Diane's shoulder had become a bloodied mess, making his left arm all but useless. By now, he understood what had happened despite his speed of thought being considerably slowed. Jin must have paid a heavy price to apply his time will to him. One of the major restrictions on time will was its use against living objects. For obvious reasons, this was a massive taboo. Could be used on things with weak life force like Masako snakes or inanimate objects with relative ease. But anything above that threshold was subject to causing heavy backlash. Jin had paid the price of his talent and his future prospects in order to slow Diane's time relative to everyone else's for a short period. And they almost succeeded in taking Diane's life too. Had it not been for Diane forcibly injuring himself to dodge Cullen's killing blow, he would definitely be in two halves right now. Even though Jin hadn't succeeded in his ultimate goal, his contributions were unprecedented. Diane's damage wasn't limited to his arm. Diana and Amory's attacks had torn up his insides, making it difficult to even breathe. Even worse, their attacks hadn't paused for even a moment. The instant they realized that Diane hadn't died, they prepared their next attacks immediately. Suddenly, Diane began to laugh as he watched the 3 attacks approach him. Good! His eyes reddened with unbridled rage. These bastards dared to slander his woman and even attack him for the sake of their own greed. Then, when the lives of those they cared about came to be on the line, they dared to stand on a moral high horse, telling him not to go too far with his revenge. Jin's attack faded. It was completely unable to be sustained for an extended period of time. As such, this was no surprise. Diane's black wings erupted from his back, sending fierce winds that slapped Diana and Amory's attacks away. The vibrations stirred his inner organs again, unable to withstand the full impact. Cullen's moon saber slammed into Diane's wings, sending him flying toward Aki's position. Aki hesitated. He was completely focused on keeping the space sealed. If he attacked now, it would definitely compromise that. Haha! Don't worry about it. A voice suddenly called out from beside Aki. Focus on keeping the space sealed. I got this. A sudden realization hit Aki. It was actually Chanzue, the fatso who hadn't made a move this entire time. He was actually so lazy that he wanted to benefit without doing a thing. But when he saw that Aki was thinking about ignoring his role in sealing the space, he decided to step in. A mistake at this crucial moment with a man as intelligent as Diane as their opponent was asking to lose. Since he had already made it clear that he was standing opposed to Diane, there was no longer any backing out. It would be a serious detriment to his laid-back lifestyle if he had a maniac like Diane chasing him for revenge, so it was better if he dealt with it now. Chanzue slapped his belly. In an instant, the palms of his hands expanded by 10, then 20, then 30 times. His palms reddened before raising into the air and slamming toward Diane with heavy killing intent. Cullen, Amory, and Diana acted. A flurry of fists, arrows, sabers, and palms flew toward. Even if it was a celestial genius, to take this sort of attack without protection was nothing more than suicide. But that was when Diane disappeared. First, the four were stunned. But then they inwardly sneered. Did he really think the same trick would work twice? The crowd sighed inwardly. They admired Diane's courage. To think of fighting 5 emperors at once, all while resonating with a legacy. Was he just too arrogant? They wondered what would have happened had he taken his opponents as seriously as he should have. The 4 attacks slammed at Diane with unbridled ferocity. Chanzue's palms, Cullen's sabers, Amory's fists, and Diana's arrows. Each and every one found their mark. Diana relaxed before a smile spread across her slightly manly features. Pooh! At that moment, the sound of a knife shearing through armor completely outshone the sound of 4 devastating attacks landed. Diana froze, her eyes widening in shock as felt an uncontrollable pain twist through her. Amory, Cullen, and Chanzue were blasted apart. It was only at that moment that the crowd understood that this time, Diane hadn't used a concealment array, he had legitimately teleported. And just like that, Amory, Cullen, and Chanzue had attacked each other. Without having put up any defenses, they were each sent flying back by the attacks of their allies, and since they hadn't held back even one bit, hoping to kill Diane with a single strike, their injuries weren't light either. Diana was the most shocking one of the 4, but Diane had actually stuck a knife into her lower back, twisting and snapping her spinal cord. At the moment, the only reason she could still stand was because she was using Saint energy to fuel her muscles. But unless she found someone to reconnect her spine, her fighting abilities would be forever crippled. Diane used his last dregs of energy to kick Diana to the ground, turning her around and clamping onto her throat. Anyone who interferes dies. Diana shivered as she looked into the depths of Diane's eyes. Was this really the man she had thought to make an enemy of? For what? Her pride? Her greed? Which was it? Die! Diane swung his knife downward, hacking toward Diana's head. Diana could only grit her teeth and activated her protective treasure. In that moment, she disappeared from Diane's hand, likely having teleported out of the core valley entirely. Diane had no reaction to this. For these emperors, they were the lifeblood of their clans. Many quadrants wouldn't have a single god over many generations, so talented emperors upheld their clan. The fact they had treasures that could protect against emperor-level presence and illusions of this level was enough to prove the value they held. Of course, they would have some life-saving treasures. For example, had Anik not had a life-saving treasure protecting his life, he would have been severely injured after using his presence against Diane. With a swift motion, Diane hid his knife in his sleeve before taking out a healing pill that Clara had made for him. What knife could have so easy sliced through Diana's armor if not the Dragon King? He didn't dare to use it on a large scale for fear of the dragons, but a small scale like this wouldn't be any problem. Diane knew that everything was being recorded, so he had to be careful. The other lucky draw was that the tattoos on his back were hidden by his bandaged broadsword, which would stop those of the 98th quadrant who had seen them from so easily making the connection. The geniuses could only watch in shock as Diane's injuries healed at a visible speed. In the end, they could only sigh. This was the difference between those who had high attainments in secondary professions and those who didn't. To have such wealth, they had never heard of a pill capable of healing a saint's body so quickly. It was a good thing they didn't know that Diane's body was at the celestial level, or the outburst would have been even worse. Diane suddenly felt much more relaxed. The damage from the aurora flames and the fierce attacks were all subsiding. In as little as another minute, it would be as though he hadn't fought at all. Even though he only had 3 such pills and their expense were more than all of his plaques combined, it was worth it. He refused to allow Aki to escape. By now, Diane's chest was completely bare, revealing a chiseled and tanned form. To everyone around, he looked like a true weaponsmith. Such a toned body had to have spent hours before a furnace, refining weapon after weapon. Although it was directly tied to his body's strength, it definitely explained his finesse. After all, weaponsmithing wasn't about power, it was about precision, and as anyone knowledgeable in training the body will tell you, controlled movements are just as good at building muscle as explosive movements were. Diane's body brimmed with life as he walked toward Aki, who had lost all of his supporting cast. Cullen, Amory, and Chanzue had been blasted into the distance, out of view. Whether they actually came back or not after this was a toss-up. If they were smart, they wouldn't. Masako was dead, and it would likely be months before Jin next woke up. Now, there was only Diane and severely fatigued Aki. After sealing space with his void will for so long, he was greatly mentally drained. That drain became even worse after Diane forcibly broke through his block, causing him to suffer a slight backlash. Diane's hand flashed as a red plaque appeared in his hand. With a single movement, he crushed it before sending the array flying toward Aki. Before he could even react, it was already upon him, locking him within a defensive array far more powerful than any Diane had used before. This one was meant to contain a celestial for up to 10 minutes, meaning Aki would need hours to escape. After Diane did this, he leisurely walked to Masako's body and took it into his spatial ring before doing the same with Jin's. "You! What are you doing?" Aki raged, slamming his fists against the array, but at this point, he could hardly build up any strength. "I met your little sister on the way here," Diane suddenly said. Aki froze. He immediately knew what this meant. All that planning he had done, all the clever traps he had placed, all of them were ignored by Diane. He had never taken him seriously from the beginning. She seemed to think that her brother deserved to marry any woman he wanted. "What do you think about that?" Aki grit his teeth. "Let me out. Are you sure you want that?" Diane asked. "I'm sure you have a protective treasure right now, which is why you haven't succumbed to your fatigue and these illusions. But, since you wanted to take my stuff, shouldn't I take yours? What do you say? Do you want to find out how long you can last in the core valley while being so mentally drained?" Aki shook, caught between rage and complete embarrassment. However, he could do nothing as Diane's hand touched the outer barrier of the defensive array, causing a steady stream of aurora flames to pour in and thus change the form of the cage. Aki's prison began to grow spikes that steadily grew toward him, piercing into his skin and shattering his bone. Blood-curdling screams began to ring out, causing those geniuses who were still watching to tremble with terror. "Don't worry," Diane spoke calmly. "I don't need you to retract your blatant lies and slander toward my wife. I'll be going to the Kitsune clans personally for an explanation. Instead, you can focus on accepting the punishment for your crimes." A spike shot forward toward Aki's crotch. No matter how he twisted and turned, it was no use. The space was too small and the defensive array was too powerful. It was meant to hold celestials. How could an already drained Aki defend against spikes created from such tough material? The men in the crowd turned their heads away, unable to watch. They involuntarily crossed their legs, swearing up and down in their minds that they'd never cross Dian. "I'll kill you," Aki roared. There were a few things on the body that were almost impossible to heal no matter what medicines you had. The eyes were one of them, and the other? Reproductive organs. Unless Aki managed to get his hands on a star-level pill, he would forever lose his pride as a man. Dian clicked his tongue. Eunuchs are supposed to be more docile than this. Aki was so blinded by rage and pain when he heard this that he fainted. Dian didn't seem to mind. He calmly manipulated the array, stripping Aki of everything valuable on him. In the end, Aki was stripped completely naked and was flipped upside down for the world to see. The most grotesque part about it was that Aki's manhood was completely gone, mangled into a bloodied mess. "Master," Dian spoke in his mind's eye, "do you see anywhere his protective treasure is?" Hearing Dian's words, the 25th White Mother startled awake from her shock. It still hadn't set in that Dian had actually won. Truth be told, she was planning on intervening until she saw that Dian had teleported away. It all made sense though. Clara had created those special teleportation arrays, the ones that could only be written on red plaques, in order for Dian to escape the spatial locks of Celestials. What did a mere Aki mean in the face of that? Most protective treasures are bound to the souls of young geniuses at birth. Aki's is no different. With your soul sealed, it's impossible to deal with. And, even if your soul was unsealed, entering to personally deal with a protective treasure would only lead to death even if you were a half-step transcendent. Souls on this plane of existence are simply too fragile. Dian nodded in acceptance. In a lot of ways it was better this way. Since it was impossible to kill Aki, he had no choice but to go with the smarter of his two plans instead of continuing to vent his anger. Dian took Masako's body out of his ring, ignoring Aki for the moment. Her face was paled and there was a large hole in her throat. However, despite what others thought, she wasn't dead. That said, she was critically injured and without a high-level healing pill, her only path was death. Those of the Heaven Kitsune clan, for obvious reasons, had much more robust life essence than others. It was similar to the way Luna from Dian's second trial transferred 40,000 years of life to Dian. People like her and Masako were simply loved by Heaven's energies. Luckily, Masako's body was far less demanding than Dian's and didn't require his highest-level pills to heal. Dian unceremoniously pulled a pill out and shattered it in his 2 fingers. He then did something nauseating. Taking the powder in his hands, he reached into the hole in Masako's throat, cleared out the path down her collapsed esophagus, and shoved the pill in. Just as the geniuses still watching were wondering what the hell was going on, their eyes widened as the supposedly dead Masako wriggled to life. Her pale limbs gained color, the wound in her throat began to close, and she started to cough violently. Dian slammed his palm into her chest, causing her lifeless heart to beat once again. Finally, Dian looked around. "The show is over. Is there a reason for you all to still be here? It can't be that you want to steal my resonance, is it?" The geniuses who were still there began to sweat profusely before shaking their heads vigorously. Dian was right, the show was over. One by one, they all left, leaving Dian with an unconscious Masako and Aki. Only he knew the reason behind his actions. "Master, I have a question. If you siphon off energy from my soul, could you use it to draw arrays without putting yourself in danger?" Theoretically, it should be possible. There's nothing stopping me from drawing arrays right now other than my own limited energy supply. Before Dian could explain his goal, something unexpected happened. "Kid, listen to me and stop resonating with that heartbreaker. Your ability to control the battlefield is unlike anything I've ever seen. I want to make you the god of archers." Dian paused. A statue from the Core Valley? Taking the initiative to come to speak to him? The most shocking part was that the distance between statues was not small. This guy was definitely using a lot of effort to come here. There was even a chance his soul could dissipate before he succeeded. If Dian said no to him, wouldn't he have died for nothing? However, it seemed that after watching Dian's battle, the spirit was thoroughly impressed. Although the young geniuses might be fooled, with his years of experience in life, plus the help of the tower, He could see through Diane entirely. In truth, Diane had no business winning that fight. In fact, if it had been anyone else, there was almost a 100% certainty that they would have died a horrible death. Diane had won not because of his power, but because of his intelligence. His ability to use every minor point on the battlefield to his advantage was something that impressed even the archer spirit. From the way Diane pretended to focus on Diana before taking out the kings, to the way he used his concealment arrays to hide his ability to teleport, to the way he used the power of his opponents against themselves. It was masterful, beautiful. It had even brought the spirit to tears. He was so moved by Diane's control of the battlefield that he had risked it all to fly here without the support of his statue. Wait! Diane suddenly realized something. Heartbreaker. The spirit bitterly smiled. The 25th White Mother was the fantasy woman for too many of us men. But her clan insisted on marrying her off to another beast for the sake of their bloodline. I lost the race before I could even try. Diane suddenly laughed. All of the tension he had built up in the last hour or so seemed to dissipate. From within Diane's mind's eye, his master pouted adorably, not liking this portrayal of her one bit. Although Diane could just tell the archer about his soul tome, he didn't do so immediately. Something was telling him that he could get more if he was patient. Okay. Then how do you plan on making me the god of archers? I know that you're skeptical, kid. But trust me, choosing me will be the best decision you've ever made in your life. Of course, the archer understood a few things. Because of the restrictions placed on them by their clans, they weren't allowed to give out their core teachings, even to promising geniuses. This meant that the valley was essentially an exchange of geniuses handing off their fateful encounters, and they were often lackluster. For example, the best technique Diane had gotten thus far was a single divine level technique. However, the only reason he got it was because that spirit's clan had long since been destroyed. Aside from that, the vast majority were earth-level techniques with about half a dozen heaven-level techniques. These techniques shouldn't be underestimated, of course. However, when the expectations for the Valley of Geniuses was compared to the result, it was no wonder those from the highest-ranked quadrants didn't come. You must be wondering, right? It makes sense. Anyone with any deductive skills would see the issue. The archer continued. Why someone as talented as the 25th White Mother would be on the Saint floors? Why a suave gentleman such as myself would be here? I even heard there was a princess of the Holy Ark here too. Diane blinked with interest. He had been wondering this. The tower is all about opportunity. Quadrants ranked below 30 would treat even lower heaven-level techniques as unattainable treasures. Quadrants between 10th and 31st will likely never sniff a divine-level technique in their lives. Quadrants ranked 4th to 9th reserve heaven-level techniques for only their most core members, while they'd be lucky to have lower divine-level techniques for core teachings. The luckiest few might have a mid-divine level technique to chew on. As for the top 3, only they would have multiple mid-divine level techniques. It's why they reign absolutely supreme. Diane listened intently. He had never had things broken down for him like this. It was only now he realized just how spoiled he was being. Diana's Amazonian goddess archery techniques? High Earth. Cullen half-moon saber techniques? Lower Heaven. Amory's fist techniques? Peak Earth. Chanzue palm techniques? Peak Earth. Even as genius as they were, only Cullen had been allowed to learn a heaven-level technique from his clan, and that was only because it was part of a subset of techniques that was incorporated with his cultivation technique. This was the reality of things. It was just that Diane alone had access to at least half a dozen divine-level techniques, and that was just from the Celestial Deer sect. Whether it be Devour or his Celestial Wind Steps or Soul Rend, or the cultivation technique he had given to Madeline back in his Focus Academy days. This didn't even mention the countless heaven-level techniques he had. There were at least a few hundred of them. For Diane, he was looking to hit home runs with the Valley of Geniuses, while for others, they were looking to fill in the gaps their sects and clans couldn't. That's why we're here. If the worse-off geniuses gained these techniques later, it would be impossible to compete on the celestial floors. Those floors are where the real contention for rankings begins. When geniuses reach the celestial realm, progression is no longer as easy. If you don't fight for fateful chances, you're doomed to die mediocre. This valley of geniuses here is the last chance for many to fight to change their fate. So, here we are. The archer's words enlightened Diane. Of course, there were a few exceptions like the 98th quadrant that had a mystic-level technique. But, for the most part he was right. After the Saint Realms, cultivation slowed down drastically. If you didn't fight for opportunities, you were destined for slow progression. A genius could go into seclusion for a couple decades while starting with no cultivation and coming out a first-stage celestial. But, if you tried to do with after entering the celestial realm, you would definitely die of old age unless you had otherworldly treasures supporting you. Think about it. The archer put the finishing touches on his explanation. What would give you more karma? Choosing the genius that already had many high-level legacies at his disposal, or choosing delivering coal in the winter to the genius who came from poorer means? After passing the necessary trials, some of us are given a choice. So, in a lot of ways, the core valley of the Saint floors are filled with even more geniuses than those of the celestial floor. Or we're at the very least comparable. By this point, Diane completely understood. All of the geniuses who chose the core valley of the Saint floor were looking to raise up a genius of their own to heights they would have never reached without them. It was a risk, but at the same time it also came with the greatest reward. What he says is right, Diane's master spoke. The reason I chose to stay here instead of enter the celestial core valley was because I wanted to accumulate enough karma for my clan to birth a true supreme beast in the future. If it wasn't for the uniqueness of our celestial blood, we would have long since lost the right to be treated as equals by humans. However, I don't need that anymore. The 25th White Mother smiled a beautiful smile, one that could freeze the world in its place. Not only was my son born with a supreme bloodline, my disciple is already more amazing than I could ever dream. Hearing this, Diane couldn't help but blush slightly, which stunned him. He wasn't a person who easily got embarrassed. As far as he could remember, only his mother had made him blush like this. At that moment, he swore that he would never allow anything bad to happen to his master again. Recollecting his thoughts, Diane faced the archer spirit. What you say is true, but you must also know that the celestial deer sect has been destroyed, no? Judging by that truth, the things the 25th White Mother can give me are the core teachings of the former number 1 sect in the world, and she wouldn't even be breaking any rules. Can you match that? The archer spirit coughed, his eyes widening in shock. Because of the separation of statues in the core valley, they didn't communicate as easily as the statues from the inner and outer valley. Diane blinked in confusion. How could you not know? If you were of the same generation as Senior, you should have definitely outlived her. The archer spirit coughed uncomfortably. I died, he whispered in a faint voice. What? Diane asked in shock. I died. All right, if he wasn't a spirit, he would definitely be blushing right now. I'm sorry. Diane really didn't know what to say. Don't look at me like that. I came from a quadrant ranked 83rd at the time. I was very talented, but just like many others, my clan didn't have the resources nor the strength to help me reach the top. So, I forged my own path and became very successful in my own right while constantly using the tower to temper myself. When I was ready, I took my god trial even under the firm disagreement of my quadrant. They all thought I would die, and for good reason. They didn't want to lose a talent like me just because of my ego. But I ignored them all, and against all odds, hundreds of years later, I finally passed. Obviously, with that kind of time taken, I didn't break any records and didn't enter the ranks of those 10 monsters, but still, I was a god and no one could take it from me. That said, although my clan was very happy with my achievements, they were also very much disappointed because of the rewards I chose. The archer sighed in anger. Those old fools didn't understand that if I took supreme-level treasures as rewards we would have all died. They didn't understand that I was thinking for the clan. Instead, they thought I was selfish, that I was hiding my rewards because I didn't want to share. But so what? Even if that was the case, did they have the right to complain? They were the ones who didn't want me to enter in the first place. Whatever, I'm rambling. Either way, I had a falling out with my clan. The truth of the matter was that I only took 2 treasures. One was a bow spiritual level bow, and the other was a map that I traded my other 4 chances for. As you could probably tell, a spiritual level bow is far below even the trashiest reward for the god trials. I had essentially given up everything for that map. Hundreds of years of blood, sweat, and tears, all for that map. Either way, the archer continued, a bit of pride seeping through in his voice, I was still able to make a name for myself. I entered the Valley of Geniuses not too much later after I exited my god trials and caught the eye of a good man who gave me a legacy far surpassing that of what I could have hoped for. Although it was only a set of heaven-level techniques, I was more grateful than you could believe. I made my way up to the celestial floors not long after and began to fight for my new opportunities. Not long later, I was given the Prince of Archery epithet because I had awakened the spirit of my bow. My progression after that skyrocketed and I stepped into the Tao formation realms at just 600 years old. Dian nodded with admiration. Although 600 years old was older than his master's age when she stepped into that realm, it had to be considered that the archer had spent centuries within the god trials first. To still be so quick afterward, it could truly be said that he had stepped into his own. When I reached the Tao floors, I felt that I was finally powerful enough to seek out the treasures from the map, and that I did. However, that moment could be said to be the first mistake I made in my life. As you know, it's impossible to climb the tower with a clan backing you. In order to step further, the more territory your clan needed. So, the fact that I stepped onto the Tao formation floors should be enough to tell you that I never cut ties with my clan despite every hint telling me that I should. I trusted the wrong people, and suddenly a secret that I had kept with me for more than a century became news sold off to the highest bidder. By that point, I had raised the level of my clan from the 83rd position to the 42nd. However, that was still nothing in the face of those powerhouses, especially since I was alone. I can imagine what those bastards thought. The archer laughed in anger. What did a beggar like me from such a weak quadrant want with such a powerful legacy world? What right did I have to monopolize it for myself? Of course, I had no idea that those I had seen as my closest friends had betrayed me. The archer's spirit shook. He was filled with such rage that he couldn't even name those individuals. So I went to the legacy world. After months of near-death experiences, I finally received the legacy. But who would have known that I would be greeted with that mocking and shameless faces of a near half-dozen clans from various quadrants? By that point, I was beaten and tired. What chance did I stand? Somehow, the archer's voice had once again filled with pride as a sneer shone through in his words. I made those bastards pay for their greed. I slew them all where they stood, and with the last of my strength, I stumbled back to my clan and slaughtered those responsible in my rage. Dian's eyes shone as he listened, feeling every bit of the archer's frustration and gratification. Unfortunately, I died not long after. Although the treasures I received in the legacy world gave me otherworldly levels of fighting strength, it didn't make me immortal. I had too many enemies and too many injuries. I succumbed to them soon after. The archer sighed. Forget all of that. I got my revenge and I died in relative peace. Although those 6 clans who attacked me still exist, they're not doing so well after losing so many of their top experts, and my former clan is even worse off. If they were ranked 100th right now, I wouldn't be surprised. Dian coughed awkwardly, causing the archer to look up in surprise. No! The archer started before breaking out into laughter. It's no surprise that we're ranked 100th. We were barely 83rd before and only raised up because of me. When I came back, I slaughtered many of their best talents and all of the elders. It's no surprise they've fallen so far. Dian had a weird expression on his face when he saw the archer's happiness. The spirit waved his hand. It's no big deal to me, kid. I never had any family. A huge part of the reason my clan dared to treat me so poorly was because they never agreed to an orphan becoming their key wielder. The only reason I survived for so long while laying with such scorpions and poisonous snakes is because those fools managed to send someone powerful enough that was also young enough to enter the same floors as me. And, by the time I reached the Tao floors, none of them could match me. The archer's heavy mood was completely lifted as he laughed uproariously. Those bastards finally got what they deserved. Their legacies mean nothing but shit now. Come, kid. Accept my legacy. I'll give you the set of heaven-level techniques that old man from the valley gave me back then, and I'll also tell you where I hid the legacy from the map. Think about it, isn't it a good deal? I had to risk life and limb, but you can just pick them up for free. I hid them in a very particular abyssal core. There's a little danger, but nothing compared to what I went through. How did I defeat so many powerful enemies at once? Isn't it because I received the ultimate god of archery legacy? Dian would be lying if he said he wasn't intrigued. The Dragon King could morph into almost every weapon, but a bow wasn't among them. The black band on Dian's wrist was made of a very particular metal that could be molded to his wishes, but it was limited as well. One of the things it had problems replicating was the string of a bow. Theoretically, as long as Dian provided the string, the Dragon King could form the body. But, for obvious reasons, the logistics of such a matter was more trouble than it was worth. Because of this, the bow was one of the few weapons Dian had never tried. The archer squirmed anxiously under Dian's silence, which caused the 25th White Mother to giggle. Her disciple was so bad, making such an expert uncomfortable despite him not having anything to worry about. Kid, I promise you that the true king of weapons is the bow and arrow. What is the only unbeatable strike? Isn't it the one that can't be retaliated against? What could match the range of a bow and arrow? In my prime, I got pin a fly to a wall completely unharmed from thousands of miles away. This is the power of an archer. Dian's ring flashed as a spiritual level bow appeared in his hand. It had a beautiful 3-meter-long silver body and was etched with few comet-level arrays that improved eyesight. Of course, this bow was from the vault of weapons left behind by the Celestial Deer sect. Dian had wanted to give it to Clara, but she found it too large and heavy. As for how Dian had it, it was of course because he had gone to Eli to take his main spatial ring back. Without a ring capable of housing the living, how would he save those slaves of the soul market? Dian took a deep breath, holding the bow before him and closing his eyes as though he was visualizing something. Good bow, the archer exclaimed. The bow in his lifetime had been destroyed in his fight, but it had to be said that before its spirit awakened, it had only been a first-stage spiritual treasure. The bow in Dian's hand was a peak spiritual treasure corresponding to the 9th stage. It was only missing a few things to be upgraded to the 12th stage. Inwardly, he was shocked. He had never seen such an odd occurrence. At the beginning, he could tell that Dian was a novice. But, after standing with the bow in his hand for what seemed like a few seconds, his form was already becoming more and more mature. Was it really possible to practice without even pulling the string? What kind of bullshit was this? I think I can do it, Dian suddenly said. After fighting with Diana, he had become more and more intrigued with the bow and arrow. Although he liked the idea of close combat, there was also something about controlling a battlefield from the skies that also appealed to him. Little Dian, you've comprehended the weapon's master will? Dian's master asked in shock. The only way someone could go from being a novice to learning a weapon so quickly was that way. Dian laughed lightly. Only to the first will level. My wills were sealed soon afterward, so it's not nearly as effective as it should be. If it wasn't sealed, the moment I touched a bow I'd be comparable to someone who had understood it to the 9th will level, and with a little practice the first intent level. The moment the 25th White Mother understood was the very same moment the archer understood. You can really shock people to death, kid, he muttered to himself. Understanding a supreme law at such a young age was just too shocking. It wasn't the same as the Void Clan Kitsune because Dian was human. Their bloodline practically forced void wills down their throats while Dian's did no such thing. I can accept, Dian said with a smile. He had brought out the bow for exactly this effect. But I have a few conditions. Name them, the archer said eagerly. I want you to be my subordinate. Do you want to live again? Dian's eyes shone with an odd light. Huh? What? The archer was stunned. Even the 25th White Mother was shocked. But, after a moment of thought, she suddenly understood. Was that why Dian had insisted she enter his mind's eye? Did he have a way to reconstruct their bodies? I like your character, Senior. I want to become a man who rules over everything for the sake of the safety of my family and friends. But I can't do it alone. I can't promise that it will be soon, but I can definitely give you benefits exceeding your imagination. Are you willing? How? A senior from the Outer Ring gave me one of his clan's core teachings, because he learned that his clan had been destroyed. It's a divine-level body cultivation technique. As long as my runic vein theory reaches a high enough level, I'll be able to reconstruct your body. The archer was stunned. A divine-level technique would definitely be able to accomplish this. After all, mystic-level techniques were meant for transcendence. This meant that the divine-level technique was the peak of the mortal world. As such, why wouldn't it be able to reconstruct a mortal-level body? The archer took a deep breath. Kid, I appreciate your kindness, but you're still a little too green. After getting over his shock, the archer finally began to think things over calmly. Even if I believe that you can gather the materials that would be needed to house my soul, materials, mind you, that would cost an astronomical price and would be rare beyond belief, you have to understand that my soul is merely a fragment. Even if it has a body without constant nourishment, I'll eventually dissipate. I wouldn't even be able to fight properly because I'd use more energy than I could give. Dian smiled. As soul cultivators, how could Dian and his master not understand this? So why would the archer be the only one to bring this up? Isn't it because Dian had a solution already? Tell me, senior, if I can solve this problem, are you willing to follow me? The archer blinked. If you can solve this problem, for a talent like you and as repayment for your kindness in giving me another chance at life, I'd follow you to the death. Dian's smile widened as his ring flashed again. The archer choked and began to cough. What else but the soul tome could cause this sort of reaction? I'm sure Senior knows what this is, right? There isn't a soul ailment in this world that it can't cure. As long as your newly constructed body touches its cover, in just a few days your fragmented soul will be whole again. Without hesitation, the archer agreed. He never thought that he'd get another opportunity to live. How could he not be excited? When the archer entered Dian's mind's eye, he was shocked to see the 25th White Mother. But soon he understood some things and started to laugh. Dian didn't worry that he might have ill intentions. For one, he trusted his ability to judge character, and secondly, even if he was wrong, with the existence of the seal, no one could hurt him. If the archer tried, he'd just end up like that holy princess. Dian was still too pissed off to forgive. Kid, you're really recruiting well. Huh? Dian chuckled. She's actually my master. It can't be counted as a recruitment. Oh, the archer responded with one part shock and another part jealously, causing the 25th White Mother to smile smugly. Kid, why is your mind's eye so large? This really isn't normal. Unlike the 25th White Mother, who had been too distracted and worried about Dian's fight to look around, the archer didn't have such qualms. What? Dian's mind vibrated uncomfortably. Hey, you're in my mind, remember? Don't make such a ruckus. The 25th White Mother looked over to see what the archer was yelling about, but what she saw shook her to her core. Dian, how could this be? She covered her small mouth, unable to control herself. What are you two going on about? Dian frowned in confusion. He was currently sitting down and pretending to resonate. If he left too soon for a process everyone knew should take days, if not weeks, it would raise too many questions. Although no one was here now, there was always a possibility that they could come back. Your soul has taken form already. How is that possible? The archer trembled. Taken form? What are you talking about? Dian, the form isn't supposed to take form until one is a half-step transcendent. Your soul has already taken the form of a baby. According to the laws of the martial world, the moment it opens its eyes, you should transcend. Dian's master explained. But that's impossible. If I had the soul strength of a half-step transcendent, my body would have already exploded 10 times over. Even though Dian said this, his mind was thinking at abnormal speeds. When his soul had been severely injured, why hadn't the soul tome been able to heal him? Or, more accurately, why hadn't the soul tome had enough time to heal him? At first, Dian had dismissed this as an anomaly resulting from his accumulated soul talent. After all, damage to his soul was the equivalent of damage to billions. Such a thing would be impossible for even the soul tome to heal. But, was this another possible explanation? Come to think of it, if the soul tome couldn't heal him, but the momentum and heavenly changes caused by taking Amphrey's virginity could, then how amazing did that make his red-headed beauty? Diane's master shook her head. A soul at this level can survive on its own, as though it was its own body. This is why transcendents can attack with their souls while we cannot. Their souls have defenses as though they themselves were the cultivator. Even if it's true that your body would be destroyed, you definitely wouldn't die. Even a peak-level Tao expert can't destroy your soul right now. In fact, even a half-step transcendent would have to go all out. The only problem would be the fact that your soul is still asleep, so if you lost your body, unless you happen to fall into a soul energy-rich abyssal core, you'd remain unconscious forever. But there seem to be two seals on your soul. One of them I recognize. It's from the inner world, sanctuary cultivation technique. But these crystalline chains, these arrays, no runes? Magic circles? I can't make heads or tails of them. Diane was stunned. This was his master, a woman who was once a star-level array alchemist. There wasn't even a single planet-level array alchemist today, let alone someone with her knowledge. If she couldn't understand, who the hell else could Diane ask? In the end, Diane could only push it from his mind. There was nothing that he could do about it. The best explanation he had was that the accumulation of soul talent had caused this morphing of his soul. It was just that this explanation was lacking. If it was really for this reason, why was his body still intact? It had to be said that since Diane began his journey in the martial world, his soul had always been a constant problem in that it grew faster than his body could handle. He thought that by absorbing the male portion of body cultivation talent that this problem would be solved, but for some reason he still felt that his soul was far more talented than his body. For example, his body cultivation had stagnated for a while now. At first it was just because he was consolidating his realm, but now it was because he legitimately didn't have the resources for continuing to cultivate a celestial-level body. The kinds of spirit fruit he needed costed an astronomical amount, even for him. In a way, he felt like his body cultivation talent was part of the problem. Every step for him was the equivalent of 10 or 20 steps for everyone else simply because every percentage he improved was worth much for. It was like his body was the equivalent of a first-grade expert, while everyone else was a fifth or sixth. Although he was stronger, it was harder to get there as well. It was unfortunate, though. Unlike energy cultivation, which had a very easily understood meridian number system, body cultivation wasn't so straightforward. This realization made Diane think of the demon sage again. If his information was correct, the rest of his inheritance was in universe chaos, the only uninhabited universe in existence. If Diane wanted to leap over this hurdle of understanding, he needed to first receive the rest of that inheritance. Maybe he'd even find the information of runic vein theory he needed in order to utilize the dragon transformation technique. It was at that moment that Diane suddenly remembered something else. The Demon Sage's Tower? I've been so busy with so many things that I've yet to pass his test to gain full control of it. The tower was a supreme treasure that Diane had received from the Demon Sage almost 16 years ago. Now, Diane faintly remembered that Demon Sage telling him that in order to gain full control of its upper floors, there would be a few more trials to pass. Of course, directly after receiving this treasure, Diane was forced to escape and fell into a coma for almost half a year. Then there was the Elven Kingdom fiasco where he once again fell into a coma, and that led directly into his first campaign and the World Tournament, which unfortunately led to yet another coma. He really had to stop falling into comas. Either way, now that Diane had no choice but to stay here for a few months to keep up appearances, why not test out what these other floors could be? The tower had been in Rhee's possession while Diane was in his trial world because he wanted her to have protection. But now that she knew about Soul Market, she insisted on giving it to Diane. Since she had bared her adorable canines, Diane could only accept. That said, Diane would be lying if he said he wasn't intrigued by the tower. It was able to completely ignore the spatial lock of Tao formation level Kitsune adept at void will even in its lowest state. What other secrets did it have? In the next moment, a massive tower fell with a loud thud before Diane's master's statue. It looked as domineering as ever, a pure black accented with fierce reds. It looked like the home of an overlord. "What's this?" the archer suddenly asked. This was part of the demon sage's inheritance. Demon sage? By this point, the archer was tired of being surprised. He almost felt gloomy about the kinds of people he was trying to compete with until he remembered the value of his own inheritance. Although the demon sage came far before their time, his name reverberated as the most lamented death of a genius in the history of the epistemic tower. There weren't many geniuses who others guaranteed would transcend, but the demon sage was one of them, until his life was cut short prematurely. Dian didn't mind the archer's reaction. Instead, he wanted to speak to his master about something first. "Master, what's with the soul rend quadrant?" The 25th White Mother frowned. "What do you mean? Remember I told you, you're still too young to seek out Leader's legacy world." Dian shook his head. "That's not what I meant." He then began to explain all of his experiences with the 98th quadrant from beginning to end as he walked into the Black Tower, completely oblivious to the fact that the more he spoke, the more his master paled. Soul market? Soul cultivation is banned? Soul-rending peak is being controlled by devil path cultivators. The 25th White Mother's voice trembled with rage. She knew that the ally quadrant would suffer some hardship after they were destroyed, but she didn't know that it would be to this extent. "Dian, you have no idea how important Soul Rend Quadrant is to us. The Celestial Deer Sect is the mouthpiece for the Celestial Beast clans. Celestial creatures need very special environments to grow, and only the soul energy-rich Soul Rend Quadrant can provide that. The home of the Celestial Beast clans is in the mystical world of Soul-Rending Peak." Dian's footsteps stopped. He had felt like the spirits of the Soul-Rending Peak seniors were hiding something from him, but he didn't know that the secret was this large. A mystical world is similar to a legacy world. The only true difference between them is their function. Legacy worlds house inheritances, while mystical worlds aren't constrained by that requirement. They can even be lived in normally. For example, Dian's Supreme Level Ring has a mystical world within. As for Soul-Rending Peak, the same trial world used to test core disciples is actually the very same mystical world the Celestial Beast clan is in. After a few moments of explanation, Dian suddenly understood. It turned out that the reason the forest was able to repair itself was because of the treasure that maintained this mystical world. Because celestial beasts needed special environments to grow, this treasure helped provide that. When Dian had found out about the possibility of a treasure, because he had such poor impressions of the current soul-rending peak, he had already been plotting about how to take it away. But now hearing his master's word, he struck that idea down. In fact, he could never touch that treasure unless he wanted to expose the celestial beasts to untold hardship and danger. Dian wasn't surprised to find out that this treasure was one of the treasures of the 33 heavens. The Lifestone. It was among the energy categorization and did just what its name entailed. Its passive ability was actually unknown, lost to time. Its active ability, though, was heaven-defying enough that the disappointment of this could be ignored. It had the ability to absorb energies of all forms and convert it to life essence. As long as one provided with enough energy, it was theoretically possible to live forever, all while healing injuries at ungodly speeds. The Celestial Beast clans used the Lifestone as the lifeblood of our clans. Because of our special bloodline, it's impossible for us to not be coveted by the sects, and as such we're forced to hide. Of our once robust lineage, only us celestial deer and the celestial tigers remain. As for the celestial rabbits, the celestial foxes, and the celestial hamsters, we have not heard from them in millions of years. It's possible that they are also in hiding, but we doubt it. After all, my being the guardian beast of the celestial deer sect was public knowledge, yet they never reached out. As far as I know, Master, at least 2 celestial hamsters live today. You met celestial hamsters? The 25th White Mother beamed with joy and pride. As a celestial beast, how could she not understand the meaning behind such an event? However, cold water was poured over her head after Dian explained what happened. In the end, she could only sigh. You're so stubborn. The fact they were not only celestial hamsters but twins definitely meant that they were part of the royal line. Their ability to help you far exceeds normal celestial hamsters, as only they have the potential to awaken the combat bloodline. If what you said is true and they relied on your primordial energy to hatch, the likelihood of their bloodlines returning to its origins is even more likely. Diane shrugged. Maybe one day they'll come back when they understand the meaning of my words. The 25th White Mother giggled. Stop speaking like a wizened old man. I want my disciple to remain carefree for as long as possible. Have fun, spend time with your wives, bring me little grand disciples. Diane scratched the back of his head embarrassedly before changing the subject. What should I do about soul-rending peak then? I definitely want to save those I can from Soul Market, but how do I make the sect pay without endangering the celestial beast clans? Diane heard a sigh from his mind. If the fall of soul-rending peak is as you've described, there's no one there who can threaten our 2 remaining celestial clans. Even though we've been hiding, the clans wouldn't be headed by anyone below the 9th Dao Formation realm. Also, the mystical realm is impenetrable by anyone not of the soul-rending peak. Even a half-step transcendent would have to leave in shame. The problem is that you've just told me that Devil Path cultivators were accepted as core disciples. Diane's brow furrowed. It doesn't seem like the celestial beasts are common knowledge among the disciples that have passed the trials, though. The 25th Mother shook her head. The mystical realm is separating into 18 tiers, each more difficult to reach than the last. Technically, you only have to pass the first tier to earn a spot as a core disciple, but our 2 clans are located on the 18th tier as a sort of final reward. Reward? Yes. Remember I said our species are highly coveted. One of the reasons why is because our celestial blood allows cultivators to remove impurities from their cultivation and undergo the legendary waste expulsion. This reward is reserved for the best of disciples. But, if it's as you've described it, these disciples don't seem worthy enough to pass even the first tier, let alone make it the 18th. This is likely why they've been forgotten. This is a good thing. However, the Devil Path cultivators are easily the most talented disciples to enter in thousands of years. Exactly. We can't let them reach that level no matter what. Diane nodded seriously. It seemed he couldn't cause havoc the moment he returned to soul-rending peak, or else he would have let his master down. By now, Diane had reached the first locked floor of the tower. When he entered, he immediately noticed an addition seal on his wills and soul cultivation. But this made him smile. He already had them sealed, so this didn't make these trials harder on him. This, in fact, made it easier. As Diane was beginning to unlock the locked floors of the tower, the war for Purple Flame Tower was still raging. The forces of the Flame Rebirth and Fiery Lotus sect were being steadily pushed back. It had been nearly 4 hours by now had passed, and the ground that the Flaming Lily sect army had made up was nearly at 95% already. All that was left was to secure the entrance and claim dominance of the tower by taking its top floor. Gale and Rubrum had long since lost their cool. It was clear to them that Kedlum and Arios were no longer trying to win, but were rather stalling. At the same time, their 10th-ranked juniors were in tough fights of their own. Ava and Thor took the front lines, eagerly seeking out fights of their own. Unlike the longtime demon generals, the 2 of them weren't very used to the battlefield, so the veterans had taken a step back for them. The more the new demon generals thrived, the better results they'd have in the future. The 10th-ranked disciple of the Flame Rebirth sect sweated profusely as she faced Ava's twin blades. They were slightly shorter than her elder brothers, but just as deadly. The most shocking part about her battle was that body constantly shone a blinding silver light. At times, her body would become as reflective as a mirror, giving her an ethereal beauty that made those in the distance sigh with admiration. Ava's blazing red hair danced as her body weaved, nimbly dodging the palm strikes of her opponent. What is going on? Why does fighting her head on hurt so much? Ava laughed happily. She hadn't felt so free in a long time. For so long, her life seemed overcast by that horrible event in the Elven Forest. Oftentimes it would be made worse by people bringing up that she was fortunate, that somehow since she still had her virginity, it should hurt less. Those people seemed completely oblivious to the fact that to Ava, it hurt just as much. There was no silver lining. However, Diane had given her an opportunity to rise up. She felt like she had a purpose, that she could fight for the things she wanted and grasp them with her own hands. Dian was the only person who never tried to explain away what happened to her. Instead, he gave her the tools to better herself, to not ignore it, but to move past it. A sudden realization hit the 10th-ranked disciple. Silver Mirror Constitution. When she came to understand this, she could only grit her teeth in jealousy. Heaven-level constitutions were rare, but ones as great as the Silver Mirror were even rarer. It was no wonder fighting Ava was so terrible. Considering that she was a saint now, she could already reflect 20% of the attacks of her opponents at the same level. She would only lose a single percentage for every small stage her opponent was above her, and 10% for every large stage. The best part was that when she broke through to the celestial stage, she'd gain the ability to reflect 40%. And when she was in the Tao formation realm, as much as 60% was possible. Fighting someone with this constitution had to be among the most difficult things to do. It wasn't known as one of the 3 greatest defensive constitutions for no reason. This said, the drop in percentages for fighting higher realms in the celestial and Tao formation stages were even more penalizing. This aside, the only reason Ava was still a king was because of the emotional barriers she faced. But every day, she gained more and more confidence in herself. She felt like it wouldn't be long before she felt confident enough to attack the Emperor trials. Ava only smiled beautiful, her eyes becoming like beautiful carved glass as she struck forward again, pushing her opponent back. Thor was fighting right alongside Ava, brandishing his spear as though he was a war god for the ages. Despite the complicated history between the two, they still fought shoulder to shoulder, giving the martial world a sight to see. Aladar nodded to himself in the skies. It won't be long now. Delia, Madeline, prepare for the final offensive. It'll have to be your two who conquer the top floor. The 2 otherworldly beauties nodded. They were the most powerful warriors on their side right now. After all, unlike the demon generals, they hadn't abolished their cultivation to practice the inner world sanctuary technique. It could be said that if it wasn't for this cultivation technique, the battle would have long since been over. Just as Aladar was about to order the final attack, his ears twitched and his eyes narrowed. Despite Aladar's very obvious soul talent, he had yet to break into the celestial realms like Ree, Madeline, and Clara had. Currently, he was still at the peak of the essence stage. This wasn't because Ree and Madeline were more talented than him, but rather because Dian would rather die than dual cultivate with him. Not that he'd be willing even if Dian offered. As such, he couldn't gain the same benefits as Dian's wives. However, this didn't mean his senses weren't incomparably sharp. His 6th sense was frighteningly sharp, in fact. Enemy pincer attack incoming. Aladar roared into the communication device. Prepare to rearrange. Kita, reposition your medical squad to the center. Galia, pull back your long-range squad to protect Kita's units. Implement the guerrilla formation. Malashira, Aridhel, Jason, position at 5:30 using turtle retreat method. Ava, Thor, hold the front lines and keep pressing. Helena, Ethiri, Koronos, position at 10:30 using Spartan advance method. Anyone seen retreating and not following orders will be beheaded on sight. Aladar's words left no room for discussion. The most important thing to an army was order and hierarchy. If any one of those things crumbled, the results would be catastrophic. Of course, Aladar had already warned the Flaming Lily sect disciples of the dangers of disobeying his orders, but he felt the need to remind them since they weren't hardened veterans. The trade-off for this reminder was an expected drop in the morale of the troops. If their commander was already saying that they'd be beheaded for the deserting the army, how could the situation be good? In the distance, 2 armies were rapidly approaching from 2 opposite directions. Aladar had no delusions about where these armies came from. One was from Red Flame Tower, and the other was from Golden Flame Tower. According to Aladar's calculations, the 4 hours they had been fighting for wasn't enough time for them to make it here. This was especially true since Gale and Rubrum were too arrogant in the beginning and wouldn't have informed them immediately, thinking that they could take this merit for themselves first. However, what Aladar hadn't expected was the Rubrum was much more level-headed than Gale. He had informed his junior to send a message the moment they were informed of the attack. In addition, the Flaming Lily sect wasn't the only army with the ability to use teleportation stations to their advantage. In fact, since Purple Flame Tower was controlled by the Golden Crow sect, it cost even less for them to send individuals here. The two armies charged into the purple poison without hesitation. Since they were on the side of the defending army, the energy they needed to use to ward off the poison was much less, so what fears would they have? In the air above the Red Flame Tower army stood their two commanders. While Purple Flame Tower was controlled by the 10th and 9th ranked disciples of both the Flame Rebirth sect and the Fiery Rebirth sect, the Red Flame Tower was commanded by the 3rd and 4th ranked disciples of the Fiery Lotus sect. Almost their mirror, two more commanders stood about the Golden Flame Tower. They were the 3rd and 4th ranked disciples of the Flame Rebirth sect. The ranked disciples of the Flame Rebirth sect were two outstanding beauties wearing tight-fitting, short, red dresses. It seemed like any movement too large taken by them would cause their ample breasts and asses to fall out for everyone's viewing pleasure. Judging by their similar appearances, they seemed to be a pair of sisters. They each gave off a heat that made even the poison fog uncomfortable, causing it to uncontrollably melt around them. Their delicate feet and calves were wrapped by transparent ribbons. At first one could ignore it as a fashion statement, until you felt the aura of a spiritual level treasure coming from them. The ranked disciples of the Fiery Lotus sect were a pair of males. They both wore armor that resembled pieces of molten lava, stitched together into a domineering pattern. One had the chosen weapon of a trident while the other chose a glaive. The aura these four disciples gave off raised the morale of their armies, causing them to roar into the skies even as they charged. By this point, it was clear to everyone that the Flaming Lily sect army was wholly outnumbered. Not only had they only taken a third of their armies with them, they were being attacked by not one sect, but three. Delia, can you handle two of them? Aladar asked. No. Madeline spoke her first words. Leave the four of them to me. Madeline's voice was soft and delicate, like a goddess of peace bestowing her orders down to her people. However, even still, it traveled through the entire battlefield, almost directly counteracting the drop in morale Aladar caused. Those who knew Madeline weren't surprised. She had grown up with Delia and saw her as a little sister, so why would she allow her to take such a risk? However, what they didn't know was that Madeline hadn't said this out of desperation. The truth was that if both her and Delia were occupied, then who would conquer the tower? The two females of the Flame Rebirth sect frowned with discontent. But they also saw this as an opportunity. They knew the reason their sect decided to get involved. If they could deal with Madeline now and take her away, it would stop the Golden Crow from pulling any tricks on the back end. After all, even though Madeline's phoenix blood was most useful to them, how could any fire user give up an opportunity to benefit from the most legendary fire beast to ever exist? The two males, however, had a completely different reaction. The trident wielder grinned. Madeline, it's good to see you again. If I win, will you finally accept my offer? Shut up, the glaive wielder reprimanded. Madeline, forgive this brute. If I win, I'm willing to share you. The demon generals roared in anger at these words. This was their mistress. Who were these men to say such vulgar words to her? The male pair involuntarily took a step back, unable to handle the pressure the demon generals gave them. It was only now they understood that Madeline wasn't the only one capable of fighting them here. If it wasn't for the fact they were needed to command the armies, they would have already charged into the skies. Madeline couldn't even bother to waste disdain on those two fools. They couldn't even handle the pressure the demon generals. It had to be said that most of the demon generals were still at the essence gathering stage after Diane made them abolish their cultivation. If it wasn't for this fact, this battle would have ended long ago. After all, if each one of them could compare to a top 10 disciple of a 4th-ranked quadrant, how could a mere Gale and Rubrum have lasted until now? Do you know what I told Anik of the Emperor Giant clan when he said the very same thing? Madeline spoke calmly, her voice still just as lovely despite the anger in her eyes. The two ranked disciples of the Fiery Lotus sect froze when they heard this name. Who didn't know this legendary man? There were less than 30 god-level characters living right now, but 11 of them stood above the rest, and Anik was one of them. Even the name made those standing feel their knees weaken. Seeing they didn't have the courage to answer, Madeline continued calmly. I told him that if he overstepped my boundaries, my husband would kill him. The two froze. When they finally comprehended what they had heard, they burst into a fit of laughter. The trident wielder wiped tears of his eyes. For a second you scared us. If you had accepted God Anak's marriage proposal, then we would have reason to take a step back. But, to think you'd make up a fake husband capable of matching up against a god? Isn't that too laughable? The two flame rebirth women sneered as well. My, if you have such an esteemed husband, why isn't he here yet? Is he not a real man? Her younger sister supported. To so easily accept the disrespect of his wife, he must be impotent. Come, tell us, who is this esteemed husband of yours? They jumped around, their eagerness clear for all to see. By this point, how could they not want to know? In fact, they were all too eager to poke and prod until they got their answer. It was clear by now that although information had spread in the outside world, the geniuses who had come here to prepare for the war ahead of time weren't privy to all of the information yet. Or rather, they had been purposefully left in the dark. If the Allied forces suddenly knew that they were angering such a formidable opponent, would they dare to be so blatant? Would the disciples of the Fiery Lotus sect dare to make a pass at Madeline? Would the disciples of Flaming Lily sect dare to take Madeline away so publicly? To kill her so publicly? Even the weakest god could shake a quadrant ranked below third once they reached their full potential. This was even worse considering that those two sects alone weren't technically ranked fourth. If it wasn't for the outstanding disciples of the Golden Crow sect and the Flaming Lily sect, the Fiery Lotus and Flame Rebirth sect would be more appropriately ranked in the 20s or 30s. The only reason they have an equal share of universes with the two is because they're too busy counterbalancing each other to split their territory. If Dian turned his anger on them when he crossed into Tao formation, how could they possibly withstand the wrath of a god? They wouldn't have any delusions of the Golden Crow sect protecting them. In fact, the Golden Crow sect might even side with Dian, trying to absolve themselves of blame. Delia's ice turned ice cold. Even the two sisters of the Flame Rebirth sect suddenly felt their fire domains freezing over, causing them to look over at the black-dressed beauty with shock in their eyes. My big sister's husband and my big brother are one and the same. God Sacharo. The moment they heard the word God, their smiles had already frozen over. But when they heard the name Sacharo, they involuntarily trembled. It was only now that they remembered Madeline's last name. Before, they had been rude on purpose, directly calling her by her first name in order to goad her. But now they remembered it was Sacharo as well. The two sisters of the Flame Rebirth sect suddenly felt a terrible premonition coming as they looked at each other. Their elders ordered them to kidnap the wife of a god. The two males began to sweat. Apprentice Sister Sacharo, their address immediately became more respectful. This is all just a misunderstanding. There's no need for someone as esteemed as God Sacharo to get involved, right? That's exactly right, Madeline replied unexpectedly. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, she continued, I alone am more than enough to handle the four of you. The four geniuses grit their teeth. They had already thought of another problem. They had no idea how powerful the Celestial Deer Quadrant was. Even though they were ranked 100th for so long, only a fool would believe that was their true ranking. The only reason they fell so far was because they stopped sending people into the tower to compete for their ranking. If no one came, it was an obvious result that they'd fall. But then, they suddenly sent a wave of talented disciples that shot their ranking up to 51st place in a mere year. What if the Celestial Deer Quadrant hadn't lost its power at all? What if their legacy and heritage was still enough to be ranked in the top 3? What if they had been silent for so long because they had conquered the entire quadrant to become a one-comet sect? If that was true, wasn't their fourth quadrant doomed? They had insulted the first wife of the most prized genius of a quadrant so powerful. Wasn't that courting death? Even as their imagination ran wild, Madeline's long, purple hair began to flow in the wind as her violet pupils sharpened. The charge of the two armies had stalled because of the conversation between the top geniuses of the sects. By now, they couldn't help but tremble when they thought of who Madeline's husband was. The worst part was that the smarter individuals were sure that the Golden Crow sect knew all of this information already, yet they decided to act anyway. Even though the Golden Crow sect had a god of their own, he wasn't among the 11 most outstanding ones. How could he be a match for an angered Dian when he fully matured? What was the Golden Crow sect trying to do here? Before they could continue, Madeline's beautiful crystal-embroidered lyre appeared in the skies. At that moment, she gave off a brilliant radiance. A halo of light enveloped her as her delicate, long and slender fingers reached for the strings. Seeing Madeline so resolutely prepare to attack them, the four geniuses had no choice but to push forward. If they allowed her to pick them off one by one, they wouldn't stand a chance at all. It had to be said that even though all five of them were emperors, Madeline was on a completely different level. If the Flaming Lily sect conquered the epistemic tower, their god-level character would lose key-wielding responsibilities. No one had any doubt in their minds that if Madeline became a key-wielder, it wouldn't be long before they had to call her god too. For resolute attacks pierced forward. A trident, a glaive, and two ribbons ripped through the air, displaying the full power of peak-level saints. As third and fourth ranked disciples of their respective sects, they had long since entered the 9th saint stage. Unfortunately for them, Madeline had already entered the 12th. The moment the fight between the five ranked geniuses exploded, the war below began. The Flaming Lily sect army was outnumbered, being short about 5 million troops compared to their opponents. But they had a cohesion that the Fiery Lotus and the Flame Rebirth sects didn't have. Aladar frowned as he scanned the battlefield. In a little less than 2 hours, the pills handed out by them and refined by Clara would start failing. As much as they wanted to simply hand out more pills, there were 10 million of them in this branch of the army. Each one of them needed a saint-level detoxification pill, which were much more expensive than their anti-poison pill counterparts. That materials used for each pill had already reached an astronomical price. The amount of capital Dian had spent on this war had eaten up 20% of his savings. Just thinking about that made even Aladar hurt. But Dian would never let something like money get in the way of him helping his wife. He could always make more. There's 50 minutes until the planned retreat. Maybe we should retreat earlier. Aladar, Dian wanted me to tell you something. Delia suddenly spoke, although his eyes never left Madeline's battle. What's that? He said that you lost to him because you're too cautious. You'll never win unless you take some risks. Aladar's eyes lost their luster. Just 16 years ago, he had nearly killed Dian. Even before that, he had spent almost 15 years alone in the Gate world, protecting his sister and meticulously planning out his revenge. Yet all of that planning had fallen apart in a few months because of one man. If that hadn't happened, he would be the key wielder of the Celestial Deer Quadrant, and maybe others would call him God Gautama by now instead of calling his rival God Sacharo. When he thought back to it after all those years of meticulous planning, what did it amount to? All of that caution, all of the scheming, what was the result? Aladar could still remember the picture of Dian diving head first into an abyssal core of death. Would I have done that? Aladar couldn't help but think to himself. If it was for his little sister, he would be willing to do anything. However, Dian hadn't jumped into that abyss for the sake of Ri. If he had wanted to save Ri, he could have just taken her and run. With the Demon Sage Tower, who could have caught them in the danger of the gate? But Dian didn't do that. He stood in front of an army of millions and used the Tree of Life and Death to pierce into the ground and wipe out large portions of their people, all for the sake of protecting everyone who saw him as a leader. Dian's risk, in the end, almost cost him Ri's life. He might have never seen his wife again. But what had he gained? He ended up involuntarily stumbling upon Madeline's plight and helping her break through in her celestial will, thus saving her. He ended up learned what was still his strongest will to this date, death will. And he ended up becoming the key wielder of their quadrant, all because he took that one risk, that one leap of faith. What if Aladar had taken a risk too? What if he had attacked the epistemic tower when the gates were closed, taking the greater danger on his shoulder? He wouldn't have even needed to fight Dian in the end. Suddenly, Aladar's eyes sharpened. Good. We'll fight until the only possibility is retreat then. His voice was firm. In that moment, his ethereal permeation, a supreme law only capable of being mastered by those with Wida and Gautama blood, finally broke through to the intent level. The momentum of his newfound power rocked the battlefield, causing the demon generals to grin wildly and roar into the skies. Darkness prevails over all, the blood seeps into the ground, the strong slay the weak and stand tall, while the unfortunate are silenced without a sound. The sage of the demon empire is supreme, unmatched and unprecedented, unchallenged and without flaw, immortal and esteemed he. leaves his legacy for only those as evil as he only those as ruthless and heartless cast away your humanity for strength drench the soil in the blood of your enemies plant the seed of your life within it become the next sage of the demon empire, the chant of the demon generals. Blanketed the battlefield. Their eyes blinded with pride, they charged forward, slaughtering all those before them. Madeline stood in the air, allowing her red mage robes to flutter gently in the midst of her glowing halo. Her hands delicately plucked the strings of her lyre, sending out a calming music that was still somehow filled with a deadly intent. Much like Diane, Madeline had learned to fuse her wills. In fact, considering the time Diane had spent with his own sealed, she had become much more skillful than he had once been. The most devastating part was that Madeline's celestial will never downgraded from its upgrade to a supreme law. Every time Madeline used it, she remembered the day she felt her will erupt to a new level. She had been certain that Diane had died. Anyone could see that his wound was far too severe for any normal means to bring him back from the realm of death. During that fight with Zabia, Diane had laid everything on the line for him to survive, trusting in his sovereignty path even when he faced death. What he didn't know was that that day his determination wasn't alone. Madeline had made a decision to live her life for her husband on that very day as well. The combination of music will and celestial will was almost impossible to match. The four geniuses couldn't help but become frustrated when they realized that none of their attacks could even make Madeline sweat. She hadn't even used her flames yet. They were simply far too ignorant. Everyone was so distracted by Madeline's amethyst faith seed that they had completely disregarded the fact that she was born with one of the top 3 god constitutions. Goddess disposition. Her ability to use purity-type wills was second to none, and her life essence and ability to heal reached unprecedented levels. Madeline's celestial will had already reached the 6th intent level, only a breath away from breaching the 7th level and entering the realms of a celestial level intent. The problem with that was that that metric only applied to normal wills. A supreme level will at the 6th intent level. It was enough to dominate an entire battlefield of saints. The two sisters grit their teeth in frustration, launching their attacks in combination. Vermilion's cry, first feather. They cried out delicately. The 3rd and 4th ranked disciples of the fiery lotus sect shot backwards, avoiding the attack of the two sisters. The 4 of them weren't used to working together and couldn't afford to take too many risks in attacking, lest they underestimate the range of each other's attacks. They had no choice but to pull back, launching attacks from the distance. 2 pairs of ribbons shot forward, turning into a blazing trail of fire. The temperature skyrocketed, burning the poison in its path. Madeline's beautiful violet eyes remained calm as her fingers stretched out. Heaven's pasture. First overture. The melody changed. What once was a simple string of notes without structure became a grand story. Those who were lucky enough to watch felt as though they had been transported to a world of green. A peaceful feeling overwhelmed them as the steady vibrations in the air slightly distorted. The wind was delicately molded to Madeline's soft hands, becoming almost like a vessel for the stars. Dazzling and bright it curved with a mind of its own, shattering the attack of the two sisters. Second overture. Madeline continued calmly, her figure fluttering in the air and seizing their hearts. The green fields sprouted beautiful flowers that gently bobbed in the wind. A fragrance filled with air. It was as though the flowers weren't an illusion in the sky, but right before them. As though they could reach over and pick them up as long as they wanted to. The flowers became the embodiment of Madeline, a beauty they could all see but not touch. Too pure, too holy. Who would dare to say that they were worthy of such a woman? The two sisters were blasted backward, causing them to spit up blood violently. Even though this was a beautiful scene to everyone else, to them it was a death sentence. To step into the domain of a goddess without consequences? Who did they think they were? By then, the attacks of the two men had reached Madeline, were immediately deflected by her slowly building world. Third overture. The attacking army began to shiver in terror. Their commanders were being toyed with as though they were children. Only half an hour had passed, yet anyone with eyes could see that Madeline was toying with them. She was known for her flames, yet she still hadn't used them. What chance did they stand? The green lands and flowers split, allowing a calm river to spread through it. It gushed silently, filling the lands with a sense of vitality and purity it hadn't had before. Every overture added a new layer to the world, making it more realistic. Madeline's music told a story, weaving a reality that her audience had no choice but to accept. Music will, especially taken to Madeline path of creation, was among the most versatile of wills, but also among the very most difficult to utilize. When one mastered music will to a certain level, they became capable of breaking into a new mold and becoming a composer. The higher level of composer you were, the better your music, the higher level technique you could create. The most powerful music techniques in existence were composed by geniuses of the past. At this moment, Madeline's Heaven's Pasture was a self-composed music. Madeline had created her one lower-level earth technique. The moment the world was split by the river, the four disciples were blasted hundreds of meters backwards, their chests heavily caved in. Madeline's fingers continued unperturbed. Although her technique could only be classified as a lower-level earth technique, since it was created by her, its effectiveness far surpassed that level. It could even be said to be a borderline heaven-level technique in her hands. Such was the power of a composer. Fourth overture. The four geniuses looked up in horror and mountains fell from the skies. Beautiful and majestic peaks appeared in the illusory world. The green stretched out, flowers graced its soil, rivers gently flowed, and mountains stood tall. Even Madeline was strained playing her fourth overture. It contained a hidden domineeringness that she could only bring out when she thought of Diane. Her nature wasn't to be arrogant or confrontational. But, when it came to her husband and those who dared to provoke him and her ability to stay by his side, she could become the fiercest demon in the world. The tips of her fingers slightly bled as a robust tune played. Those listening felt as though their hearts had been invaded by the melody, stomping out their own intentions and the normal rhythmic beats of their chest to replace it with something entirely new. Boom! The illusory mountain fell upon the ashen-faced geniuses. They tried their best to launch attacks to destroy the attack before it reached them. But everything they did was of no use. It was as though they were throwing small stones into an ocean. The mountains only lightly rippled, before Madeline's celestial intent purified the acts of aggression forcefully. The four geniuses were crushed with tens of thousands of pounds of weight, burying them into the poisonous grounds of the purple flame tower. Their bones cracked and their organs oozed with injury. Cries of pain sounded out as four geniuses that were once the symbol of arrogance fell pitifully. By the time the illusory world had disappeared, the crater in the ground had grown to untold proportions. While Madeline had been fighting, Ava and Thor had cut a path forward, and were a mere 100 meters from the entrance of the purple flame tower, valiantly taking the vanguard. Ava's smile never faded. She had the utmost confidence in Madeline. However, it was only then that those not familiar with her came to understand there was a vast chasm separating the ranked geniuses of the third and fourth ranked sects of their fourth quadrant as compared to the Flaming Lily and Golden Crow sects. They didn't deserve to be placed on the same level at all. Not only was Madeline far younger than all four of them, she had already surpassed them in cultivation and comprehension. They would be hard-pressed to find jobs shining her shoes. When Aladar saw the placement of the massive crater Madeline formed, his eyes shone with realization and admiration. Only now did he understand that Diane hadn't given him command because Madeline wasn't capable. Instead, he gave him command because he wanted to temper him for the future, slowly weeding out his overly cautious tendencies to make him the most effective commander he could be. Diane had placed a strict ban on any of the demon generals speaking of Madeline's past as a Sapientia because of the trouble it could cause. But, at this moment, Aladar couldn't help but remember that Madeline wasn't just a pretty face. There was a good argument to be made that she was far more intelligent than even he. Almost on cue, the rumbling sounds of a third approaching filled the battlefield. However, it wasn't long before they noticed that their advancement forward had been completely cut off by a massive crater. If it was a normal crater, there would be a problem. After all, even the weakest warriors here were essence gatherers, they could fly. The problem was that the ground beneath the purple flame tower wasn't normal. Beneath its surface was a reserve of a poison abyssal core that could kill even the strongest amongst them here. With Madeline's attack, a dam had been broken and a geyser of poison fog erupted into the skies. While the Flaming Lily Sect army was still immune to this level of poison gas, it had to be remembered that the defending army wasn't. Their advantage wasn't that the poison wouldn't affect them, but rather it would be easier for them to deal with. However, with Clara's pills, this advantage had been completely destroyed. Now, the third army approaching from the epistemic tower's direction had ugly expressions on their faces as they saw the wall of purple, greens, and disgusting browns before them. Even if they were tens of times braver, they wouldn't dare to cross. Only their strongest geniuses could. But then wouldn't their three-pronged pincer attack fall flat here? "It's time, Delia, go." The black-dressed Delia immediately gripped her sword and charged forward, not toward the geyser, but toward the tower. In the distance, above the third approaching army, the first-ranked disciples of the Flame Rebirth and Fiery Lotus sect dove forward with ugly expressions. They had no time to worry about Delia's actions because they had to save their ranked disciples. While everyone's eyes were focused on the geyser, they had completely forgotten about the four geniuses buried underneath, taking the full brunt of the poison directly. Egan Goldine grit his teeth. Was he really going to fail like this? No. Egan raged. "Apprentice brother Gia, apprentice sister Vermilion, with me." The two first-ranked disciples looked at each other with complicated expressions, each with their two juniors in their arms. Vale looked up, averting his gaze to see his little brother Gale still fighting in the skies against Arios. He could see that it was only a matter of time before he lost. In fact, it was fairly clear by now that Arios was just stalling for time. Although he wasn't powerful enough to defeat Gale outright, he definitely had the upper hand. Rena Vermilion followed Vale's gaze to see yet another one of her juniors of the verge of losing. At this point, what other choice did they have but to fight? Their eyes reddened with rage. In all likelihood, the four geniuses that fought Madeline would die, and even if they didn't, their talent would definitely be crippled. "You've gone too far," they roared into the skies. Madeline didn't bother to respond. How many of her fellow apprentice sisters had died because their three sects so shamelessly colluded to wipe them out? Did they deserve to talk about what was too far? Did they deserve to survive simply because they were the geniuses of their sects? These same two couldn't be bothered to care about the normal disciples dying for them even as they spoke. But somehow their third and fourth-ranked disciples were worth more? How disgusting. Seeing that Madeline disdained to answer them only drew their anger to new heights. As first-ranked disciples, even if their sects were below that of Madeline's, they were still much more powerful than their third and fourth-ranked disciples. In fact, they had already stepped into the 12th Saint stage, just like Madeline. Rena Vermilion brandished a sword that looked to be forged of red gems and pointed it toward Madeline. "Do you think that just because you're the first-ranked inner disciple of the Flaming Lily sect that you can look down on us?" "No," Madeline suddenly spoke. "I look down on you because you're shameless." "You?" Rena roared. "Do you think that your Flame Rebirth sect is very clever? That I don't know that you've only joined this war to steal my faith seed and blood essence? And you want to speak of what's too far?" Rena froze, her words becoming stuck in her throat. Her body trembled violently, unwilling to accept that she had been seen through so easily. First disdain, then slander. What a good Flaming Lily sect disciple you are. And you wonder why 3 sects have decided to end your cruel reign. Egan watched on coldly. This is exactly what he needed. He couldn't care less about the optics of the situation. The true king and the writer of history was always the victor. What he needed was for both Rena and Vale to attack with everything they had and support him well without thought of retreat. He needed them to be as invested as he was. From his perspective, Madeline revealing this now was quite stupid of her. Now that the Flame Rebirth sect knew that she was aware of their plans, they couldn't back out no matter what. As for the matter of the Fiery Lotus sect, they'd have to join out of necessity, because they were already inextricably tied to his Golden Crow sect. "I see." Madeline spoke. "I wonder how your elder sister feels about the words you just spoke." Rena's eyes reddened when she heard Madeline's words. "How dare you? And how about your elder sister?" Madeline's eyes shifted from Rena to Vale, who seemed about to implode himself. There was hardly an explanation needed for Madeline's words. Both Vale and Rena's elder sisters were taken and married into the Goldine family through the top core disciple and key wielder of Golden Crow sect. However, this in itself wasn't the story. Although there was no solid evidence found, it was almost certain that both elder sisters were raped against their wills. Because of the conservative views of the martial world, their elders felt they had no choice but to accept the marriage proposal of the Goldines. The problem was that they were slapped in the face in the end. At first, the Goldines made it seem that it was their intention to allow Sister Vermilion and Sister Gia to become official wives. But at the very last moment, they were conferred as concubines, disgracing both the Gia and Vermilion families. But now, their younger brother and sister stood here speaking of the high moral character of the Golden Crow sect. Wasn't that too hypocritical? Too disgusting? Madeline wasn't one to listen to rumors. However, just a decade or so ago, when she was still a top-ranked outer disciple of the Flaming Lily sect, she had witnessed this very same thing almost happen to the former first-ranked inner disciple of their sect, and now a member of their core disciples, within the fourth quadrant's shared mystical world. Thanks to Madeline's supreme law-level celestial will, she was able to purify her senior sister of the effects of the poison and allow her to fight back against the lackeys of God Goldine, who had schemed to take her away. After that day, she became absolutely certain that the stories were true, and she felt even more deeply disgusted by this supposed God Goldine. He truly brought shame to the title. Egan's smile faded. He hadn't seen things going this way. At this point, he couldn't tell if the two first-ranked disciples were more angered by Madeline or him. After all, God Goldine was his elder cousin. The two first-ranked disciples grit their teeth. You can slander me and even my sect, but not my elder sister. Vale roared, charging into the skies with Rena on his tail. By now the 5-hour mark that Alatar had set had already passed. In fact, there was only 50 or so minutes until the effects of their pill wore out and their armies had no choice but to fight off the poison with their own energy. Of course, none of this mattered because as Madeline had been speaking, the two first-ranked disciples along with Egan completely missed a very important point. Delia. Truth be told, to say they missed it was misleading. It was more accurate to say that they saw and ignored Delia. From their eyes and what they could see of Delia's presence, she was a mere duke. In their sects, even their 100th ranked inner disciple was that at a bare minimum. As for their top 10 disciples, they were all kings at worst. How could they be worried about a mere duke? However, this would be their fatal mistake. In a battle of this scale, just a single such thing could gain momentum and quickly rolling out of control, starting from a small point until it was towering mountain. Madeline watched as the two geniuses charged toward her with an unconcealed disappointment in her eyes. One of the reasons she so very much cherished the time she had spent with Diane was because he taught her to fight, something she had forgotten when she fell ill. The reason Madeline chose to marry Akihiko after she thought Diane died wasn't because she was too cowardly to commit suicide. In fact, it took everything within her to fight back the impulse, to not give up, to always look for a path to live. Madeline wanted Diane's name to be remembered. She wanted the things he had done for her, the sacrifices he had made, to live on. If she had given up and died, what would Diane's death have meant? Would anyone have spoken of him anymore? Would he still be remembered? In the end, it was because of this will to live, to fight on, that Madeline was alive when Diane finally came back. Wouldn't it have been far too tragic if she hadn't been? Madeline's eyes lost their pity at that moment. For two individuals of this level to not even be willing to fight was far too pathetic. Diane came from far poorer backgrounds than these two did and faced far greater enemies. What right did they have to feel anger toward her? Even as the two geniuses charged, Madeline began to play her melody once again. However, this time it was completely different. Madeline no longer had the luxury of testing out her own compositions. These two were on a completely different level than her previous opponents. Peacock's Dance. First Feather. An illusory tail of feathers appeared behind Madeline, exuding a beauty beyond words. Swirls of pink, violet, blues and greens arranged in complex patterns made up their form, elevating Madeline's elegance to an entirely new level. This was the very same technique that Madeline used during the World Tournament, the only difference being more than 10 years of practice. The first of the 9 illusory tails lit up with a blinding light, vibrating with the rhythm of Madeline's music. The melody picked up, conveying the scene of a prideful bird, stalking around with its chest puffed out and its feathers raised to utmost degree. Despite the beauty of it all, Rena and Vale had no choice but to douse a bucket of cold water over their rage. If they took the first-ranked inner disciple of the Flaming Lily sect lightly, wouldn't they be asking to be injured? Rena's ribbon came to life, shooting out and deflecting Madeline's melody. Unlike her fellow sect members, hers had a distinct golden hue, and judging by its aura, it was very close to a peak spiritual treasure. Vale wasn't to be outdone. In fact, he took this fight much more seriously than even Rena did, immediately using his fiery lotus sect's most ubiquitous core teaching. His palms slammed together, causing an illusory lotus to appear in the skies. Its petals were delicate, but still exuded a heat so fierce that those below were glad they didn't take part in this fight. Fiery Lotus. Variation 1. The lotus spun in the air even as petals flew from its image, coating Vale's palms as he pushed them forward with deadly momentum. With his every strike, the air seemed to burn, a perfect fusion of palm and technique, timed to mastery and executed without flaw. Madeline's wall of celestial intent fell into a constant cycle of bombardment, assaulted from two sides at once. The fight immediately fell into a heated exchange. The proud peacock's single feather whipped around the battlefield, deflecting Rena's ribbon in one movement before faltering Vale's palm in the next. We're all 12th stage saints. How could there be such a gap? Rena and Vale roared in their minds, but there was nothing they could do about their inferiority. They tried to calm themselves, rationalizing what they were experiencing. This Madeline definitely had more resources than them, definitely more guidance. It had to be the case. Unfortunately for them, Madeline hadn't accepted a new master since she rejected her last. In fact, even if one chose to still count Elder Sapientia as her master, Madeline could already reduce her to dust without lifting a single finger. When geniuses reached this level, what separated them wasn't cultivation but comprehension. How deeply did you understand your techniques? What level of will mastery have you achieved? What is your battle talent like? How quickly can you learn and adapt? Madeline was far too great at all of these things. From start to finish, she had only used 2 wills despite knowing far more because her opponents simply weren't worth her effort. Second feather. Madeline spoke calmly, but her eyes sharpened. In that moment, the burden on her mind doubled as the projectiles to control also doubled. However, this was far from straining her. The already losing first-rank geniuses fell on an even deeper back foot. Madeline's melody became erratic and unpredictable, directing the feathers to attack at trickier angles and with faster speed. The once complacent Egan couldn't help but grit his teeth. Was he going to have to intervene personally? If he, as a member of the Goldine family, had to team up to beat a woman, where would he put his face? However, there was no other choice. He was a mere 7th-ranked disciple. Even if he was of the Golden Crow sect, he was still too green to defeat Madeline alone. However, before he could act, the arrival of a new group to the battlefield froze his steps. The moment the aura of teleportation appeared on the battlefield, Aladar and Madeline caught it. However, Madeline was in no position to do much else about it. That said, it didn't mean that they hadn't expected this. No matter how conceited the Golden Crow sect was, after getting word that the Flaming Lily sect had reconquered so many of their towers so quickly, how could they continue to remain unperturbed? Out of everyone on the battlefield, Egan was by far the most nervous. His sect had left all of this under his command, yet could he have failed any more miserably? He lost 2 towers within the first 3 days, and he was about to lose a tower that had been firmly in their possession for tens of thousands of years. Who knew how he could possibly wash this shame away? The moment the light faded, everyone realized that it wasn't a group, but actually a single person. Despite realizing this, those of the 4th quadrant sects couldn't help but feel their hearts seize. This woman was every bit as beautiful as Madeline, except her dressing was far less conservative. Her armor only covered her most important parts with a blazing gold metal that hurt the eyes to look at. Her hair, just as brilliant a gold, hung loosely from her back, extenuated by her red eyes. Despite having the same hair and eye color as Egan, she came from another pillar family of the sect. Not the Goldines, but instead the Crow family. This was the Golden Crow sect's 3rd-ranked disciple, Empress Angelica Crow. Unlike the Flame Rebirth and Fiery Lotus sects, Cultivation wasn't the strict determiner of rank. For example, Egan was a 12th stage saint, but Angelica was an 11th staged. Not only was their quality far superior, Their comprehension of various arts was at an all-time high. "Senior sister," Egan greeted nervously. "Why aren't you fighting?" Angelica responded coldly. One would never think that such a scantily clad woman would also be so cold and unfeeling. It was definitely a virtue to not judge a book by its cover. In truth, Angelica had her own reasons for cutting her armor like this. However, only her most powerful opponents learned why, and considering most of them are now dead, there's no one to tell the tale. It was only after she spoke that those with their heads stuck in the clouds suddenly realized that despite being given the impression that they could almost see her everything, Angelica perpetually released a fire and steam so boiling that it distorted the air around her, making it difficult to see her long, smooth legs and ample cleavage. Even her features were difficult to see, causing many to begin to doubt if she truly was just as beautiful as Madeline or if the vague mystery had boosted her rating. However, they could only think these things silently. Anyone daring to say any of these things to Angelica's face would have long since been killed. I was surveying the situation. Before we appeared, our army was obstructed by this massive crater. I have no idea what the enemy could be planning, so I didn't think it wise to leave the core unattended. Angelica didn't answer. Instead, she looked up into the skies to see Madeline fighting, before checking around. "While you're standing here, attending to the army, the Flaming Lily sect is just moments away from the conquering the tower. That's impossible." Before Egan could finish, he looked over wide-eyed to see Ava and Thor having already pushed the distance from 100 meters to only about 20. How? It was only now that Egan realized that the Duchess he had ignored earlier was having a massive impact on the battlefield. Her sword was elegant and light, as though she was dancing without care. Yet her cold gaze chilled even his fiery hot blood to the core. "If she charges up the tower, it's over. Go stop her," Angelica said coldly. Egan rushed forward. Although he wanted to ask his senior sister what her plan was, judging by how her eyes were trained on Madeline, there would be no suspense to the answer. Angelica turned her gaze from Madeline to the crater before snorting coldly. Her delicate hand stretched out as a blazing golden-red flame erupted from her palm. The army stumbled backward, unable to handle the heat. Sixth stage fire intent. The golden flames wrapped around the edge of the crater, melting the ground. At first, everyone wondered what Angelica was doing. If she harmed the ground anymore, she wouldn't be helping. Instead, she'd be sending them all to their deaths. However, it was at that moment that an illusory pair of golden-red wings appeared on her back and the fire intent became wind intent. A cold wind gushed through the battlefield, quickly cooling the molten rock just as it covered the cracks, allowing poisonous gas through. By this point, everyone was stunned. It could be considered arrogant beyond belief to send a third-ranked disciple when you were aware that you were dealing with a first. Yet who would dare doubt a woman who so easily used 2 6th-level intents on such a large scale with blinking an eye? It was only now that they remembered that the Golden Crow sect was ranked first for a reason. Not only were their 2 pillar families outstanding in bloodline, they had by far the most disciple depth, so much so that even their 7th-ranked disciple was already a peak saint, and their 3rd? Comparable to the Flaming Lily sect's first. "Charge!" Angelica's cold voice sounded out, snapping the core from the epistemic tower out of their stupor. In an instant, the pressure on the Flaming Lily sect army redoubled. A pincer attack from 3 sides assaulted their lines, applying too much of a burden to allow the fluid switching of their formations. Aladar frowned in the skies, but he remained calm. The way the battlefield was set up now, the purple flame tower gave them some cover. Because of the tower, it was impossible to launch an attack from a 4th direction. But at the same time, their path to retreat had all but disappeared. Had they followed his original plan, they would have retreated before the 3rd pincer attack even arrived, which wouldn't have allowed Angelica time to reach this position. But what's done was done. Since he had decided to take this risk, he would go all out. It was impossible to hammer out his caution with one battle, but if he got good results here, it would be a great help in the future. "Galia, prepare a volley. On my command, fire toward the crater." "Kita, is the guerrilla formation prepared?" "Good. In the next maneuver, your medical units will be exposed. I need you to hold on." The guerrilla formation was the very same formation that the elves used to hold on for months at Lotus Tower during Diane's first campaign. It was an intricately laid maze of concealment and defensive arrays. However, its best feature was the hidden teleportation station at its center, allowing carefully picked members to quickly leave and enter the formation. Now, it was too weak to be used as a central formation on a large scale, especially when dealing with enemies as powerful as Angelica. But, as an HQ of sorts, it was perfect for medical units to safely treat and protect themselves. Angelica frowned when she noticed an almost 300-meter diameter at the center of the battlefield inexplicably disappear from view, causing the charging third pincer attack to hesitate. They had no idea how benign the formation was, so they didn't dare to act rashly. "Who's the vice commander here?" Angelica suddenly asked. She needed to see if they had any formation masters that could give her an explanation. However, Aladar didn't allow Angelica the time to find her answer. At the beginning, he had sent one branch of the army at 5:30 and the other at 10:30. This resulted in Kita's medical corps being protected by the tower to one side and the back of the battlefield to the other. With the appearance of the epistemic tower corps, however, there was now an army charging directly from that back portion of the battlefield. Aladar knew that even with the deployment of the guerrilla formation, even though Angelica wasn't a sole cultivator, it wouldn't be long before they realized there wasn't much danger and charged into the core of their formation. But how could Aladar allow this? Now, the moment Aladar spoke, the rumblings of a preconceived plan erupted into action. Malshira's branch on the right suddenly turned at an angle, cutting downwardly with a fierce momentum toward the crater. Haliana's branch on the left performed the mirror movement, turning at its own unique angle and cutting upward toward the tower. Each movement cut off the approach of one of the pincer armies. Helena's maneuver made it impossible for the left pincer to provide aid to the army crossing the crater, while Malshira's maneuver cut off the tower defending corps from doing the same. A tornado of armies swirled on the battlefield, sweeping through their obstacles. At that moment, the demon generals roared into the skies. From the beginning until now, they had taken a back foot, only commanding but never attacking personally. However, now the flaming lily sect army needed them. What kind of impact did 1,000 geniuses have when they went all out? Angelica was about to find out. Their skin reddened as their heights shot up by more than 2 meters. Seeing nearly 1,000 giants appear on the battle and feeling the demonic aura crash down, the defending army felt their chests seize for the third time that day. Everything from the fierce black armor to their red, killing intent-filled eyes shook everything before them. They exuded the auras of the fragment of the demon emperor's will techniques, shooting upward to the peak of the first act in an instant. And, unlike Diane, their wills had already unlocked, meaning their power multiplied by the full 8x. Who are these warriors? Angelica's cold features finally boiled over into a serious expression. She suddenly realized that maybe it wasn't Egan's neglect that put them into such a bad situation. Before she could even get her answer, the opening to charge into the center of the enemy's formation had closed. Because of Malshira's abrupt increase in power, along with the demon generals under her charge, the right wing of the attack was decimated. They continued to twist the battlefield, creating a swirl of bodies, blood, and gore. 1,004-meter-tall giants rampaged through the battlefield, sweeping out with fists, palms, and weapons of mass destruction. They fought with such a rage and confidence that the defending army felt their knees weaken. Were they fighting humans? Or demons? What the hell is Egan doing? Why hasn't he shattered their front lines yet? Angelica's head snapped over the only portion of the flaming lily sect army that hadn't made any large movements, the front lines before the purple flame tower. But what she saw absolutely shocked her. The black-dressed beauty exuding an ice-cold aura was nowhere to be seen. The 10th-ranked disciples of the Flame Rebirth and Fiery Lotus sect had been frozen in an impenetrable layer of ice pillars, and Egan was currently fighting against Ava and Thor. Even though they were struggling and were on their back foot, with Egan being in the clear advantageous position, it wouldn't be a short time before the two of them were defeated. Before Angelica's eyes could widen any further, a blinding light erupted from the purple flame tower that caused her delicate features to pale and her ice-cold eyes to glisten with shock. The tower had been conquered. Angelica's face twisted with a mixture of disbelief, unwillingness, and anger. This couldn't end like this. She had come personally. How could something with her name attached to it end in such failure? If anyone heard Angelica's thoughts, they might assume she was a little mad. From the moment she had stepped onto the battlefield, Little more than 10 minutes had passed. So what if she came? The outcome was set the moment Egan underestimated Delia. The two of them had too little wisdom in controlling a battlefield. In fact, controlling a battlefield was something very few young geniuses were good at, even when the gods were taken into account. There was a reason the 11 most elite god geniuses were chosen based on their ranking for the 3rd, 4th and 5th trials, but not the 1st and 2nd. Dian was the only one who managed to perform outstandingly on all 5, which was why despite not having displayed his power for all to see like the other 10, his name was still able to instill fear into the Flame Rebirth sect geniuses. The frustration wasn't Angelica's alone. Rena and Vale, who had been fighting Madeline on a back foot this entire time, also felt like all hope was lost. They were first-ranked geniuses, yet they could do nothing to change the outcome. All they'd managed to do was lose their cool in such embarrassing fashion. Suddenly, their expressions became even worse. This entire time they hadn't needed to worry about the poison, but the tower arrays magically whirred to life, completing its calculations in a moment and shifting its momentum as the defending and attacking armies switched places. Instantly, an already unfavorable battle fell into even worse straits. It was almost as though they had stepped into a universe that wasn't their own, and their battle power dramatically dropped. Because most of the armies were made of essence gatherers, but the poison was tailored towards saints. Considering this was a saint gate, they were immediately hit, losing as much as 80% of their battle power in the blink of an eye. The saints were slightly better off, but still lost anywhere from 10 to 20% of their battle power, as exactly that amount of their energy went toward warding off the poison. A bloody slaughter ensued. Unlike the Flaming Lily sect army, the former defending army didn't have any solid plans for retreat, and with Angelica brewing in anger and their commanders either encased in ice or embroiled in battle, there was no one to give them any direction. Angelica's eyes became more and more cold. She didn't care about the deaths happening around her. Even though many of them were Golden Crow sect disciples, they were far too lowly for her to spare care for. As for those of their allied sects, she cared even less. Considering their first-ranked disciples were so useless, how could their cannon fodder be any better? Angelica looked up into the skies at Madeline's beautiful figure. If she could kill Madeline, wouldn't this all be solved? No. Killing her will just bring down the wrath of God Sacharo. If I capture her, though, we can exchange her life for God Sacharo to stop interfering. Although others didn't know, Angelica knew why their key wielder hadn't used his key wielder abilities to unilaterally change the cultivation cap of the gate. One could imagine how devastating their surprise attack would have been had they suddenly changed this saint gate to a celestial gate and sent experts in for a swift attack. Usually, key wielders wouldn't do this for fear of garnering the rage of the combined attack of the other sects and clans in their quadrant. Plus, conquering a gate didn't necessarily mean you would conquer the universe at the other side. However, obviously this wasn't the reason that held the Golden Crow sect back. After all, they had allied with the other notable existences in their quadrant. It was because Angelica knew this hidden reason that she was so worried about Dian showing up. The god of their sect had already become a celestial, and even if he hadn't, Dian's status as a god was obviously far above of his. Dian was one of the 11 most lauded gods, while the god of the Golden Crow sect wasn't. Either way, if Dian appeared personally in a saint gate, they wouldn't have anyone capable of stopping him. Even if they sent their top 10 ranked disciples to fight him at once, it was impossible. That didn't even mention how powerful his demon generals were. For all Angelica knew, he had even more powerful demon generals he hadn't bothered to send. If the Golden Crow sect had known about Dian's relationship with Madeline first, they might have prepared a few more years before acting, or maybe they would have even decided to share the spoils of their discovery with the Flaming Lily sect. This was the level of prestige a god had. Unfortunately, what was done was done. The Flaming Lily sect didn't reveal this trump card of theirs until it was already too late, and now they could even use this as an opportunity to switch the key wielder of their quadrant. To say the situation was bad was an understatement. With the foothold the Purple Flame Tower provided, attacking the Epistemic Tower was 100 times easier. If they managed to also conquer Rainbow Flame Tower, the consequences would be unimaginable. Almost as if designed by the heavens, the moment Angelica thought this, she received a letter that burned into existence. Senior Apprentice Sister Crow. They're attacking Rainbow Flame Tower. We can't hold on. Angelica completely trusted these words. The distance from here to the epistemic tower and further toward the rainbow tower was too far for normal communication devices. But these burning letters were the secret communication method, the Golden Crow sect. They wouldn't be used unless there was an absolute emergency. Suddenly, Angelica felt torn. But she made her decision immediately. Even if she went, the result would likely be the same as it was today. However, if she captured Madeline, there was still a chance to reverse all of this. In fact, God Sacharo might become angered enough to aim his rage at the Flaming Lily sect for not protecting his wife properly. It's her. This all starts and ends with her. Angelica's eyes frosted over, deepening to a level of cold even they hadn't reached before. Despite her state of mind, her face returned to its usual expressionless nature. Why would a quadrant so powerful send the first wife of their most outstanding genius here? We don't have enough information on the Celestial Deer Quadrant. Even the Sapientia branches there have long since lost communication with the main branch. There were too many things that were unknown. Could it really be as simple as the Celestial Deer Quadrant not having a strong fire-based core teaching? If that was the case, the Flaming Lily sect really would be the best choice for Madeline. It was impossible for the fourth quadrant to travel to the current 51st. Without the easy travel provided by the towers, such a trip would cost an astronomical price and take an inconceivable amount of time. The only reason the Kitsune could make this trip was because they were in the adjacent quadrant. For reference, the first saint son of the Weta and Loki's fiancée, now widow Hela, left the Celestial Deer Quadrant hundreds of years ago. If they tried to re-enter it now, even if they started from the closest adjacent quadrant, it would take them decades of travel time at a minimum. Under normal circumstances, because the first Saint Sun and Hela were at least of the Duke level, they should be able to enter the fog and invite others at will, which would greatly reduce their travel time. However, as the key wielder, Diane obviously had the power to block this from happening. At the same time, First Saint Sun and Hela had a vested interest in making sure the truths of the Celestial Deer Quadrant did not come out. If the martial world came to know that even they as the strongest clans in their quadrant had no idea where their epistemic tower was, that would give possible enemies a chance to take advantage. In the end, Angelica still wasn't clever enough to come to the right answer. Even if she was 1,000 times more intelligent, it wouldn't matter. All she could do was focus on the task at hand, and that meant capturing Madeline. With a flick of her wrist, a blindingly gold, 3-meter-long flexible spear appeared in her hand. Its body almost functioned like a whip, snaking through the air as though it was made of fabric instead of tough metal. Madeline didn't even need to look over to know that Angelica was flying toward her at breakneck speeds. Why? Because she had long since unlocked her divine sense. In that moment, a formless pressure enveloped the battlefield. Vale and Rena, who were still being beaten back by the second variation of Peacock's dance, paled considerably when they felt what was happening. It felt as though a celestial had descended from the skies. Divine sense. Angelica and the two first-ranked geniuses couldn't believe what they were feeling. This was a pressure they only sensed when facing their clan elders, and yet, here it was. Madeline couldn't use her divine sense to form will attacks at a distance like Clara could. It simply required too much soul talent. Madeline had no idea how many decades it would take her to master such a technique. It might even take centuries. However, what her divine sense could do was raise her senses to the utmost degree. Not a single thing on the battlefield was lost to her senses. Even her own techniques became sharper as she saw through their flaws. That said, Madeline didn't reveal her divine sense simply to intimidate and perceive. No, she revealed her divine sense to do something almost no saint could dream of doing. The process of cultivation is, at its core, about learning more about the universe, comprehending wills and energies to a deeper extent. When one reaches the celestial realm, their comprehension reaches such a level that they can even carve out a piece of this martial world to call their own. This celestial reserve technique is known as an aura or a pseudo-domain. In his fight against the Amen King, it was this deployment of a pseudo-domain that King Belmont used to slightly alter the laws of the universe, allowing him to fuse his blue and red flames together. By all conventional means, reaching this state should be impossible for a saint. Their energy reserves aren't powerful enough, nor is their comprehension of the universe deep enough. However, Madeline was no normal saint. At that moment, A blazing purple heat erupted from Madeline's body, mixing with a blinding starlight. Half and half, they formed a massive purple and star-like sphere that encompassed the 100-meter radius around her. When Angelica and the two first-ranked geniuses saw this, they immediately paled. There was no time for exclamations, no time for remorse or apologizing. The first time Madeline used her purple flames in battle was the first time they realized that Madeline didn't only have a single 6-stage intent. The truth was she had a 7th-stage intent. No, she had 3 of them. The battle had no suspense. Within the Valley of Geniuses, almost a month had passed now. Unfortunately, Diane had felt the slow crawling seconds of every bit of that time even as he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He felt as though he had re-entered the trial grounds of the tower, bombarded by endless fights day in and day out. The difference was that instead of fighting beasts, he was fighting armies of humans. At least this gave him fighting experience the third trial world couldn't. He had long since lost count of how many floors he had climbed. Somehow the tower that seemed to only have 9 floors from the outside managed to gain an infinite number on the inside. However, what really made him bitterly smile was that after he reached what seemed like the 1,000,000th floor to him, the spirit of the tower finally greeted him, only to inform him that he had finally unlocked the first of 9 levels. After Diane tried to ask why the spirit hadn't shown up before, it snorted and said it disdained to talk to an owner so weak. It was clearly aggrieved that Diane took 16 years to even attempt the trials. However, when Diane heard this, he could only chuckle bitterly. Judging by how difficult passing the first trial was even with his celestial body, if he had even stepped foot onto the first floor back when he had the body of a meridian formation expert, he would have been blasted to nothingness. Yet this treasure spirit still had the audacity to chastise him. But when Diane learned of the uses of the tower, he couldn't be bothered to care about the spirit's rudeness anymore. Firstly, there were the miscellaneous things. The tower could act as a training room, a transporter, and a defense. The owner, while within the tower, would effectively become like a god, being to teleport others in and out at will while gaining small-scale omnipotent abilities. However, those things weren't too attractive. It was restricted to levitating objects and being aware of what was happening in each and every room of the tower. The tower also recorded everything it witnessed. This feature was actually meant for training purposes so one could review their flaws and improve, but Diane had already thought of many other uses for it as well. That aside, the spirit also let Diane know that it had the recording of fights between experts that Diane could use for enlightenment as well. Diane also learned that although this tower set its trials for body cultivators, that actually didn't have much to do with its origins. The spirit was just following the wishes of its last owner. In fact, the tower had little to do with body cultivation. It was simply meant to be the immortal home of a strong cultivator, which made its functions much more versatile than Diane expected. According to the spirit, the tower was a war machine. It didn't care what method of war you used, it just wanted to fight. For example, the tower's first floor that Diane unlocked, the tower had a room aptly named the Weapon Devouring Room. This room contained a special formation that allowed weapons to eat each other and become stronger. 10 first-level common weapons could be entered to produce a second-level common weapon. So on and so forth, with the price increasing as one went on. Of course, Diane didn't personally need such a feature, but when he was raising an army, this would become a massive help. The scariest part was that when Diane's soul unsealed, making a common-level weapon was as easy as breathing. He could make 10 in the time it took to take a single breath. It was just unfortunate that the higher-level weapon you wanted to create, the more energy the formation took and the more astronomical the number of weapons needed reached. Also, it was impossible to cross a large barrier ranking, for example, Master to Grandmaster, unless the appropriately ranked raw materials were also added. Although the first floor wasn't too useful to Diane right at this moment, he was still content because the first floor came along with another prize. Puppets. How could a war machine be complete without a room filled with puppets? And, unlike Diane's previous 2 puppets, they were all in mint condition. It turned out these puppets were actually self-repairing. When Diane fought his final battle after the end of the World Tournament, his puppet had been destroyed by Elder Dayu. The good news was that another puppet still remained, but with his soul sealed, Diane had no hope of controlling it. Because of that, it could only display the strength of a peak saint, which was not too useful to Diane right now. According to the tower, the first floor gave him access to 1,000,000 saints, 10,000 celestials, and 10 Tao formation puppets. Before Dian could even think about getting exciting about this, the spirit coldly sneered and told him he'd have to provide the power source for them because their energy reserves were depleted. On the one hand, these puppets were of a far higher level than those that guarded the elven tombs because they didn't need to be controlled to display their full power, but on the other hand Dian had no idea where to even start looking for the energy sources for so many puppets. What should have been a victory turned into a bitter chore in a mere moment. That was when Dian remembered something that made him laugh uproariously. Didn't he have the energy core sitting in his inner world right now? Unfortunately, his excitement was shot down again. After he brought up the idea, his master told him that no puppet could withstand such energy and that he'd end up causing it to implode. But the good news was that as long as Dian found a few energy stone mines and allow the energy core to absorb them, his efficiency at powering the puppets would skyrocket. Obviously, the saint puppets would need saint stones, the celestial puppets, celestial stones, and the Tao formation puppets, either Tao stones, transcendent stones, or enigmatic stones. The number of stones would dictate the strength the puppet could exude within its realm for the saint and celestial puppets. However, the Tao puppets were slightly more complex than that. Because there were 3 divisions for Tao-level energy stones, each division corresponded to a third of the Tao formation stages. Tao stones could elevate a puppet from the 1st to 4th stage, transcendent stones dealt with the 5th to 8th stage, while enigmatic stones could raise them the final levels to the 12th stage. Dian didn't even want to think about that level of cost. He hadn't even seen an enigmatic stone in his life, let alone even conceiving the number it would take to power a puppet for an extended period of time. According to the spirit, it would take 1,000 stones of a corresponding energy to power a single puppet for 1 minute. Even worse, that was only for the lowest barrier of the corresponding cultivation stage. For example, if Dian gave a saint puppet 1,000 saint stones, it would be able to fight with the battle power of a first stage saint for 1 minute. If he set it to fight with the battle power of a second stage saint, it would only last for 6 seconds, which means he would need to insert 10,000 stones for the equivalent minute of fighting. When Dian heard this, he wanted to fight the spirit head-on, but he obviously hit nothing but air. How the hell could any kingdom withstand such consumption? This was too ridiculous. In the end, Dian could only sigh and wave his hand. A moment later, 3 tightly bound kitsune had appeared, each with their cultivations sealed. Jin was still in a half-muddled state, not having recovered from his sacrifice. Masako was shocked that she had survived and could only look at Dian with a complicated gaze. While Aki's eyes were still spitting fire, after all, one doesn't get over becoming a eunuch so quickly. What are you keeping us for? Aki raged. Unseal me if you have the balls? Dian snorted. I defeated for people far more powerful than you at the same time. Why would you even say something so embarrassing? Aki grit his teeth. You used cheap tricks, you didn't fight like a man at all. I'm sure fighting so many versus one is very manly. Slap. Aki was sent flying across the room, awkwardly tumbling over bits of furniture before slamming into the wall. Speak out of turn again and I'll cut something else off. After he finished speaking, he ignored the 3 of them. Are you ready, master? Before this, Dian could casually use his contract seals. However, that was only because the strongest person he had ever used it against were the essence gatherers of the Wida clan. However, now that he wanted to seal 3 geniuses of the Kitsune clan to follow his will, the difficulty rose to a completely different level. It took a month of his master siphoning off his soul energy to create 3 comet-level contract seals for this plan to come to fruition. It had to be said that Dian's master was a former star-level array alchemist. When she had died, she was still at the comet level. But after spending thousands of years in seclusion beneath Focus Lake, she had nothing better to do than to comprehend array alchemy theory. This was all to say that Dian's master was incredibly familiar with drawing arrays without a body to rely on. The fact it still took her a month to draw these arrays, even though there were 3 of them, was a testament to their intricacy and efficacy. Before the 3 kitsune could even realize what was happening, Dian had already placed the 3 seals on them. With their cultivation sealed beforehand, they had no chance to resist, making it an extremely smooth process. All right, Dian, I'm going to go into a deep slumber like the archer. If we remain awake, it'll slow down the awakening of your inner world too much. I'll wake up from time to time to guide you properly as your master." Although it seemed like she was saying this casually, the 25th White Mother's eyes were filled with emotion. As a master, she had given Diane too little guidance. Now that she was here, how could she allow this trend to continue? "Stay safe, little one." Diane nodded, fighting spirit lighting in his eyes. With his master by his side again, he had one less worry in this world. After getting his emotions under control, he sealed the 3 kitsune in the tower prison. How could a war machine not also have a dungeon? Then he looked at a list of 10 or so names. After Diane recruited the archer, whose name he later found out was Legolas, he had the idea of possibly repeating this again. Although Diane's empire had a very solid base of talents, what it lacked the most were experts of the upper end. Maybe the valley could help him solve that. These 10 or so names weren't randomly chosen, but were rather made of individuals his master and Legolas trusted in the moral character of, and also happened to be individuals from poor backgrounds as well. Diane involuntarily laughed to himself. Of course his name is Legolas. Diane spent the next month traveling the core valley, speaking to various geniuses. Of the 11 on the list, he somehow managed to convince them all to join. That said, when he thought about it, it wasn't too shocking. Who didn't want a second chance at life? As individuals from poorer backgrounds, 7 of the 11 of them died tragic deaths far too early. 3 of them died while searching for opportunities. And 1 died investigating the world outside of the 100 quadrants. Their stories almost sounded like rehashed versions of each other, each more depressing than the last. The truth of the matter was that having appropriate backing in the martial world was almost more important than having great talent. When talented youths appeared from poor backgrounds, it was often just a matter of time before they died at the hands of larger clans they offended while following their martial path. The number of geniuses who died like this were simply innumerable. Those that didn't die this way died by taking risks those richer geniuses didn't have to take. If they didn't risk their lives entering forbidden regions, how would they make up the gap in their backgrounds? Diane soon found out that they all had titles like the archer did. Legolas had told Diane that he earned the title of Prince of Archery. At the time, Diane think much of it until the other spirits began telling him their own titles. Diane even found out that his master's name was also a title, White Mother. Titles weren't a new concept to Diane. For example, others referred to him as God Sicharo. This in itself was a title. It turned out that in the martial world, different titles came with it various strengths and legacies. The White Mother title was only capable of being bestowed by the Celestial Beast clans. But the title that Legolas and the other spirits had were given to them by the Epistemic Tower. Diane didn't want to think too much about what these titles meant and what they represented now, since the opportunity to earn them were on the celestial floors, something still too far away from him. But he still noted the titles of these spirits: Prince of War, Battle Prince, Princess of the Skies, Flame Prince, Ice Princess, Fist King, Princess of Strategy, Earth Prince, Princess of Beauty, Princess of Melody, and Forging Prince. From what Diane could understand, many people could hold a prince or princess title. But the number of kings was limited because, unlike the prince and princess titles which could be earned the moment an expert met the requirements, the king title could only be taken by defeating someone who held the title. This made the Fist King likely the most impressive of them all. There were still more than one Fist King, but the number was limited to 108, just like every other king-level title. When Diane heard this, he could help but think back to the holy princesses. There were 108 of them too, no? But they were called princesses, not queens. That aside, Diane almost laughed when he realized that Princess of Beauty was an actual title. But when he found out more about it, he felt more respectful of the title. It turned out that it wasn't only given based on looks, but also based on what Diane knew as the 4 Chinese arts: Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua. Essentially, music, strategy, calligraphy, and painting. A woman had to excel in all 4 of these aspects, as well as being a world-shattering beauty, to earn this title. I'll definitely ask Master what her real name is when she wakes up next. Diane shook his head. Someone needs to do better with this naming system. Am I supposed to call Fist King God Fist King since he also passed the god trials? Which is it? Is he a god or a king? Diane sighed. The real world was always like this, having confusing naming systems for things as though they didn't speak to each other before they made their decisions. For example, spiritual treasures, transcendent stones, and just being a transcendent. Each of these things had drastically different definitions. It was almost irritating. It didn't matter too much though. Some titles superseded others, so when referring to someone you would use their most prominent title. For example, being Fist King was far more impressive than being a god of the tower. This was because you were Fist King wherever you went, but only a god in the epistemic tower. The title of Fist King was recognized no matter where you were, while the title of god was only important to those who lived in places with the epistemic tower. This made sense. After all, the title of god was based on potential, while the title of Fist King referred to current strengths. Would you be more afraid of a baby with terrifying talent? Or a current Tao formation expert? The answer was obvious. Should I check on Ri and Clara? Diane shook his head. They were doing just fine, they don't need my help. Ri had been resonating with her inheritance for 2 months now. She should be finishing soon. In fact, the valley would close in just a few days. There was no doubt that Chrysanthemum was angered beyond belief, but why should Diane care? Let's go see what those soul-rending peak disciples are up to. Arthurian, do you think that you can do whatever you want just because of your Keats family? An inner disciple of soul-rending peak cried out with exasperation as she looked at her killer, completely unresigned. The sword wound had caused irreparable damage to her heart. Almost as soon as she shouted out these final words, she fell, her life hanging on a string. Arthurian didn't even bother to respond to the girl, instead looking down on her with disdain and rage. This was his final chance to achieve something. He would be 1,000 years old in less than 3 years. When that happened, he wouldn't be able to enter the tower anymore and everything would be over. However, even after 2 months of practically begging every statue he could come across in the outer ring, he hadn't received any legacies. By the end of it all, he had completely given up and started to walk around aimlessly. It was then that he came across this inner disciple, sitting cross-legged before a statue. Arthurian became filled with jealousy, and before the statue could warn her chosen legatee, he had drawn a sword through her back. You're a mere inner disciple from a nameless family, and you dare to think of accepting a legacy when even I couldn't? How dare you? Arthurian seethed with rage, wanting to trample everything in sight. At first he had thought that he could steal the legacy away after killing her. But it turned out that the girl had already fused with it and was only comprehending what she could while waiting to be teleported out. She had been exceptionally careful. She heard the words of the elders, but she felt complete disdain for them. How could a pitiful quadrant like their own possibly have enough resources to properly compensate her for a legacy? She knew from the very beginning that their sect had only planned on taking advantage of them. So, being the cautious person she was, she disguised herself. It wasn't until Arthurian attacked her that her disguise faltered. That was how exceptionally disgusting Arthurian's character was. He hadn't even known that she was a member of his sect when he attacked. He just hated any and everyone who could have what he couldn't. The spirit looked at Arthurian, filled with unwillingness and disgust. She had finally found a suitable disciple after millions of years, yet she was taken away. The body of an essence gatherer was far too fragile. It wouldn't be long before her soul dissipated and her life truly came to an end. What? Are you mad? Blame yourself for choosing such a trash legatee. Arthurian was maddened with rage. He didn't want to be the king of a puddle. He wanted to be a sea king in the vast ocean. Yet, he wasn't even the best in his family. Some bullshit son from a branch family had become the legatee of his soul-rending peak, while his own cousin was far better than him, having been born with an earth constitution. Let alone sea king, he couldn't even be the king of his own puddle anymore. The spirit's features twisted with rage, but in the end she could do nothing. She was still constrained by the rules of the tower, and unlike the holy princess, she wasn't willing to be erased from existence just for revenge. Arthurian, what did you do? Suddenly, a voice appeared from the dense fog, and a very familiar figure appeared with 3 disciples following behind her. Violet's features trembled with rage when she saw the girl bleeding out on the ground. She sprinted to her side, feeding her the best healing pills she had. However, because Diane was taken away by Clara, she wasn't able to enter the Duke floors, so the pills she had were mediocre at best. Nowhere near good enough to heal such a chest wound. You fiend! Violet screeched. This girl was a relatively young talent of their sect, Sophia. The reason Violet was so enraged was because this very girl was a part of her faction, yet Arthurian actually attacked to kill her. The three disciples behind Violet had enraged expressions on their faces as well, but they didn't dare to so blatantly denounce a member of the Keats family. Not only were they too weak, their families were too weak as well. Arthurian's features twisted with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. He could ignore the other three disciples, but Violet was the daughter of the sect master. If she told him what happened here, he would definitely be severely punished. Unless his anger dissipated, replaced by a cruel smile. The aura of a saint erupted from him, causing the disciples that followed Violet here to tremble and fall to the ground. Without allowing Violet to react, he sealed their movements, restricting both their cultivation and action. Violet's frown became fiercer. "What are you trying to do here? Do you think you're a match for me?" Arthurian laughed. "You think that just because I gave up the first-place palace to you that you're stronger than I am? Did we fight? Did you witness my battle power? The only reason I didn't say anything when you won that bet is because your father isn't to be trifled with. Even my Keats family is forced to show him respect. But where is he now?" He kneeled down, picking up Violet's lovely chin with a single finger while exuding his Viscount-level presence. "What a little ignorant princess you are. You really believed that I bowed out because I was afraid of fighting you? How laughable." Violet slapped his hand away, her large brown eyes filled with fury. "All this time, I've never formally taken away your title as first-place core disciple, not because I couldn't, but because I care little for the title. Since you want to lose the last bit of prestige you have, I don't mind obliging." Arthurian lightly leaped backward. "Come then, little princess. I don't need your invitation, dwarf." When Arthurian heard this, his complacent expression darkened. What he hated the most was when people referred to his shortness. In a world where cultivators could reach up to 7, 8, or even 9 feet tall, where some people found it more convenient to report their heights in meters instead of feet, how could he be satisfied with his height? It was just another reminder that he had gotten the short end of the stick in life's lottery. "You'll regret that." A long knife appeared in Arthurian's hand as his eyes reddened. Violet snorted. Her long brown hair began to wave in the air as rivers of water appeared around her. Seeing this, Arthurian's serious expression couldn't help but deepen. Violet was yet another talent more outstanding than him. Despite being barely over 200 years old, she had already mastered her water will to the second intent level. However, Arthurian had a full 800 years of experience over her. Even if she was more talented, what did it mean in face of his absolute power? Arthurian's body shimmered and disappeared, deploying his Keats family's heaven-level technique. The surroundings seemed distorted from reality, bending to his will. By all rights, a 98th ranked quadrant shouldn't have a family with a heaven-level technique within it. Unfortunately for others, this 98th ranked quadrant was once ranked 20th. How could its ancient families not have resources surpassing the norm? What was up became down, and what was left became right. Violet's senses distorted, unable to grasp a solid hold of what was happening. At that moment, Violet's arrogance was doused with cold water. Although she was an unprecedented talent of their quadrant, able to rank 6th among core disciples at only 200 years old, Arthurian was almost 1,000 years old. Her water will began to struggle to properly solidify. Even her attempts to probe the surroundings with her senses came up empty. Suddenly she felt a blade glide across her skin. She leaped backward, thinking she dodged just in time. But that was when Arthurian's laugh brought her back to reality. "What beautiful skin! I wonder how much I have to expose before you start begging for mercy." Violet's face paled when she looked down to see the sleeve of her disciple robe's cut, exposing the side of her undergarments. Rage welled up in her heart. But now wasn't the time to act like a dainty and innocent girl. If she didn't focus, Arthurian would do much worse to her. Arthurian's laughter continued to echo. "I heard that Dian character is your boyfriend?" Arthurian sneered. "I'd like to see the look on that bastard's face when he realizes how I took his woman's honor. It's too bad no one will ever know what happened today." Another knife sliced forward, cutting Violet's other sleeve. Before she could spin and react, yet another stabbed forward across her back, exposing her entire torso. Violet's undergarments were split in two, releasing a pair of delicately formed breasts with gentle pink slopes gracing their centers. "I'll kill you." "Tisk, tisk." Arathurian shook his head, involuntarily licking his dry lips. "Such a fiery temper. Would it still be so fiery if I started carving that pretty face of yours?" Violet's first instinct was to cover her chest. But if she really did so, how would she continue fighting? She could only try her hardest to wrap a layer of water around her to obstruct the view. But she was finding it more and more difficult to manipulate her wills within this technique. However, her instincts were telling her that Arthurian couldn't keep this up for long either. A heaven-level technique should have massive consumption requirements. Considering Arthurian became a saint with 80 or so meridians filled, he didn't have the capital to be so wasteful. The fact he was toying with her would be his downfall. Suddenly, Arthurian's laugh became louder. "I know what you're thinking. You must be biding your time, thinking I'll run out of energy." Violet froze. There was only one reason he'd say this. He had a solution. At that moment, what seemed like a smoke bomb exploded in front of Violet. Her face distorted, but it was too late. She had already breathed smoke in. In an instant, her body weakened. "Meridian constricting powder," she shouted out weakly. "You shameless bastard. You went to Poison Tower?" Arthurian sneered. "This poison was supposed to help me steal a relatively powerful inheritance. But you pathetic so-called geniuses of the Outer Ring earn inheritances too rarely, so I never found anyone suitable. You'll be my consolation prize." Violet lost control of her water will, causing splashes of liquid to fall onto her already exposed body. At that moment, Arthurian appeared before her, reaching out and caressing her breast, completely ignoring the look that could kill even demons Violet was giving him. "What do you think I should do to you before I kill you, Arthurian asked, teasingly. His hands reached down, ripping away the rest of Violet's clothing. At that moment, the 3 disciples that Arthurian had sealed involuntarily gulped, their eyes unable to stop greedily taking in the sight. Since they were definitely going to die anyway, what qualms did they have remaining? Violet grit her teeth, her eyes almost spitting fire. But she was still slammed to the ground face down, exposing her most delicate regions for all to see. Her cheeks became coated with tears and unwillingness. However, there was nothing she could do as Arthurian kneeled down behind her. "What are you doing?" At that moment, a cold voice that seemed to rise up from the depths of hell froze Arthurian. There was no doubting what Arthurian's intentions were. He was kneeling behind a disheveled woman who had tears streaming down her cheeks, all while grasping her hip with one hand and fiddling with his robes with the other. Even a person completely oblivious to the ways of the world would understand what was happening. "Vice leader," the 3 disciples called out, each stumbling over each other to explain what had happened. However, just as they were about to warn Diane about the meridian constricting powder, they were slapped away by an overwhelming wave of saint energy that heavily injured them all. Diane's eyes narrowed. "Your death will be very painful." Arthurian suddenly felt a wave of presence that filled him with dread. He tried to communicate with his spatial ring with all of his remaining energy. As long as he could fling out the powder, he would win and everything would be solved. Diane sneered. "Do you think such a weak powder would work on me?" He strode forward with murder in his eyes. "Meridian constricting powder stops one from properly controlling their energies. But did you ever consider that I don't need to use energy to defeat you? Did you consider that just my body is enough?" Diane's hand flew forward, slapping Arthurian with such a heavy hand that half his face distorted as though he had suffered a stroke. Teeth and blood flew into the air. Even Arthurian's skull became deformed. He looked more like a ghastly ghost than a human. "Don't kill him," Violet suddenly spoke. Despite the tears on her cheeks still being visible, the rest of her features had become completely expressionless as though nothing had happened. "I want everyone to know what kind of scumbag he is. I want him hung from the pillar of shame." She calmly took clothes from spatial ring and put them on before walking toward the 3 bound disciples. They were currently still spitting up blood from Arthurian's attack. When Diane saw Violet take out a blade, he frowned, grasping her wrist firmly before she could attack. "What do you think you're doing?" Violet trembled, her teeth audibly grinding over each other. They saw what they shouldn't see. They deserved to die. Violet's screech of emotion was so abrupt that it was only now they understood that her indifferent expression wasn't indifferent at all. Instead, it only masked the pain she was trying to bury. Then what about me? Diane's frown deepened. Did I not also see what I shouldn't have seen? Violet's expression twisted and distorted, unable to reel in her emotions. Young hero. The spirit that had remained silent all of this time spoke. Please help my legatee. I've stopped her soul from dissipating as a final hope, but I don't have the ability to heal her. Please. The pleading of the spirit made Diane remember that there was another victim in all of this. Arthurian scurried to his feet, running away even as Diane knelt beside Sophia and checking her status. He didn't bother with Arthurian. Since Violet made it clear how he wanted him to be punished, there was no need for him to intervene. The valley would close soon, and a coward like Arthurian wouldn't have any place to go but home. By then, how could he escape the wrath of the sect master? Sophia was still a 9th stage essence gatherer. With her cultivation, Diane was surprised that she managed to become an inner disciple. But he didn't have time to think about this now. Because she was still an essence gatherer, although her body was more fragile, it was also easier to heal. Diane's runic flame appeared in his hand. He wasn't skilled enough to heal his own celestial body yet because runic theory didn't come as naturally to him as array alchemy did, but he had a perfect practice subject here. It may sound cruel for Diane to use the life of another to practice, but he would never put her life at risk. He wouldn't stubbornly persist if he knew he failed. He would simply use one of the many lower-level healing pills he had. Since he could bring Masako back from the brink of death, why couldn't they do the same from Sophia? When the spirit saw how powerful Diane's runic flame was, she was pleasantly surprised. With her experience, she could easily see that it had reached the comet flame level, which meant this young hero actually had a celestial-level body. However, she couldn't help but frown when she noticed how poor his control was. Diane could barely be considered a first common-level runic master. His only saving grace was that his master had the memories of being a first master-level runic master, which helped him a bit. The problem was that his master barely spent any time on runic vein theory while she was alive. And, after her death, without a body, how could she produce a runic flame? So, other than the memories about awakening the runic flame, everything else was intangible and theory-related, with barely any application memories. The spirit could only sigh. There was nothing she could do about it. This wasn't the time to be picky. He was the only one who could save her. Beads of sweat covered Diane's forehead as he placed his hand on Sophia's bleeding chest. Diane's understanding of the human body was deeper than most, simply because of the education system of the mortal realm he was born in. Because they didn't focus on cultivation, of course they spent a lot of time researching what could better the human race. As a result, the mortal world, especially because their lives were so fragile, had a very deep understanding of the human body that was impressive even in the martial world. That said, Diane wasn't a doctor and he didn't spend most of his time in the biological research fields like Clara did with her cancer research. However, it was good enough for what he needed now. Diane carefully worked his flame around Sophia lung and heart, feeling out which chambers and vesicles were ruptured. Then he slowly stimulated her life force to speed their recovery, all while siphoning away some of his own vitality into her as well. As a man with a celestial body, his vitality was almost too overwhelming for an essence gatherer, so he had to be very careful. This sort of job would be far easier with his aurora flames and their healing character, but unfortunately Diane's soul was sealed. That said, as far as Diane understood, runic flames were actually more efficient and useful in healing the human body. It was just that Diane had more control over his aurora flames, which gave him the illusion that they were better for healing. It wasn't long before Diane realized that Sophia was extremely lucky. It may sound odd to say this to a person who was so close to death, but it was the truth. When Arthurian pierced her heart, he had done so on a whim. He had looked down on Sophia from the depths of his soul, so he disdained to even use a technique. As a result, the injury itself was quite minimalistic, and as long as the chambers in her heart were sealed so that blood could flow properly, in addition to a small reset of her heart, everything should be fine. Of course, all of this was only possible because the spirit stopped her soul from dissipating by taking advantage of their resonance. The more Diane focused on manipulating his runic flame, the more he came to understand it. It was only then that he believed Clara when she said he would fall behind her forever unless he spent time practicing his secondary professions. Dian had treated runic vein theory like his array alchemy, believing that he only needed to comprehend the theories behind it to improve. For example, Dian was confident that he could do anything a 6-stage comet-level array alchemist could do despite being able to count on his hands the number of pills he had refined in his lifetime. However, he quickly found that he could not do the same for runic vein theory. Array alchemy, to him, felt like riding a bike. It was as though he hadn't seen or touched or even thought about this bicycle for an inconceivable amount of time. But the moment it was placed before him, riding it came as naturally as breathing did. Dian had assumed that was just his level of genius. Of course, learning something new was easy to him. Learning anything was easy to him. No matter how much time passed, he was still arrogant to his core, and he believed he was one of the few individuals who deserved to be. However, runic vein theory was like a massive slap to his face. As for magic, he was too embarrassed to even bring it up. His talent for the latter was so poor that he could only look at Loki's faith seed as though it was a beauty laying before him with only the tiniest of fabrics covering her supple skin, yet not being able to touch her. It was a depressing reality, but it was reality, nonetheless. It completely shot down Dian's dream of combining the three into something new. The good news was that Dian's body cultivation talent was very high. Although runic vein theory wasn't intuitive to him, it completely fascinated him. It had been too long since he was given a true challenge, and he basked in it. What good was his sovereign path if he gave up just because he couldn't learn something easily? Wouldn't that be too pathetic? Dian's will to fight grew, stimulating his desire to stand above all others in everything. The will shackled by his inner world, sanctuary, rattled to life, but then quickly dimmed. It was no question that had they not been sealed, he would have experienced a breakthrough. But there was nothing that could be done about it. I'll take everything step by step. Although Master wasn't a runic vein expert, she emphasizes the importance of control. Before I delve into more runic vein theory, I'll first learn to control my runic flame to a level that matches its power. Dian's eyes sharpened, never letting up. It took him almost 2 days, but in the end, he finally sealed Sophia's heart. How pathetic. A celestial-level runic flame took 2 days to heal a mere essence gatherer. If my flame had been at the essence gatherer level, even 10 years wouldn't have been enough. Dian laughed at himself self-deprecatingly, sweating profusely. But his will wasn't injured in the slightest. Instead, his eyes shone even brighter as Sophia gasped for air and began to cough. When Sophia awoke, she was first shocked. After, when she realized what happened, she thanked Dian profusely, swearing to pay him back in any way she could. Dian only laughed and waved it off. He didn't save her for the credit. Plus, he got a valued experience out of saving her life. When he became a genius of runic vein theory in the future, she would definitely be among those he thanked in his mind. As for the 3 disciples Arthurian injured, Dian simply gave them pills. The valley was closing soon, so despite their injuries being less severe, he didn't have the time to heal them personally. It was a good thing none of them knew much about alchemy and pills, or else they would have been shocked by the level the pill reached. It wasn't long before the group of 6 began walking toward the edge of the outer valley. They all knew that there was a large elephant in the room that they weren't speaking of, but there was nothing they could do about Violet's deathly silence. It seemed as though she had not even breathed in the last few days. Giving Dian a meaningful look, Sophia and the 3 disciples walked off ahead, slightly disappearing into the fog. Dian couldn't help but cringe when he saw this. Did they really think he was her boyfriend? Damn it. If I try to avoid this, they'll think I'm insensitive. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and walk beside Violet. Although he didn't particularly care about what others thought of him, he had his own moral line to follow as well. He couldn't leave a woman who had just gone through something like this alone, despite him not having a good initial impression of her. After almost another hour of complete silence, Violet suddenly spoke. Her voice was clear and firm, once again, as though nothing had happened. How did you manage to escape the Grandmaster? Dian smiled weirdly but still answered. Our month-long contract was up a while ago. Oh? I'm surprised she kept her word. Violet muttered absent-mindedly. Dian could only silently chuckle. It was true that in those sorts of situations, it would be more likely for the sun to rise in the west than for a woman of Clara's caliber to let something go so easily. But Clara was his wife. No matter how abrasive she is, she wouldn't make things too difficult for him. After another long silence, Violet couldn't help but break it again. "Are you going to make me say it?" Noticing the odd tone in her voice, Diane frowned in confusion. "Say what? You asked me what I thought about you when you stopped me from killing those three. Do you really need a woman to ask you for an explanation? Shouldn't you be active and provide it for yourself?" Diane's words became stuck in his throat. In any other situation, he would draw a clean line between them no matter how her feelings were hurt. But he almost didn't have the heart to do so just 2 days removed from those events. The process of letting someone down easy wasn't so easy at all in this situation. Diane felt like whoever came up with the saying should suffer punishment for being so misleading. Seeing Diane unable to answer, Violet pressed. "I didn't kill them because of your word." "Is it that your word means nothing?" Her voice cracked, a flurry of bottled emotions overflowing. "I get it. You don't want a woman who's been tainted like me. Who would want a wife seen so casually by another? Am I worth nothing now?" The complex emotions in Diane's eyes lit. That wasn't it at all. He wanted to roar, but no matter how he tried to frame it in his head, nothing came out right. With his speed of thought, he must have thought through thousands of possible responses in that moment, yet none seemed to fit. Diane knew in his heart that Violet's plight wasn't the reason he didn't want her. If the words she was saying came from Ava's mouth instead of her own, Diane wouldn't hesitate to take Ava in arms. The difference was clear. Violet was only seen naked, while Ava, although she fell unconscious, was legitimately anally raped. It wasn't to belittle what Violet had gone through, but it was to prove that Diane wasn't judging her based on merely being seen by another man, considering he was willing to accept Ava despite far worse being done to her. He just didn't have those kinds of feelings for Violet. And although his relationship with Ava wasn't romantic either, she had a place and pedestal in his heart Violet didn't. Maybe the largest difference between the two was that Ava would never try to leverage her situation or entrap Diane on moral standings like Violet was doing now. This made the irony of it all that this very situation would never occur between him and Ava. In fact, if Diane knew Ava at all, even if she did grow feelings for him, she would rather die than tell him about it for fear that he would only accept her feelings out of pity. When Diane reached this conclusion, his heart steeled. "Violet, I'm sorry. I can't accept your feelings." Diane didn't turn to see Violet's face fall or her devastated reaction. Or, more accurately, he couldn't. Because the moment his words sounded out, the valley trembled and their nearly 3-month adventure came to an end. When Diane was teleported out of the world, he once again appeared in the land of snow with others he had entered with. Because he wasn't wearing his mask, he immediately took the opportunity to disappear into his tower. Diane learned earlier that one of the reasons the tower could escape spatial locks so easily was because of its own spatial characteristics. After gaining control of the first floor, Diane could increase and decrease its size at a whim. If Diane so chose, the tower could become as small as the width of a single atom or as large as an entire planet. This was likely why it felt like the number of floors was endless. This would be quite a good life-saving measure for Diane in the future. The only unfortunate part was that no matter how small he became, truly strong individuals would still be able to find him. In addition, the tower wasn't impregnable. If someone used a large area of effect attack while he had still yet to escape, he'd be in trouble. The good news was that this wasn't what Diane needed it for right now. He only wanted to use it to change. Almost as soon as Diane entered the tower, he immediately heard an agitated shrieking. "You bitch! Give my ancestors' legacy back. The water mist sect won't let you go." Chrysanthemum's almost incoherent ramblings shook the ice world, causing everyone to look over at her with confusion clear in their eyes. It was only after inquiring about what happened to their nearby friends that the story began to be understood. It turned out that one of the founders of the Water Mist sect had been in the Core Valley for a long time. Every instance of the Valley of Geniuses opening, the Water Mist sect would send its best disciples, hoping to gain the recognition of this ancestor of theirs. Unfortunately, millions of years had passed without her choosing anyone. Of course, Chrysanthemum was very confident in her abilities, so she assumed that she would be the one to break this cycle. Because of the information she was privy due to her sect, she managed to reach the statue long before Ri did. However, to her dismay, just like all of her sisters before her, the statue completely ignored her. Although Chrysanthemum was heartbroken, she could only let it be. Maybe the statue's spirit had already dissipated. That had to be it. Yet after she left, she got word that Ri had actually begun resonating with her ancestor. How could she accept such a slap to the face? She immediately rushed there to snatch the legacy away. Although she was clear that Ri was more powerful than she was, resonating took a huge chunk of your battle prowess away. It was unacceptable. But that was when Clara got involved. According to their information, Ri agreed to give her piece of the Holy Ark to Clara in exchange for protection. This made perfect sense. What Grandmaster weaponsmith wouldn't want to work with such a rare material? However, just because she understood, didn't mean Chrysanthemum was happy. A large battle ensued, but Chrysanthemum soon realized she wasn't a match for Clara either. The realization was a massive hit to her pride. There was no way she could allow her ancestors' legacy to fall into the hands of another, no matter how worthy they might be. So, completely exasperated, Chrysanthemum went to find her husband to get his help. But it turned out that Anik was in the process of resonating with his own statue and didn't have the time or patience to deal with Chrysanthemum's ordeal. In the end, Chrysanthemum could only lead her fellow apprentice sisters to attack Clara together. Everyone had assumed it was over. It was surprising enough that Clara could defeat Chrysanthemum in one-on-one combat. After all, she was a soul cultivator. In fact, from the information they had, Clara was still an essence gatherer. They really couldn't understand how she did it. Yet, when things were looking bleak, Clara took out a supreme-level treasure that improved her battle power by so much that they could only run away with their tails between their legs. It was no wonder Chrysanthemum was so angry. But did she really think that she could defeat Ri now that the resonance was complete? They had all witnessed her losing before the portal opened. Was she going to rely on Anik? Those who were eager to leave to report the happenings from Diane's clash with Anik suddenly stopped, wondering if they could get a second story to sell. Everyone's eyes looked toward Anik, trying to see how he'd act. It was only then that others began to realize that the masked man wasn't here. Where was he? Ri floated in the air calmly. Something in her demeanor had changed slightly. The snow and ice that already seemed to love her even before had begun spiraling around her, forming a halo. Those sharper geniuses took in a sharp breath. These were the signs of a pseudo-domain forming. Alexandria was just an 11th stage saint. How was it possible? Before Anik could take any action one way or another, the masked man suddenly appeared beside Ri, his black wings flapping and exuding a frightful aura that made them all involuntarily take a step back. Cullen and Amory grit their teeth before decisively turning around and leaving. It wouldn't be long before everyone understood this odd action of theirs. I really want to see who dares to take what belongs to my wife. Although Diane kept his comments general, it was clear who was speaking to as his eyes were only trained on a single man. Anik's eyes narrowed. It was clear to everyone that he was very much prepared to attack. Before Diane could act though, Ri grabbed his hand. I feel like I'm about to break through, she said softly. Diane's expression changed, becoming serious. Breakthroughs in comprehension and cultivation were both very important. From what Diane could tell, Ri wanted to form her aura soon. If she didn't find a place to do so, it could become a problem. Although it was possible to have breakthroughs like this in battle, it required a state of complete selflessness. Obviously, Ri wasn't in this state right now. All right, Diane spoke decisively, grasping her hand and turning around to leave. Did I allow you to leave? Anik spoke slowly. My wife decided that she wanted something. If you're sensible, you'll have your wife transfer the legacy to her. Diane's steps froze in the air. What did you say? Batum, 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 the overbearing sounds of beating hearts overwhelmed the world of ice and snow again. Those of the Emperor Giant clan involuntarily coughed up mouthful after mouthful of blood, shocking those watching. However, nothing was as alarming as when they saw Anik's features visibly pale. Are you really so eager to learn the difference between you and I? Diane continued, letting go of Ri's hand and appearing less than a meter from Anik, hovering in the air and forcing him to look up. After more than a month of trials within the Demon Sage Tower, Dian had gained more than just some functions of the tower. His abilities and understanding in the field of body cultivation had increased as well. He had entered an entry-level ability to control his own blood, allowing him to forcibly employ bloodline suppression instead of doing so passively like he had been before. Suddenly, 2 black wings before 4. Boom! The world of ice and snow shook violently as those of the Emperor God clan tried to fight back to no avail. One after another, they fell to the ground, paling and coughing up blood. Of those in their clan, only Anik and 2 others managed to withstand this pressure, gritting their teeth and fighting through it. But it wasn't over. Boom! 3 pairs of black wings bloomed into existence, stretching out 3 meters in each direction. Those watching couldn't help but shiver as the 2 who stood behind Anik fell to the ground. Blood dripped from Anik's lips, causing Chrysanthemum to pale with fright. Was this really her husband? What was happening? This is the lauded god Anik? Dian's sneer deepened. I'm within arm's reach of you, why aren't you stopping me? Would you stand there and watch me insult your Emperor Giant clan like this? Aren't you their future? Seeing a supposed god be so pitiful, I really disdain this tower. Why should I bother to take trials at all if the best I can do is share a title with an ant? Every one of Dian's words was like another slap to face and another knife to the heart. Cullen and Amory, when they learned of what happened today, would only be able to thank their lucky stars that they survived their clash with Dian. They wouldn't even be embarrassed at their loss anymore. If he could treat even a god like this, what did their positions mean? Boom! 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 Dian's body began to radiate an irresistible aura. To the men, he became a figure they could only worship from afar. To the women, despite his face being masked, he became the most ideal man in the world. 6 pairs of golden wings erupted from Dian's back, blooming outward more than 5 meters. Anik fell to a single knee. Yet, the fire in his eye hadn't disappeared. If looks could kill, it was likely that Dian would have died 1,000 times over. The playfulness in Dian's eyes disappeared. My wife's breakthrough is more important than you. Count yourselves lucky. After this, Dian decisively left, leaving the world of ice and snow in an eerie quiet that seemed impossible to cut through. There was no doubt that the events at this portal would cause an uproar through the martial world. Who was this mysterious man? How could he suppress a god to this level? He said that he disdained to take the trials and share a title with Anik. Could he really be without a title? This would make sense, after all, he had a presence protecting treasure. As far as their 100 quadrants were aware, the only way to awaken presence was through the trials. Since that was the case, those who hadn't taken the trials would need this protection. Geniuses on Anik's level would disdain to carry presence protecting treasures because they would believe that their own presence was enough. Of course, they still had these treasures, but would only use them to protect against shameless members of the older generation. It would be until later that these geniuses came to understand that Dian was actually using bloodline suppression against Anik, which would cause the martial world to fall into yet another uproar. Within the Demon Sage Tower, Dian laid on the ground, gasping for breath and coughing up mouthful after mouthful of blood, as Ree tenderly rubbed his back with a worried expression on her face. You shouldn't have pushed yourself so hard, she said softly. Dian could only bitterly smile. The only way to push bloodline suppression so far was to force his blood to pump at inconceivable speeds. Unfortunately, his heart wasn't made of rubber. So much of the blood he was currently coughing up contained pieces of heart tissue. If I didn't do this, it would affect your breakthrough. I can't beat him as I am now, so I could only act tough. To say Dian was severely injured was an understatement. Blood's job was to travel across the body to reach every nook and cranny. Dian forcibly pushing it past the limits his body could handle didn't just severely damage his heart, it also affected all of his organs. Even his bones were affected, most of them cracking and shattering under the pressure. Unfortunately, even bones needed blood sent to them. Even worse, since they were the originators of blood cells, it was even worse for Dian that they were injured. In the end, Dian had no choice but to take his second of 3 top-of-the-line healing pills. If others saw Dian take 2 such pills in such a short time, they would protest about his wastefulness. Although they were both Grandmaster-level pills, this ranking was based on ancient standards and not modern standards. Remember, King Belmont's master and Madeline's mother, despite supposedly being a moon-level alchemist, couldn't concoct the master-level pills Diane and Zabia needed. It was clear that the standards of these quadrants were too low. This pill was a true Grandmaster-level pill and more valuable than most of the Comet-level pills available on the market right now. It was known as the life-gathering pill. It had to be said that just because Diane could concoct the Queen Fairy Earth Constitution pill from thin air, it didn't mean he could do so with any pill in existence. If this was the case, wouldn't he be the richest man in existence? The Queen Fairy pill, the very same pill Diane utilized to conquer the Elven Kingdom alchemy and formation guilds, was created with 5 common-level plants. The life-gathering pill, however, required 3 Grandmaster-level main ingredients, 8 Master-level sub-ingredients, and 32 practitioner-level ingredients known as balancers or binders depending on their use, and 97 common-level ingredients that served the same purpose. One had to remember that arrays weren't capable of recreating life. Or, more accurately, they couldn't recreate things with strong life force. Common-level plants had weak enough life forces that creating them using creation arrays was easy. However, even if his celestial-level soul was unbound right now, it would be impossible for Diane to create even a practitioner-level plant. This was why Diane was so eager to combine magic, runic theory, and array alchemy. He felt like only when their concepts were taken together that it would be possible to create every plant and spiritual fruit in existence without restriction. The good news was that if Grandmaster and Master-level pills were impossible for even current Moon-level alchemists to concoct, then didn't that mean that Diane had access to quite a few common-level pills that could be comparable to even Master-level pills? The best part about these was that Diane could concoct many of them from thin air, yet sell them at exorbitant prices. Of course, this would be left for when the Celestial Deer Corner was officially opened. Diane was eager to steal business from the Sapientia. After Diane healed, he directly took Ri to their corner. He didn't want her to break through in the Snow Palace because the Kitsune might cause problems afterward. No matter how many warnings Sara left, she was currently in her trials and couldn't change anything until she came out. For extra insurance, though, Diane stored away the Kitsune Ri had frozen on their way to the valley. Diane really wanted to know if the Void Kitsune would dare to act recklessly knowing that he had both their prince and princess of this generation. Diane. Ri. Eli ran up excitedly. Since Delia had left and still wasn't back yet, he had been bored out of his mind. Although he knew it was dangerous for him to leave alone due to that hidden organization of Heaven's Children, he still hated being cooped up like this. What he loved to most was to garden and take care of fields of plants. How could such a person be happy with staying cooped up like this? This desire had been slightly mitigated when he had Diane's main spatial ring because being inside its world was like having an entire world to yourself. But, since Diane needed the ring to save those slaves of the soul market, Eli had to give it up. Diane smiled. Knowing what Eli was thinking, he handed over the ring. Eli quickly waved his hands. "You need it, I can't take it back." Diane laughed. "No worries. I recently found out some new abilities the Demon Sage Tower has, so I don't need them both." Hearing this, Eli couldn't hold back his excitement anymore and eagerly took the ring. As soon as he touched it, he sighed, feeling a big weight fall from his shoulders. Diane couldn't hide the pity in his eyes. "Hey, old man, do you think there'll be a problem if Eli walks around the corner with the barrier still up? I won't lie to you, even if Eli stays here his safety isn't guaranteed, let alone if he goes out. You're underestimating Heaven's Children too much." Diane sighed. Since he's in danger no matter what, keeping him locked up like this will only be harmful to him. "All right, I have a job for you, Eli. I wonder if you're interested." After Ri left to start her breakthrough, Diane finally brought this up. There was no suspense in Eli's answer. He responded yes immediately. He was very eager to help out. The truth was that among all of Diane's allies, Eli had contributed the most behind Clara. It was just that he was still restless and unwilling to continue doing nothing. When Diane saw the various gardens Eli had created within the life ring, he was completely astounded. With Clara's help, he had created various environments utilizing formations tweaked to his requirements. Whether that be terribly cold conditions, blazing hot temperature, high altitudes, dry conditions, wet mossy conditions, even evil and darkness type gardens and their holy counterparts, Eli had accounted for them all. He had an attention to detail that surprised even Diane and a green thumb that could grow almost anything. It was only then that Diane learned what Eli's Heaven Child ability was. He could actually speed up the growth of plants simply by showing them care, affection, and attention. Because of this ability, he had managed to grow a massive base of common, practitioner, and master-level plants in only 14 or so years. To put that into perspective, even the lowest level of practitioner plants needed decades to grow. As for master-level plants, their quality was counted in centuries. For Eli to create so many of them in just 14 years was mind-boggling. If Diane were to sell just the plants within this ring right now, it would be in the order of Tao stones. If one tried to use celestial stones, the price would be too astronomical. The best part was that the seeds used were bought with profound stones. It was truly inconceivable that Eli had been able to do this. According to him, it would only be 5 or so more years before he could begin to foster Grandmaster-level plants. Maybe what was most shocking was that the only thing that was holding him back was Clara's limitation in the formations she could create. The environments weren't realistic or powerful enough to sustain Grandmaster-level plants, yet Eli had innovated new ways to get around this. Diane doubted that any clans or sects before the top 15 or so had such robust spiritual gardens. Reason being, clans below that level wouldn't grow their own Grandmaster plants. In fact, they wouldn't even grow their own master plants, instead relying on the Sapientia quadrant. Only the best of clans with the most solid foundations would have their own spiritual gardens and their own secondary professionals. Either way, there was no doubting Eli's contribution. The base he created was more than just a launch point for Diane's plans. Even if he did nothing more, Diane had enough to survive for centuries. That aside, what Diane needed Eli's help with were the serpent vines. Diane had thought of simply destroying them, but then he had another thought. Diane had no doubt that once their corner was open to the public, especially considering the plans he had for it, that there would be a whole host of problems. It was impossible for Diane to be here all the time, so it needed its own protection. Some serpent vines could even fight against Tao formation experts without losing a step. Of course, these weren't the level of vines that were in their corner, or else there would be no hope of dealing with them. However, there were many on the essence level with a handful at the saint level. If their battle power was coordinated, they could be very useful. The problem was that Diane didn't have a method for controlling them, so he could only turn to Eli. According to Eli, he wasn't entirely sure of a way either. Apparently, no one had a foolproof method of controlling serpent vines, but he was confident that once Delia returned, he'd be able to start studying them properly. He even got Diane to buy him a few serpent vines embryos to begin early. After dealing with all of that, Diane left. He didn't need to see Ree through her breakthrough. He had the utmost confidence in her. But, for now, he had to deal with soul-rending Peak. It was a good thing those devil practitioners didn't dare to enter the tower just yet, or else Diane would have been frozen out of their corner. It seemed he would have to deal with that before he left the 98th quadrant. Diane directly teleported to the soul-rend corner and left, appearing above the lake that housed the 2 pillars that led to their gate. They must have left already then. Diane had expected the same airship that had brought them here to be waiting to take away those who had legacies, but it seemed he had wasted a bit too much time. It's fine. The fact I did this would make me even more of a target. Diane quietly slipped into soul-rending Peak, making his way into the courtyard he shared with Little Rose and Vice Master Evangeline Moon. The first thing Diane saw when he walked in was an adorable little girl running up to him with a smile on her face. Little Rose. Diane smiled, rubbing her small head. Did you miss me? Rose smiled shyly before running off. Judging by her glance toward the back portion of the courtyard, Diane assumed that Evangeline wanted to speak with him. Walking through the large home, he eventually made it to its backyard. He was greeted with the same serene river and lush greens he had seen before. Even the singular white table fashioned with intricate designs and tea were there. Yet, this all paled in comparison to the golden-haired beauty that sat elegantly on a chair beside it. By now, it was getting very late and the moon hung high in the skies, yet it was still dim in comparison to Evangeline. Come, let's have some tea. Diane sat down under the moonlight, accepting the cup of tea Evangeline poured for him. Oddly enough, they sat in silence for a long time. Diane wasn't sure what Evangeline wanted to speak with him about, but he had his own guesses. The events of the Valley of Geniuses could be ignored by stronger quadrants, but for a pitiful 98th ranked quadrant, if any one of their disciples gains a legacy, It would be akin to ascending the heavens in a single step. Diane already come to understand that quadrants as weak as this one already took Earth-level treasures as impossible and out of reach. Even though the Keats family had a peak heaven-level technique, that was them alone. In addition, it could only be used by those of their bloodline. As for the rest of the quadrant, they had common-level techniques at best. Of course, Diane knew that Soul Market was relying on a mystic-level technique. But did that mean everyone else did?
He doubted it. Why were you so late? Evangeline suddenly asked. When he heard this, Diane's hand paused. He had just been about to raise the teacup to his lips, but when he heard the concern in Evangeline's voice, he was shocked.
He had heard the Evangeline was often kind to a fault, but for her voice to be so broken and hoarse over him being just a few hours late was a bit too exaggerated, no?
What this did prove to Diane was that Evangeline was very much aware of Soul Market. Clearly she assumed that Diane hadn't come back because he was taken away for the sake of his legacy.
It was no secret to Diane that the Soul Market wanted one last large profit margin before officially shutting down, and the Valley of Geniuses was the perfect stage for this. Although Anik had demanded that Ree leave her legacy behind for Chrysanthemum, this wasn't actually possible, not after Resonance was complete. It was either Anik was stupid, or he didn't care about the logistics and just wanted to embarrass Diane.
However, the mystic technique of soul-rending peak could force the issue. There was no need to explain how valuable those geniuses who resonated were. Suddenly Diane froze. He just remembered that Sophia had resonated.
At first, she could have kept it a secret, but because of Arthurian, that was no longer possible. Damn it! Diane shook his head, focusing back on the matter at hand. I was handling a few things. Did I miss something important? In the end, he decided to pretend as though he hadn't noticed the oddity in Evangeline's voice. After a pause, Diane heard Evangeline take a deep breath as though she was calming herself. Considering you snuck back in, you're already aware of the danger. So, why did you come back?
You have no idea the level of formations there are that protect the school. Since you're here now, they know you're here. They're only looking for an excuse to take you away now. Diane smiled lightly.
I'm counting on it. You! Evangeline was so angered by Diane's words that the cup in her hand shattered. Even the liquid within it completely evaporated to nothingness. Diane sighed. That one small cup had at least 10 Saint Stones worth of tea within it. Such a waste, such a waste. Evangeline grit her pearly white teeth adorably, completely exasperated with Diane's behavior. Of course she knew how expensive the tea was, but was this really the time to be bringing it up?
You're still so reckless.
A complete maniac. You're a measly half-celestial and you think you can change something? Still, Diane raised an eyebrow. No matter how much he wanted to ignore what Evangeline was saying, she kept making slips of the tongue. If she was trying to be covert, she was terrible at it. Of course, still, Evangeline stuttered. You challenged so many elders at the assessment. Diane's eyebrow only reached higher heights. She had just admitted she knew he had a celestial body. Why would he be worried about the weak elders of a backwater sect? Too weird, too weird. Evangeline quickly covered her tracks. You're thinking you shouldn't be worried about them? Well, what about the Devil Path cultivators?
Can you so easily ignore them too?
Reckless. Diane laughed. This old lady was too adorable. He felt that he was missing something about her, though. This definitely wasn't the way she normally acted. When Diane sat down to have his first tea time with her, he felt that she was calm and quick-witted. In fact, her personality was very similar to his own. Clever, arrogant, and a little too self-indulgent. This flustered version of herself was definitely very much different from the Evangeline, who warned him that she'd cut his penis off if he tried to take advantage of this old lady. Of course, he found this even more odd considering her persona as a goddess of the people. Philanthropy was a bit out of place with that personality type. Although Diane often helped people, he didn't classify himself as a Mother Teresa-type person like Evangeline was portrayed.
Yet, that same two-sided personality seemed to have gained a third. As though she was an arrogant, kind woman who somehow still had the disposition of a little girl. Suddenly, Diane gave Evangeline a meaningful glance. I wonder, does this overly worried version of yourself have anything to do with the fact you're trying to poison me right now? Evangeline's hands froze. But, after a while, she only sighed.
How did you know? Is it really so difficult?
Did I not show off my knowledge of herbs when we last did tea? Diane shrugged, still lightly grasping the teacup. Nice try, Evangeline giggled, completely unlike someone who tried to pull an underhanded trick. The poison I chose is completely odorless. It's undetectable. If you really believe so, why are you laughing?
According to your logic, I just lured you out by pretending to know something I didn't. Evangeline's light and airy laughter didn't stop. Obviously, because whether you know or not doesn't matter. Oh? If I'm correct, this particular poison needs to be consumed. Why is it that you believe you've already won? Diane's smile didn't fade either. Because power decides everything. If I so wanted, you'd have to drink that poison whether you wish to or not. This is the difference between those who have power and those that don't. I assume that this power trip you're on is the reason you deployed such an easily detectable concealment and defensive array? Evangeline lightly giggled.
Only you would be so arrogant so as to label these arrays as easily detectable. Your soul should still be sealed right now, and even if it wasn't, someone with your soul strength has no business seeing through arrays designed by me.
Clearly someone or something helped you. For the first time, Diane's playfulness disappeared. He couldn't understand why this woman knew so much about him. The individuals who knew about his soul being sealed were restricted to his closest confidants. Did someone betray him?
Ah, don't be like that. Even with that big head of yours, it's impossible for you to guess what happened. Why don't you stop worrying about it?
Come, satisfy this old lady's curiosity. How did you see through an odorless poison? Diane sighed. This Evangeline was correct about one thing. Worrying about it wouldn't do him any good. When Evangeline saw Diane calm himself down so quickly, her smile became brighter. At that point, even Diane, who had suddenly become her enemy, couldn't help but feel his heart seize. She was truly beautiful. Her glistening opal eyes, swirling with greens, pinks, and blues. Her cascading golden hair, waving gently in the night's wind. Her body, perfectly proportioned, exuding a mature aura that could grasp the heart of any man. Am I beautiful? Evangeline asked coquettishly. Diane nodded honestly, a bit of seriousness in his eyes. Believe it or not, Evangeline giggled. I've altered my appearance slightly to make me less so. Maybe if I showed you my true appearance, you'd drink that poison simply because it was my will. Diane's eyes widened slightly. She made herself less beautiful? On purpose?
What the hell was going on?
Evangeline was already world-shattering.
In fact, she lost out to Diane's own wives in no way. If Diane was forced to tell the truth, he'd have to admit that she was even slightly better in terms of looks simply because she had an aged elegance that could only be achieved with a time living his wives hadn't reached just yet.
Now this very same beauty was telling him that she made herself look worse on purpose. Was that even possible? Evangeline adorably pouted. You shouldn't leave a woman waiting, especially a beautiful woman. Diane shook his head, finally answering her question. It's impossible to add substances to water without there being discernible changes, even if those changes are impossibly small. The simple answer to your question is viscosity. Evangeline's eyes brightened. Viscosity. The thickness of a liquid is dependent on many variables. The 1,000-year calming wisp petals you like so much decreases viscosity, making water flow better and decreasing internal friction. The poison you used, though, increased viscosity, making the tea thicker than when you last served it to me. Really? This is what you based it on?
Couldn't I have simply changed the concentration of calming wisp petals I used?
If I decreased the concentration, it would have had the same effect. That's even simpler. While the poison you used is odorless, calming wisp petals are not. The strength of an odor is dependent on its concentration. Simply comparing the odor profile is enough to know you didn't change the concentration of your calming wisp petals. Evangeline responded with a pensive look. Then how could you know the type of poison I used? Without knowing the concentration, it would be impossible to judge. Since you were so sure that this poison could only take effect by being consumed, you must have had a reason for believing so. No. Calming wisp grasp is a grandmaster level plant. Practitioner plants are aged to the decade, master plants to the century, and grandmaster plants to the millennium. Even a single leaf of calming wisp grasp could be sold for as much as 100 celestial stones. It must also be diluted down to parts of 1,000 in order to be used safely by the likes of me. It isn't named as it is on a whim. Its calming effect isn't restricted to the humans who benefit from its abilities. It can also have this secondary effect on poisons it's bound to. Even when paired with a poison far exceeding its capability to calm, the calm wisp leaf still has the ability to emit a pungent smell to warn cultivators that it's been compromised. There are only 3 poisons in existence that can stop this pungent smell from emitting, and only one of them increases the viscosity of water. Evangeline couldn't help but clap when Diane finished his analysis, not hiding the praise in her eyes even one bit. Diane had made everything he did seem so simple and natural, but each deduction was more impossible than the last. Firstly, judging the viscosity change of liquid was already impossibly difficult. It required an attention to detail and perception impossible for normal individuals. Even those with strong souls couldn't achieve this, let alone a young man with a sealed soul. Secondly, Evangeline hadn't shown any signs of being an enemy. Everything from her demeanor to the things those of the 98th quadrant said about her were a perfect defense. For someone to be able to catch such a minute change in this situation was ridiculous. What Evangeline didn't know was that 16 or so years ago, Diane nearly died because he too quickly trusted a pretty face. He still remembered the day he was stabbed by that woman pretending to be Madeline. He would never make the same mistake twice. Never. Thirdly, remembering and applying the odor profile of a plant to judge whether or not its concentration had changed was completely inhuman. Fourthly, understanding the obscure rules that governed calm wisp petals was even more impressive. To say there were millions of plants and subtypes of plants was an understatement. What Diane hadn't explained that Evangeline understood was that calm wisp petal was a genus, not a species. This meant that there were hundreds of types of calm wisp petals, all of which shared that genus but were of a different species. Simply put, not all species of calm wisp petals had the ability to emit a pungent smell in the presence of danger. Diane had not only identified the genus, he identified the species as well, all based on smell. Then he further understood the quirky characteristics of that specific species of the calm wisp petal genus. He was simply on a different level completely. Even old fogies who had lived for thousands of years couldn't compare to him. In fact, if they had heard his explanations, they might fall to their knees, begging to be taken as his disciple. Impressive, impressive. Evangeline didn't seem heartbroken that her scheme had been seen through at all. In fact, if little Lila had been there, she would have sensed a clear pride emitting from Evangeline's eyes, as confusing as that was. To feel pride about your scheme being exposed? Wasn't that too weird? Diane sighed. Why are you doing this? Doing what? Evangeline replied innocently. If you soul-rending peak bastards wanted an excuse to capture me, why would you use this method? Were you really so set on ruining my reputation? Evangeline blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Diane's calmness began giving way to anger. You've been exposed already. Why are you still pretending? Are you expecting to not know that the poison you've tried to give me is the 9-yang cloud aphrodisiac? Ah, I see. Evangeline smiled meaningfully. She realized that Diane came to an understanding that she wanted to force-feed him an aphrodisiac so he'd commit a crime of sexual passion. At that point, his reputation was be ruined and soul-rending Peak would have every excuse to take him to Soul Market. Veins involuntarily popped out on Diane's forehead. No matter how calm he wanted to remain, this wasn't something he could accept. Tisk, tisk. Evangeline shook her head. That's enough of that. Evangeline waved her hand, and at that moment, an overwhelming pressure pressed down on Diane, causing his body to freeze. What? Diane's eyes widened with shock. Even if he was beaten over the head, he would recognize that this was energy suppression. In fact, this energy suppression was of the highest order. This Evangeline was a Tao formation expert. At that moment, Diane couldn't lift a finger. He couldn't even think properly as his organs and bones threatened to shatter under the pressure. Do you understand now? Evangeline said with a smile. She stood, walking over to Diane and sliding a long slender finger across his well-defined jawline.
Diane grit his teeth, trying to move, but no matter what he did, it was impossible to overcome Evangeline's pressure. The most shocking part was that when he tried to use his presence to move under the suppression, a secondary pressure even more powerful than the first obliterated his attempt, almost making him cough up blood. Emperor-level presence. Who is this woman? Evangeline's lovely giggle seemed to make the moonlight twinkle under the night stars. Maybe if it wasn't for the situation he was in, Diane would be able to enjoy the deep ravine of soft flesh that was before him when she bent over to stroke his cheek. But at the moment, he was too pissed to think about such things. The most frustrating part was that Evangeline was too clever for him. She seemed to know all of his plans before he even made them. Diane even suspected that she had purposefully allowed a trail of clues for him to realize the existence of the nine-yang cloud aphrodisiac. She was so careful that she made sure to not project her presence toward Diane. She only deflected the presence he directed toward her, which meant his mask wouldn't activate since it didn't feel a threat toward itself. "Don't be so angry," Evangeline said gently, with an odd light in her eyes. "You're so handsome already, yet you're still an essence gatherer. Don't ruin those rugged looks with frown lines. It would be too much of a pity." It was only now that Diane suddenly realized that Evangeline might really be making herself appear less beautiful. A woman who was a Tao formation expert would have their bodies cleansed by enigmatic energy, making them even more perfect. Damn it! Diane's mind roared as Evangeline tapped the edge of the teacup he still held, causing the liquid to gently follow her fingers toward his lips. There was no suspense or final savior. Not a drop was left as the poison seeped into Diane's tightly closed lips, sliding through the almost non-existent gaps in his teeth and down his throat. Diane's lower belly immediately heated up, reaching inconceivable temperatures in an instant. Evangeline's eyes were lit up with a pleasant surprise as Diane's robes lit on fire. However, with her cultivation, such a weak flame could never endanger her. Diane raised his head and roared to the skies. It was certain that if it wasn't for the formation Evangeline had laid, the entirety of soul-rending peak would be alerted by what was going on. "What a man!" Evangeline said with a sweet smile on her face. Her hand ignored the flames, reaching forward and caressing Diane's broad chest. By now, his robes had turned to complete ash. Without the support of the strong soul cultivators they once had, the quality of Robe's soul-rending peak could provide to their disciples had taken a drastic drop. There was no surprise that it couldn't withstand the burn. "I'm sure you understand the intricacies of the nine-yang cloud plant, right?" Seeing Diane's glare, Evangeline giggled. "It's not all bad," she continued. "In ancient times, some tribes used it to test the manliness of their younger generation men. Oftentimes, a man wouldn't be allowed to become the next leader or heir apparent unless they reached a certain standard. It's called the nine-yang cloud because there are 9 levels of auspicious signs possible. To be able to trigger the first auspicious sign while still being an essence gatherer, you would do a woman good in bed." Evangeline's eyes twinkled with an odd. At that moment, a cloud of red and gold was being formed over Diane's head, brightening the night sky. Not only did this represent the first auspicious sign, it also represented the first level of intensity. Unfortunately, earning these auspicious signs didn't just mean that you were a better equipped man. It also meant you'd be gifted with a more severe burn. Boom, 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 boom. Evangeline's eyes widened. 7 clouds. The fire blazing emitting from Diane's body threatened to break through the sky. 7 clouds of red and gold, each bigger than the one below it, hovered in the air, emitting an aura of pure yang. One had to understand that the number of clouds that appeared had little to do with body cultivation. It may sound odd considering that this was an aphrodisiac, but it was the truth. The reaction of the nine-yang cloud poison was dependent not upon body cultivation, or even energy or soul cultivation. It was dependent on one thing and one thing only: your primordial yang. The problem was that your primordial yang strength was also dependent on all facets of your cultivation. Diane should still be too weak to evoke 7 clouds. Even a single one was enough to wholly impress Evangeline. The only explanation was the only remaining facet of a primordial yang, potential. However, for potential to overwhelm everything else to reach this sort of level, it was mind-boggling. Boom. 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 Diane's roar grew louder, shattering the chair beneath him. Yet,
He somehow floated in the air, trembling fiercer with every passing moment. Evangeline hadn't even gotten over the shock of seeing 7 clouds before the maximum 9 appeared. Even the arrays she had so carefully laid were threatening to shatter. For context, even arrays she built with a casual swipe of her hand could contend with the best comet-level formations in existence. Let alone this one that she carefully and meticulously laid out while expecting the vicious auspicious signs of the 9 yang cloud poison. Evangeline's smile and pride faded away. It would be impossible for her to do what she wanted to do if Diane just died first. Just like every other aphrodisiac, its effects wouldn't cease unless it was either purged by an expert or the man under its influence vented the excess energy on a female. If not, the victim would simply implode from inside out. The problem was that the intensity of this particular aphrodisiac depended on the number of clouds a man could evoke. Under normal circumstances, evoking more clouds was great. This was because the 9 yang cloud wasn't a poison at all if it was coupled with an appropriately powerful dual cultivation technique. Instead, it became a very valuable but also very expensive cultivation resource. The good news was that Diane had an appropriately powerful dual cultivation technique. In fact, it was powerful enough by many times over. The bad news was that Diane had no intention of quote-unquote venting, despite the pain he was in. His eyes bore holes into Evangeline's skull even as his skin reddened and his veins bulged. Even his lower regions that should have been at full mast was forcefully held down by his body control, causing it to be, ironically, one of the coolest parts of his body. Oh? Despite forcefully contradicting the nature of the poison, you're still clear-headed enough to glare at little ol' me. Evangeline pouted. It seemed that she was capable of keeping a serious expression on for long. The auspicious signs are done, you can run off now, no? Imagine all the unsuspecting, innocent, and beautiful little girls running around the sect. Don't you want to press them under you? Don't you want to assert your dominance over them? To claim them as your women? This is what the elders want. Isn't that what you said? At the very least, they won't interfere until you're fully satisfied. Wouldn't you like one last hurrah before you're shipped off to Soul Market? Diane's eyes showed no signs of desire. Instead, he was filled with rage and unwillingness. Even after all this time, he still didn't have enough power. This was the first time he truly couldn't see a way out of a situation. He always prided himself in always being able to think of a way out, always moving forward with only victory in mind. But today he learned that when the power gap was appropriately large, larger than he could imagine, no amount of scheming or undying will to win would change anything. Diane tried to circulate his runic flames. When Evangeline was talking about him venting his lust on his fellow disciples, she had released the suppression on him, looking at him expectantly. This allowed him the chance to try and use his runic flames to purge the poison. If it had been his aurora flames, Diane would have had more confidence. Unfortunately, his control over his runic flames was far too poor. This wasn't the only problem either. 9 young cloud stems were classified as a planet-level spiritual plant. It was categorized far too high for Diane to purge it with celestial-level flames. It was simply a fool's errand without Tao-level flames. Evangeline seemed to know this, so she didn't mind Diane's attempt. She could only shake her head in disapproval. Are you trying to kill yourself? Letting such poorly controlled flames rampage across your body? What would your wives think of you committing suicide like this? Don't you speak of them. Diane roared through gritting teeth even as his skin began to crack and bleed. This wasn't the effect of the poison, but rather his runic flames. He could hardly heal an essence gatherer. He had no business trying to pull tricks with his own body. Don't speak of them? Evangeline tapped her delicate chin with a slender finger. Which one? Madeline? Diane froze, his gaze icing over. Who the hell was this woman? Diane's heart seized with worry. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. Clara. Evangeline seemed to get off on Diane's helpless expression. He didn't seem to care about his own life, but the moment she started mentioning his wives, he fell into despair. How noble of him. However, Evangeline's next word shocked Diane even more. Amphory. Who the hell are you? Diane could no longer remain calm. There were only 5 people in existence that knew about Amphory. Himself, Madeline, Clara, and his grand teacher. Diane would rather die than believe any of those individuals betrayed him. Even if he had been angry with his grand teacher for hiding the truth about his second disciple from him, Diane had already decided to forgive him. Plus, he knew the old man had no ill intentions. So, how the hell did this woman know about Amphory?
Could it be that Amphory already reincarnated and awakened her memories without seeing me?
Is this an enemy of hers? Diane's mind ran on overdrive, trying to think of answers. However, Evangeline's next words sent him into a realm of confusion that he almost couldn't handle. Luna? Saru? El? Evangeline covered her mouth adorably, as though she was a toddler who made an innocent mistake. Oops, you don't count them, do you? It was only at that point that Diane remembered that Luna's name was Moon. Wasn't Evangeline's last name also Moon?
Evangeline giggled. For such a smart man, your thoughts are pretty stupid. How could you compare all of this with that flat-chested little girl? She lightly gripped her own chest, almost as if to prove their size.
Diane frowned through his pain. It was impossible for anyone to read his thoughts, not with the seal. So, how could this woman read him so easily? Even a true empath wouldn't be capable of that. Maybe I just know you very well. Evangeline smiled mysteriously. I'm surprised you haven't run off yet.
It can't be that you don't want those little girls because you've set your eyes on this old lady, no.
Diane sealed his lips.
He was done with talking. If today was the day he'd die, then he'd die. But he wouldn't disgrace his wives and himself before doing so.
Now that he knew there were experts this powerful watching over Soul Market, he understood how foolish his thoughts of taking it down had been. It was just unfortunate that he didn't find out until it was too late. I get it, Evangeline said playfully. Your wives are very beautiful, so you disdain the idea of settling for women they're lesser. Unfortunately for you, I'm too powerful for you to take me by force. So what'll you do? A deep disgust shone in Diane's eyes. No matter how the poison spurned on his libido, he wouldn't act. From start to end, he was confident in maintaining the clarity of his mind. What did lust mean in the face of death? In his fifth trial, Diane died countless times. Yet, no matter how often he did, his will never broke. If this Evangeline thought that his confidence was so easy to shatter, she was sorely mistaken. Evangeline pouted, a fake hurt appearing on her features. Am I not beautiful enough? Diane didn't respond. He tried to close his eyes, but found that Evangeline's suppression had once again appeared. He was so enraged that the bones in his fist snapped under the pressure of him clenching them. He wasn't even allowed to control something so minor. You can't close your eyes, Evangeline said coquettishly. If you did, who would be here to see my true appearance? I want to see just how much willpower you have. I wonder, will you beg me to help you after you see my true beauty? Diane's nose and lips twitched in anger, but he didn't make any response.
You must think that I changed my appearance to someone else completely, Evangeline's smile became more and more mysterious, completely oblivious to the pain Diane was withstanding. Let me tell you a secret. She leaned over slightly, breathing into Diane's ear all while stroking his thigh. Diane clenched his jaw as the poison flared up due to the stimulation.
Whether it be the view of Evangeline's chest, or how comfortable her hot breath felt on his ear, or how dangerously close her soft hands were getting to his most delicate regions, any one of these things were enough to make any man crazy. This is me, Evangeline whispered. It's just that this is how I looked when I first broke into the Saint realm. Diane's heartbeat quickened, raging out of control. He immediately understood what Evangeline wanted to do. Taking a step back, Evangeline smiled. Her skin glowed slightly as her features began to change. This is what I looked like when I began to cleanse my body with celestial energy and became a pseudo-celestial. Diane breathed outward, a steamy breath escaping his lips. Evangeline had become even more perfect. The contours of her body, the slopes of her cheeks, even her chest and ass grew another size, becoming plumper and more enticing. Even as a pseudo-celestial, she had already matched the most beautiful woman Diane had ever seen, Madeline's mother. Just for perspective, Madeline's mother was already a Tao formation expert. Unless she became a half-step transcendent, it would be impossible for her to become any more perfect. Yet, Evangeline claimed that this was her as a pseudo-celestial.
Is this not enough? Evangeline smiled. Do you not want me? No matter what Diane did, he couldn't stop the beating of his heart. But he didn't move. Instead, he allowed his runic flame to rampage around his body with a fiercer pace, not caring about the damage he caused. He hated himself for even feeling desire. He didn't want his willpower to be tested by this vixen. He wanted to be able to die knowing that his thoughts had never been compromised.
Oh? Still no. Evangeline pouted. This is how I looked when I crossed my second tribulation and became a celestial. Evangeline's skin glowed once more, her features shifting. Diane felt his heart seize. Was it possible for a woman to be so beautiful? Could she even count as human anymore? He couldn't seem to control his reaction. A fiery heat spreading throughout his body. The feeling was too overwhelming. No matter how strong his perception was, he couldn't find a single flaw. Her skin was soft and supple, glowing with health. Her golden hair had an added level of sheen to it, still reflecting the light of the moon and the 9 red gold clouds that hung above their heads. Although her assets didn't grow in size, they had become even more perfectly proportioned, as though the golden ratio wasn't based on nature's whim, but rather her body. The suppression is gone, my little man. Don't you want to have fun with me? Evangeline happily teased Diane with her words. She no longer needed to entice him with her hot breath or her endless cleavage. She simply stood and allowed the world to bask in her beauty, exuding an aura of absolute confidence.
Diane's runic flame and the poison ran rampant in its body, both emanating an impossible level of heat, yet of drastically different kinds. Even so, Diane didn't move. To be your wife must be the best thing in the world. Evangeline clapped in admiration.
I wonder, is it because of them you haven't acted? Or is it because you want to die with dignity? What if I tell you that as long as you scamper along and go have fun with your little junior sisters, I'll allow them to let you live?
HM? How about it? Diane couldn't understand anything this woman was doing. If she was so eager to have him rape and pillage, what was the point in showing him her true appearance?
Was she really so set on shattering his will to its core? Evangeline smiled silently, scanning Diane's face before her teasing gave way to admiration. With a wave of her hand, a complex array appeared on Diane's arm. Seeing Diane's shocked expression, Evangeline shrugged. That old lizard doesn't deserve to see what happens next. Evangeline's skin began to glow once more. This is how I looked when I first began to cleanse myself with enigmatic energy and became a pseudo-Dao formation expert. Diane's eyes widened. No matter how fast his processing speed was, he couldn't understand what he was seeing. It was almost as though a mere essence gatherer like him didn't have the right to lay eyes on such beauty. He was blaspheming the work of art that was Evangeline, tainting her with his eyes. This time, there was no understanding what his heart did because the moment he fought back on the impulse to pounce on Evangeline and push her beneath him, his vision blackened. His heart had stopped beating completely. The combination of the poison and his injuries, topped with the visual stimulation Evangeline gave him, was simply too much. In the end, he kept his own integrity, and even though he was certain that he'd die, he still had a smile on his face. To him, he had won.
Evangeline caught Diane before he fell to the ground. Her playful and teasing appearance was gone, instead replaced by worry and affection. She sighed. You always do the most ridiculous things to yourself. If Diane had been conscious to hear her, he might have fainted from anger this time. How did him being poisoned have anything to do with him?
Evangeline's skin glowed once more. This time, she held nothing back, allowing her truest appearance to grace the world. In that moment, the moon seemed to dim. The flowing river that ran through the courtyard began to swirled oddly, even as the flowers and creatures in the surroundings bowed. Not even the wind was left unaffected as it began to sing in the warm night air. Nature itself felt inferior in the presence of this beauty, yet she only had eyes for handsome and bloodied young man lying unconscious in her arms, not caring about how his sweat and injuries were ruining her clothes and once stainless hands.
Evangeline leaned forward, pressing her hand to Diane's broad chest and gently restarting his heart. I'm sorry for testing you like that. I should have known that my man's will is indomitable. I'm proud to be your wife. Evangeline's lips gently pressed against Diane's as her energies began to slowly heal him. When Dian awoke, he had no idea how much time had passed. At first, he was groggy and without sense of direction. But the moment his memories came back to him, he shot up, causing his head to almost hit the ceiling. It was only at that point that he realized that he was actually within his own room, the same one he took when he moved in with Vice Master Evangeline. What the hell? Dian had every right to be confused. For one, he had already assumed that he would never wake up again. And, even if he did wake up, it should have been in a cell crafted by Soul Market. How he was here, safe and sound, was beyond him. Dian quickly looked to his wrist, sighing in relief when he realized that the Dragon King was still there. After Evangeline placed a seal on him, Dian had expected to lose this weapon and everything else he owned. But from what he could see, not only was the Dragon King still here, all of his spatial rings and everything in them were still there as well. There was even a new set of cleanly folded disciple robes on the lone chair in the room waiting for him to use. Old lizard. How long has it been since that night? 2 weeks or so. Did you see what happened? No. When my senses came back to me, you were already in this room. That woman's level of array alchemy is more than enough to block me off completely when I still have this many seals on me. Dian's frown deepened. Maybe, with a flip of his palm, a miniature tower appeared in Dian's hand. Tower Spirit, did you record everything that happened? Yes. The spirit replied with a yawn. Can you play it back for me, please? No, just when Dian was about to say thank you, the Tower Spirit's reply registered. What the hell? Why not? Because she told me not to. Who's the master here? Me or her? Technically, neither of you. Dian began to feel more frustrated than he had on the night all of this happened. He was supposed to be a weapons master, yet he couldn't make a measly tower spirit obey simple orders? What the fuck? Aren't weapons spirits supposed to be bound by a set of laws? Dian argued. Even if I haven't conquered all of your floors yet, 1 floor is still more than 0. How could you listen to her over me? I am following my own rules. While you were asleep, she conquered 2 floors. When Dian heard this, he was completely stumped. He had no argument left. This woman had really thought of everything. But, since she knew how valuable the treasures he had on him were, why did she leave them behind? Why didn't she take them? None of this made any sense. Taking a deep breath, Dian forced himself to calm down. Is there anything she is allowing you to say? Dian had no other choice but to take a back step. Conquering the 1st floor had pushed him to his absolute limits, so he was very aware that it would be impossible for him to conquer the 2nd floor anytime soon. On top of that, the spirit might not listen to him if he only conquered the same number of floors as Evangeline. To guarantee that he could get answers, he'd have to conquer the 3rd floor, and who knows when he'd be able to do that. She did. And those things are? She wanted me to call you a pervert. She said that I must refer to you as Mr. Jaws from now on. And the final thing she said is that I could allow you to benefit from the benefits she gained conquering the 2nd floor. Dian's frown deepened. Pervert? Only Ree and Clara call me that. Mr. Jaws? Only Ree calls me that. Is she trying to hint at something? These aren't things that someone who isn't close to me would understand. But I don't know who she is. Dian couldn't understand. The only Dao formation experts he knew were Madeline's parents. He didn't know anyone else. And obviously, Evangeline wasn't Madeline's mother. There's really something in this universe I can't figure out. Wait, did you say I could benefit from what she conquered? Dian sounded slightly excited, almost forgetting that that woman had almost killed him. Yes. Tell me about it. The number of puppets you have access to have doubled. Also, conquering the 2nd floor gives you access to the room above the weapon devouring room. This room is known as the Origin Beast Room. While the weapon devouring room allows weapons to feast on each other to grow in level, the Origin Beast Room is a training room for beasts to purify their bloodlines. Technically speaking, even a beast with the thinnest of bloodlines could trace their blood back to its origin and reach higher levels, even if the origin that beast is seeking is on the supreme level or beyond. Unlike the weapon devouring room, though, the Origin Beast Room doesn't need energy stones. Instead, it needs an astronomical amount of beast blood. The higher quality the beast blood, the better. However, the results are more effective when the type of blood is appropriate. For example, don't do something stupid like try to awaken dragon blood with tiger blood.